How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated as we are about to start our program in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start. If you could kindly settle down. May I request all of you to kindly have your cell phone muted. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. My name is Unad Rabbani, and I welcome you all to the second NRB Conclave 2024, presented by Prime Bank PLC and powered by bKash Limited and Team Group. This event is aimed at transforming the role of non-resident Bangladeshis, NRBs in short, in the development journey of our nation. Held under the theme, Transforming Bangladesh Through Knowledge Remittance, today's conclave represents a bold step towards uniting global expertise with local aspirations. Now, Bangladesh is at a significant juncture in its journey. As we confront challenges in economic growth, climate resilience, and skill development, we are also presented with these extraordinary opportunities to thrive, fueled by youthful population, a robust private sector, and a vision for inclusive progress. With 15 million NRBs spread across the world, their contributions go far beyond financial remittance. Their intellectual capital, professional experience, and innovative ideas hold the potential to redefine the future of this country. And this conclave serves as a platform to harness that potential, facilitating meaningful conversations, collaborations, and actions. Throughout the day, we would explore how NRBs can contribute to building a stronger national brand, fostering innovation, and empowering the workforce. With keynote presentations and insightful panel discussions, today's agenda is designed to inspire action and create a roadmap for impactful engagement. So, this conclave is not just an event, it's a movement, a call for mobilizing collective strength of our diaspora for a smarter, sustainable, and globally recognized Bangladesh. So let us begin this remarkable journey together. I welcome you once again to the second NRB Conclave 2024. So what's in store for today? We have an incredible lineup of sessions that promise insightful discussions and valuable takeaways. We have 4 panel discussions, 3 keynote speech, and 1 project launching ceremony. So without further ado, let's begin the second NRB Conclave 2024, presented by Prime Bank PLC and powered by bKash Limited and Team Group. This conclave would not have been possible without the tremendous support from Bangladesh business community. Before going into the main event, I would like to thank our partners, as I've already mentioned, but then here it goes once again. This conclave is presented by Prime Bank PLC and powered by bKash Limited and Team Group. We also have Marketing Society of Bangladesh MSB as knowledge partners, Backpage PR as PR partner, BBF Academy as academic partner, and Bangladesh Innovation Conclave as innovation partner. NRB Conclave 2024 is an initiative of Bangladesh Brand Forum. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Our national anthem is where our emotion, our pride, and our unity, they all meet. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we'd like to play the national anthem. Thank you. I'd like to request everyone to kindly take your seats. We would also like to take a moment to honor those young, valiant souls who sacrificed their lives during July, August. They sacrificed their lives to give birth to a new Bangladesh. And in their memory, I kindly request everyone to please stand again as we observe a 1-minute silence to reflect on their heroism, sacrifice, and to pay our respect. Now, may I please invite Mr. Abdullah Hill Rakib, Managing Director of Team Group, to please be on stage and address the audience. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Abdullah Hill Rakib?
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished government dignitaries, guest, esteemed participant, member of the media, and our friends from Bangladesh Brand Forum. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you at this remarkable NRB Conclave under the theme Transforming Bangladesh Through Knowledge Remittance. This gathering is a testament to shared vision, determination, unwavering commitment, and non-resident Bangladeshis and stakeholders in shaping a brighter, more prosperous future for our beloved nation. Bangladesh stands at a pivotal moment in history. We say chapter 2. Today, we witness an evolving landscape with the interim government spreading critical reforms aimed at strengthening governance, enhancing transparency, and fortifying institutional efficiencies. These reforms are not just timely, they are transformational, paving the way for a sustainable and inclusive future. At this juncture, the role of NRBs has never been more crucial. NRBs, particularly white-collar professionals, are uniquely positioned to act as a bridge between Bangladesh and global community. With their exposure, expertise, and extensive network, they can catalyze our nation's progress across four strategic pillars and which is critical to our growth. We can mention about investment. NRB can act both as an investor or an enabler, channeling resources into sectors that promises long-term economic benefits while inspiring global confidence in Bangladesh potential. Technology and innovation. With their experience in cutting-edge technologies, NRB can introduce transformative solutions to drive innovation across industries. Skill development. By sharing knowledge and fostering collaboration, NRB can mentor and upskill our workforce, ensuring it remains competitive in global economy. And of course, the nation branding. Perhaps the most importantly, NRB can serve as our most credible ambassadors, helping to craft and share Bangladesh narrative of resilience, growth, and boundless potential. At Team Group, we take immense pride to contribute in this vision through our endeavors in RMG, retail, pharmaceuticals, information technology, and real estate. These industries collectively showcase the spirit of innovation excellence that define modern Bangladesh. But our vision goes beyond business. It is about building a nation that inspires, uplifts, and unites. The story of Bangladesh is one of the unparalleled resilience and untapped potential. Our journey from adversity to triumph has equipped us with a unique perspective on growth on that is both human created and sustainable. As NRB, you hold the key to amplifying this story globally. On that portray Bangladesh as an emerging leader in innovation, sustainability, and economic dynamism. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with Bangladesh Brand Forum, is eager to partner with you to develop comprehensive strategies that reflects our progress and aspiration. This evolving landscape also present immense opportunities for you as NRB to gain recognition and influence by actively participating in policymaking and development initiatives. your access avenues for collaboration with both public and private sectors. You contribute meaningfully to Bangladesh progress while simultaneously enhancing your professional and personal growth. Most importantly, you shape a legacy that consent your global achievement with the transformation of our homeland. At Team Group, we remain steadfast in our commitment to facilitating the meaningful engagement with NRB and fostering structured collaboration with local talents. Through platforms like these, Conclave, and strategic partnership with organizations such as Brand Forum, we aim to institutionalize mechanism for sustained impactful collaboration. Together, let us reimagine Bangladesh, a nation that not only meets its challenge head on, but inspire the world with its resilience, progress, and vision. The future of Bangladesh is not just a dream, it is a shared journey, and we are proud to walk this path with you. Thank you, and let us work collaboratively to shape Bangladesh that stand as a beacon of hope, innovation, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your speech. Now, it is my privilege to invite on stage a visionary leader whose unwavering dedication and relentless effort have paved the path for this conclave. He has been tirelessly working to elevate Bangladesh's image in the global stage. Let's give a huge round of applause as I welcome Mr. Shariful Islam, founder and managing director of Bangladesh Brand Forum and founder of Bangladesh Innovation Conclave.
Lutfi Siddiqui, special envoy to Honorable Chief Advisor, MD Yoshimuddin, Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, distinguished guests from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, distinguished guests who have joined from different parts of the world and also from Bangladesh. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I'll start with two stories. The first one was in 2007, the year that we started Bangladesh Brand Forum. At that point in time, I just left a job in a multinational company, have absolutely no credibility or whatsoever to start a knowledge initiative on Bangladesh. In 2007, it was a little advanced from Bangladesh context. And I was thinking, how can I actually, how can we break through the clutter and make a connect with the private sector? That's where we have been working extensively over the last 17 years. So I realized that because it's Bangladesh Brand Forum and branding was at the core, and it still is the core, I wrote to Professor Philip Kotler. He was, still is, the most influential marketeer in the world. Now imagine a random mail going to someone of his stature who was extremely busy at that point in time. And I was thinking, how do you sort of cut across and make sure that he writes something for you, promotes the event so that everyone notices and gets credibility? Interestingly, if you remember, 2006 was the year when our Honorable Chief Advisor received the Nobel Peace Prize, the first Bangladeshi to win that. So in the mail, I actually brought that in a context and somehow created a story, just the way we marketeers do, of what we are trying to do. And very interestingly, in the next day, I received a mail back. And later, we actually created a number of projects with Professor Philip Kotler, both in Bangladesh and globally. And he basically showed deep respect and appreciation for our Honorable Chief Advisor. And that's the reason he basically wrote back, he promoted the event, and it started off in a very exciting format, something we would have made it very difficult without that. And then you realize how one individual can make such a difference. Each of our NRBs, actually, people who are EU representative and representing, and those who are spread around the world, are actually that power of force. The second story, those who are in marketing, we know of Jack Trout. So Jack Trout is has been the father, along with Aldrich, the father of positioning. So in branding context, we say positioning is at the center of strategic focus. How do you position a nation? How do you position a brand? So I met in Jack Trout in Singapore, and I asked him, I think it was back in 2005, asked him, Jack, how do you look at, if you want to brand Bangladesh, how do you look at what should be the positioning strategy? So Jack thought for some time, and then he said, you have to change your name. And I said, why? And he was like, because your name carries so much of negative association, it would be very difficult for you to do anything. And that very naturally made me feel so angry, so frustrated, and all, at the same time, you can say the way many experts would look down on a country because of the limited information they have. And thereby, but later we realized that's precisely the challenge the country like ours will always face. Whatever progress we make, our perception around the world will always be 5 to 10 years back. There's always a lag behind what we are doing and what different parts of the world or our key stakeholders around the world would perceive us. And in 2007, basically, that was one of the reasons we launched Bangladesh Brand Forum, that how can we reduce that gap? And it's not just about telling stories. Yeah, that's important. But more importantly, stories are actually promises that we make to different stakeholders of a country. Much more important than promise, we personally feel, is the delivery. Whatever promise we are making as a nation, are we delivering on that? And preferably, are we delivering more? And that's the context from where Bangladesh Brand Forum over the last 16 years, through various engagements we have been trying to do. That how do we work with our professionals? How do we work with the business leaders, our founders, entrepreneurs, and very, very important, the youth of the nation, who are the major driver of Bangladesh. How do you create this? How do you create a back end which can deliver whatever promise we make at the front? And that's where, in that juncture, we felt that our NRBs, our professionals of different field, can play such an important role. Because the transformation journey that we're talking about require extensive knowledge, especially when we are talking about a world where AI and frontier techs are changing the rule book every day. It's not years, it's every day things are shifting. How collectively we are in pace with those shifts, and at the same time charter a path which not only basically ensures our progress, but at the same time becomes a role model of how a country can proceed, bringing in tech, but also very, very importantly, human component. Which we need to realize from a brand lens, we need to find out what is our core strength. And again, a third story. So in 2007, we brought a speaker from Firmanish. So he's their chief creative officer, and he studies trend. So he stays in Bangladesh for 7 days. and also another speaker who came from New York, the CEO of US's #1 innovation and design company. Both basically gave us the same story. That the second speaker came in 2022, 2020, and the first speaker came in 2007. So I said, what did you see in Bangladesh? Can you say something which maybe it stands out? I know, don't look at the numbers. Numbers and everything is fine. It can go up and down. From people lens, what did you find? So the first speaker says, he showed me 100 pictures. So he take pictures. So and all the pictures were pictures of eyes. And eyes of different layers of socio-economic. So from a rickshaw puller to someone in the slums, to a professional, to a high-income individual, both male, female, young and old. And he said, I have never seen anywhere in the world eyes which are happy. I said, what do you mean by happy? They said, it's not in the typical sense of happiness. It's their expectations are very less. So you can sense they want to give more. You can, and that's why you come up very differently whenever I interact. It's not just about typical hospitality. There is a innate sort of a core at you where you want to be there. Now imagine that from a world context, where we are basically looking at everything from pure win and loss game. Here is a nation which, if we energize that, channel that energy, it can be, we are there for you. We want to, yes, we have challenges. We have got huge challenges, but at the same time, we are facing sort of challenges that maybe the world will face 100 years down the line. We are figuring those out, and we are basically trying to do it for people. The same speaker who actually in 2020, he said that he came from China to Bangladesh, and it was like in Chinese airport, it's absolutely high tech. Everything is digitized and everything. Yours super chaotic. He stayed in Dhaka for 3 days. He went to old Dhaka, and he was saying, I have seen less chaotic city than Dhaka. But man, the energy that you have, it's unbelievable. I have never felt such energy. And that your challenge is how do you channel that energy? Now, energy, if not rightly channeled, will be pushed into something else, I think. So once we look at all this perspective, and all of us know that's basically our strength. The world's most densely populated nation, for such large population, can be seen as a negative, but actually density dividend can be our biggest strength. Because we can test out ideas, we can figure out problems faster than anywhere in the world, because we are so closely knitted, we are so closely aligned. And that's where we felt that how can we use the help of our NRB friends, NRB family members into making this transformational journey. So today's summit is just a beginning. We have been trying to figure this out over the last 6-7 years. And one of the reasons we felt that where we face a little bit of gap in NRB engagement, we cannot give a landing space. So whenever we talk to NRBs, people are very, very excited. But what's next? So today, you will be seeing 4 discussions. Many NRBs are joining virtually, where we will be talking about skills development, investment, innovation, and nation branding. And each of those areas, we will try to find out how NRBs can engage in those specific areas and try to come up with a framework through which they can engage, whereby we as a Bangladesh Brand Forum with our relevant partners in Bangladesh can actually launch those projects so that it becomes easier for any NRB sitting anywhere in the world can actually engage on that specific field. And just as a as a testament, we will be launching one such project, which we have been also collaborating with one NRB friend from LA to teach STEM in our schools with a joint collaboration with a very successful US-based sort of initiative. That should show us how we can leverage the power of NRBs into shaping Bangladesh. I'll end with a very famous, not famous, one of my favorite sort of quote I heard from one of the speakers. So he said, always remember that the energy at the back that is pushing us forward is always, always stronger than the challenges that is in the front. So it will always move forward. The energy at the back is always stronger. Thank you so much. I hope we have a great learning engagement.
More than 15 million non-resident Bangladeshis form a global network of talent and expertise. Beyond the immense contributions through financial remittances, they are architects of innovation, pioneers of progress, and ambassadors of Bangladesh on the global stage. The second edition of the Bangladesh NRB Conclave brings together thought leaders, innovators, and visionaries under the theme Transforming Bangladesh Through Knowledge Remittance. This gathering exemplifies the power of collaboration and innovation to unlock Bangladesh's full potential. Through 4 critical areas: investment, technology and innovation, skills development, and nation branding, NRBs are not just participants in Bangladesh's journey, but catalysts for transformation. Why are NRBs needed now more than ever? Because Bangladesh is at a pivotal moment, a moment where knowledge, expertise, and innovation are the cornerstones of progress. A moment where the contributions of white-collar professionals, your contributions, can shape the future of our nation. The real Bangladeshi vision, a nation of opportunity, equality, and prosperity, can only be achieved with the active participation of NRBs. Together, we can overcome challenges, create opportunities, and redefine Bangladesh's place on the global stage. Join us at the second edition of Bangladesh NRB Conclave. Together, let's transform dreams into reality and build a Bangladesh that thrives on the power of its people, no matter where they are in the world.
We are extremely honored to have Mohammad Joshimuddin, Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, for gracing this occasion, this opening session of the second NRB Conclave as the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome our honorable chief guest to come on stage.
Honorable Special Envoy, Mr. Lutfi Siddiqui, esteemed Rector of the Foreign Service Academy, Mr. Mashfin Shams, Founder and Managing Director of Bangladesh Brand Forum, Mr. Shariful Islam, distinguished guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by paying tribute to the martyrs of our great war of independence. Because of their sacrifice, we are here. I'd also like to pay my respect to the martyrs, the brave sons and daughters of July-August Revolution. Your sacrifice is an inspiration. It is a privilege and honor to speak at the opening session of NRB Conclave 2024 amidst a distinguished presence. We have gathered here today to discuss a truly transformative vision, one that recognizes the immense contributions of our non-resident Bangladeshis and envisions a future where knowledge remittance becomes a cornerstone of our nation's progress. Bangladesh is a story of resilience and aspiration. Our collective aspiration is to have an inclusive democratic society and a knowledge-based economy which is sustainable by its own merits. Over the decades, we have tried but yet to realize our dreams. One of the key factors in achieving our vision of a prosperous, equitable, and innovative nation is the collective strength of all Bangladeshis, both at home and abroad. Distinguished presence, the July-August revolution led by the students has paved the way for building an inclusive economy where everyone has the opportunity to contribute and receive their fair share. Honorable Chief Advisor, Dr. Muhammad Yunus has dedicated his life to bring people who are at the margins into the center of economy and empower them. He has appointed some of the finest minds and introduced fresh leadership in key organizations and institutions to foster openness, innovation, and change within the system. He has brought together experts in their respective fields from across the nation and the Bangladeshi diaspora to drive this transformative vision forward. We have Mr. Lutfi Siddiqui this morning, who represents those contemporary and essential values to build a new Bangladesh 2.0. Ladies and gentlemen, non-resident Bangladeshis are not just our global ambassadors. They are an extension of our nation's talent, creativity, and spirit. Their expertise in diverse fields, from technology to healthcare, from entrepreneurship to academia, holds the power to ignite new opportunities and tackle the complex challenges of our time. One of the defining challenges of our time is keeping pace with the rapid technological advancements, reshaping the global future. To bridge the knowledge gap, we must expand the concept of remittance to include knowledge remittance. Today, remittance is no longer confined to the tangible flow of hard currency. It also encompasses an intangible dimension, the wealth of experience and expertise our expatriates bring with them. Beyond financial contributions, the knowledge and skills of our diaspora are invaluable assets for fostering entrepreneurship and driving innovation. By sharing ideas, transferring skills, and introducing advanced technologies, our expatriate community can play a pivotal role in shaping the foundations of a modern knowledge-based economy. Distinguished guests, over the years, NRBs have been instrumental in driving institutional and policy reforms, advocating for digital governance and pioneering initiatives in financial inclusion and e-governance. Their expertise in emerging technologies such as AI, IoT, and green technologies has revolutionized public services while significantly enhancing the quality of healthcare, education, and technological capabilities across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, in this era of rapid technological advancement, NRB's role is paramount. By actively engaging as mentors, investors, and collaborators, we can bridge the gap between global innovations and the specific needs of our nation, thereby driving transformative growth. Together, we can revolutionize healthcare through AI-powered diagnostics, expand access to quality education through innovative digital platforms, and redefine financial inclusion through NRB-supported fintech solutions. With your active collaboration, Bangladesh can emerge as a global hub for AI innovation, addressing critical challenges in agriculture, urban planning, and disaster management while fostering sustainable and equitable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportune time to set the foundation for synergies and collaboration. Together, we can translate our shared vision into tangible realities. I would like to specify 4 points and areas where and how we can collaborate for a better future. A, forge strong global partnerships that attract investments, facilitate knowledge sharing, and drive technological transfers to benefit Bangladesh. B, invest in the next generation by providing guidance and skill building initiatives to equip our youth with the tools they need to thrive in the 21st century. C, support ventures that promote sustainable growth, create meaningful employment opportunities, and foster economic resilience for future generations. D, champion policies that promote inclusivity, equity, and environmental sustainability, ensuring that our nation progresses holistically and justly, benefiting all citizens and safeguarding our environment for generations to come. If we become successful in these endeavors, that will make a lasting and transformative impact on Bangladesh's development and her global standing. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Brand Forum is an important platform to showcase synergy. Let us utilize platforms like this to develop actionable strategies and forge enduring partnerships that will shape a brighter, more inclusive future for Bangladesh. Together, let us pave the way for a transformative journey, ensuring that the wealth of knowledge and skills possessed by our global diaspora contributes meaningfully to the nation's growth and prosperity. Your contributions and our collective resolve will illuminate the path towards a future that fulfills the aspirations of every Bangladeshi, both at home and abroad. Together we rise. I thank you.
Sir, if I may request you to kindly stay back on the stage. Bangladesh Brand Forum would like to present a token of appreciation, and may I please invite Mr. Shariful Islam, founder and managing director of Bangladesh Brand Forum, to do the honor. So if you'd like to come in the middle, please. Not every nation gets a chance to rewrite their future. Not every generation gets a chance to rebuild and reform their country. And we are blessed to have that opportunity. And with that said, our first keynote session of the day is about the new Bangladesh narrative. And our first keynote speaker has this incredible ability to explain the most complex issues with wit, clarity, and elegance, a skill that makes hosting him a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's an honor hosting him, hosting such an eloquent speaker, but on the other, I find myself questioning my public speaking skills. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Lutfi Siddiqui, Special Envoy on International Affairs to Honorable Chief Advisor, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Ooh. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good morning. I hope I don't disappoint because I don't have a speech. I thought I'll have a conversation and maybe respond to some of the observations made by others, and really see how we get on. I'm more used to being on that side of the table, and I think I spoke at this event a few years ago, and it's there online. So if you want to just listen to a lot of what I would have said, it's very much there. But I thought I would perhaps re-look at it from this side of the table now that I am here in the interim government, and share some thoughts on how, if I were you right now, how I would make myself fully useful in the journey that we're on at the moment. So first of all, it's very important for people like me, for people like many of you, members of the diaspora, to appreciate the huge sacrifices made by people who live here through lives, through liberties, life-changing injuries, huge sacrifices that have resulted in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to now imagine and execute on a range of possibilities that would not have been available to us. So every single day, I remind myself that that is the price that people have paid in order for you and me to be able to now pursue this mission and do this job. I'm also extremely grateful to the Chief Advisor, members of the Advisory Council. If you think about it, it's quite extraordinary for them to invite, welcome, and accept someone like me within their circles. A few weeks after the government was formed, someone from outside, in the position that I have been given. And it's really a testament to the fact that they are very open to a diversity of ideas, perspectives, and capabilities. And I'm extremely grateful for that. And I've said this before, I say it again. When I look at the advisors in this government, I have never felt more respect for people that I've worked with in any other setting, any other organization, any other country that I've worked in over the years. Tremendous sense of purpose, tremendous personal integrity that they bring to the job. So what is the job? And why do we need brand positioning? And what is the critical role of NRBs within that? At an economic level, we run two macroeconomic deficits. One is the external deficit. We have more things that we need to buy from the rest of the world compared to what we can earn by selling to the rest of the world. And the second deficit is the internal deficit. The government needs to spend a lot more than what it generates through domestic revenues. And attached to each one of these two deficits, we have two statistics of shame. The first one is that we have probably the world's lowest FDI to GDP ratio. And the second one is that we have probably the world's lowest tax to GDP ratio. And neither of these two gaps can be overcome sustainably by simply printing money. If you do that, you create inflation, you create a depletion of reserves, your currency depreciates. There are no other ways of dealing with both of these but to increase investment, to increase private investment, and to increase foreign private investment. That's the mathematical reality that we are confronted with right now. And in that, the good news is that we have the economic fundamentals for investment at a macroeconomic level. We know, not a lot of people do perhaps outside of our circles, but you and I know that we are the 8th largest country by population in the world, probably the same size as Russia and Canada combined. The median age is some 22 years younger than the average Japanese or the German, 12 years younger than the average Chinese or Singaporean. We have double the fertility rate of Vietnam. So the raw material for growth, for economic returns, fundamentals are very much here. But the tragedy has been that we have not been able to translate those fundamentals into investable, bankable projects. And so that is what we need to try and overcome. And that requires us to change reality and to change perception. Both need to happen at the same time. As was just discussed, there is an issue of brand positioning. There is an issue of narrative. There is an issue of storytelling. And we do need to tell the story the way it is in a credible and confident and positive way. If you look at the economists giving us the Country of the Year recognition very recently, a couple of weeks ago, I think that tells a reasonable story. It's recognition of the event of the uprising. It's a recognition of the period after that, both in terms of what has been achieved in terms of stabilization, but also the various counterfactual scenarios that have been avoided. And it's a story of the promise from here on of what can be achieved through structural reforms. And when it comes to brand positioning, I mean, I have to mention our chief advisor. You know, there isn't a photo of the chief advisor anywhere in this building, any public office building, in any private sphere, anywhere outside. But he is a tremendous international brand. I remember going to Davos and going to the investment promotion reception of another country where the chief guest was Professor Muhammad Yunus. You go to a summit with him right now, whether it's the UN General Assembly or the COP29. I was at the D8 in Cairo recently, and he's a rock star. They announced the heads of governments are going to come on stage and sit there, and all the others are there, and I was looking for, where is our guy? And he's taking time because he's getting stopped along the way because people want to take a selfie with him. That is a tremendous amount of personal brand that we selfishly can use for the promotion of the country brand. And I can see the benefit of that already. But this is not about a single person. It's not about personalities. We're here to reform institutions and processes so that we can durably deliver on a brand promise, because this is the important bit. It's not just telling the story, as was discussed just now, it's the fulfillment that comes afterwards. Can we deliver on the brand promise? What is the execution that takes place there? And here we need to have a theory of change. What is the theory of change that will allow us to follow through on a brand promise. When we say to a foreign investor or an NRB investor or anyone who wants to help that please come and help, and we will not drop the ball, how do we generate a body of evidence to show that that is actually happening? And there's all sorts of theories on how that can be done. It's primarily a flywheel. You have to do it over and over again, and it's sometimes 2 steps forwards, 1 step backwards. You've got to keep at it. And you have to generate stories and demonstrate successful execution and implementation stories. And that is where people like myself, I think Ashik Chaudhary will be here soon, later on, chairman of BIDA. One of the first tasks that I had was to help the chief advisor recruit a chairman of BIDA. Ashik was with HSBC in Singapore. We have a handful of excellent operatives in some of the key seats. The chairman of NBR right now, the chairman of the Chittagong Port Authority, and there's a few others. And through them, we're generating a few stories. There is a whole lot of departments and ministries and authorities that need to get involved when it comes to an investor's journey. There's BIDA, BESA, BEBSA, PPP Authority, ICT Authority. I mentioned Chittagong Port, some of the key ministries. And the ease of doing business inside of government is not that great. So we needed to bring that together. The chief advisor chaired the first meeting. Now I chair the subsequent meetings. And once a month we get together and we only focus on where are the obstacles that specific cases are stuck in. Can we remove those obstacles? And while we're doing it, can we change the system so that the next time round, when we're not looking, someone else is stuck in that system again? And we don't know how much success we will have changing the system, but we are certainly generating positive stories. And there are now various investors who are already going out there as ambassadors of the experience that they have had in the last 3 or 4 months, helping market that story to an external audience. So we need to keep doing this, and we hope that we can recruit as many NRBs as possible into this journey so that we're able to demonstrate execution, fulfillment that is consistent with the brand promise, and you get a virtuous cycle between the two of them. There is a problem, though. We are capacity constrained at the moment when it comes to state capacity. And this is whether it's in terms of the number of people who can run with projects, or in terms of the capacity to manage projects that require agility, that require us to be very flexible and cut across hierarchies and departments. It is a skill that is not necessarily present in abundance. And so I'm personally very embarrassed that there are way too many unread messages from NRBs sent to me that I just have not been able to respond to. And so I need to think of ways in which we can do that better. But I think this is where you may also be able to help us. So I want to close with 2 things that I think NRBs can do in the here and now for the journey, to really capitalize on this incredible moment in our history where we can create conditions for fair play and the kind of development that we'd like from here on. The first is think of ways in which you can get organized without necessarily relying on the government to be traffic control. I don't know, maybe create a social business, a diaspora affairs unit that sits outside of government, but is basically a community management platform. You can gather a suite of professional or investor NRBs, intellectual NRBs, and you can arrange them by, sort them by region and generation and expertise, subject matter expertise, and really create and nurture that community. And I'm aware of some of the other diaspora that do that very well. And then interface with perhaps someone like me in my office to see ways in which we can allow members of the diaspora to get on with things. Success stories that you have, so that it can motivate us to also keep going. And that will also help with the fact that at the moment we are in the prequel of the series. In many ways, we're not ready to accept the goodwill and the expertise that is coming towards us. So when someone says this should be your education policy, I'm thinking, I actually want to think about how we should have the conditions and the mechanisms to design an education policy before we can receive a specific suggestion for education policy. So the prequel needs to be in place. Sometimes the ideas come to us in bits and pieces. If you've ever bought furniture from IKEA, for example, right? You get a box, but we don't have the Allen key to put them all together. So this is where we really need help, translating them in a way that can be executed. So that's number one. And the second thing that I would appreciate assistance from NRBs on is to keep the pressure on us for structural reforms. Think of yourselves as a constituency. Whether you have the right to vote or not, I hope you do, but think of yourself as a constituency. What are the demands of this constituency? How are those demands being met? Are they reflected in the political manifestos that we will see along the way? Are they reflected in the reform agenda of the interim government or any government? Because when I'm there, back there sitting on your side of the table, this is the thing that I would be banking on. That the reforms journey is irreversible, that we have mechanisms to monitor them. I don't know, maybe create a trip advisor type technology, right? Every time you see a government service, you experience a government service, that app will keep track of how that's going. But keep an eye on reforms, be the watchdog for reforms from outside, and help along. And then finally, there is not only a very good and encouraging story to tell, but there is also a little bit of disinformation that needs to be combated externally. So when you're here, look around. If you have questions, ask them. If you're satisfied with what you hear and see, please play an active and a proactive role in narrating and selling that story to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to meeting with some of you in person. Thank you.
So if you could kindly stay back for a little. So if you could kindly stay back, I would like to request Mr. Shariful Islam to again come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation for your time, for your insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us throughout the day. We're going to have a very exciting, insightful day till 6 o'clock, hopefully. But then for now, we'd like to have a short, and I repeat, short coffee break. By that, can we have everybody come inside again within 15 minutes? We have series of panel discussions and keynote speeches, one after another. So again, 15 minutes is probably what we would be able to provide at this point in time. There'll be plenty of networking opportunities during further coffee breaks and lunch session. But then please enjoy your coffee and be back within 15 minutes. Thank you so much. If you're not done with your snacks and coffee, you're most welcome to bring them inside. Again, you're most welcome to bring snacks and coffee inside. That is also fine, but then we're already running behind time, so we would really request all of you to be here within 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow.
We'd like to start again. Can I request all our invited guests to please join us inside? We can start as soon as you're settled. I'd like to request all of our participants, our attendees, our guests to please come inside. We're ready. And we're going to have a panel discussion comprising of private sector representative as well as government representative. So I've been given the green signal to restart. We're going to now head into the panel discussion. The first panel discussion of the day, and the topic for the panel is Reshaping Skill Development in Bangladesh through NRB Engagement. The session would be moderated by none other than Jishan Kingshuk Haq, Managing Director and Chief Enabling Officer of RTS Enterprise. Of Finance of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Fahim Mashur, Managing Director, BD Jobs. Terry Tarin Anwar, President and CEO, J Gaines and Company. NIPS try to take it over.
জুনায়েদ চলে গেছে তাই না? In my first concert of Ustad Zakir Hussain, Ustad Zakir Hussain took a break and he said, we are going to take a 5 minutes break, which is going to last for 12 minutes. মানে আমার অডিয়েন্সের সিচুয়েশনটা অলমোস্ট এরকম। জুনায়েদ বলেছিল ভেরি শর্ট ব্রেক, বাট এখনো ইয়েট টু কাম। আমি ব্র্যান্ড ফোরামের যারা আছে তাদেরকে রিকোয়েস্ট করছি যে বাইরে যারা আছেন তাদেরকে জাস্ট ইনভাইট করার জন্য যে ভেতরে চলে আসতে। I would like to start with the introduction. আমাদের ভাষায় যেটাকে বলে আইস ব্রেকিং সেশন। হ্যাঁ, আমি আমার সবচেয়ে দূর থেকে শুরু করি। মোশতাক।
ধন্যবাদ জিশান ভাই। সো বাংলায় বলবো নাকি?
হ্যাঁ, is there anyone who needs to be, I mean, আমি তো বাংলার শিক্ষকের ছেলে, আবার ইংরেজিতে আমার মা হচ্ছেন প্রিন্সিপাল। So I'm good with both or bad with both.
তো আমার নাম মুশতাক আহমেদ। আমি বেসিক্যালি লাস্ট 10 ইয়ার্স আমি কাজ করতেছি কানেক্টিভিটি, গ্লোবাল কানেক্টিভিটি, LTE, 5G, প্রোডাক্ট ডেভেলপমেন্ট, ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং, ডিজাইন। তো আমার কোম্পানি এখন 7টা দেশে অপারেটিং করতেছে, ইনক্লুডিং বাংলাদেশ। বাংলাদেশে আমি প্রায় 15 বছর ধরে আমার কোম্পানি হচ্ছে নিপসিস অপারেট করতেছি, এবং বাংলাদেশে আমাদের ইম্প্যাক্ট অনেক সোশ্যাল ইম্প্যাক্টের প্রজেক্ট আছে, গ্লোবালি অনেকগুলি প্রজেক্ট আছে। সো আই ডোন্ট ওয়ান্ট টু স্পেন্ড অল দোজ টাইমস টু talk about all the different projects that we are doing or even the product that we're selling for the world. So highlight is right now we are serving 911 service for 2 million people. And I am working on like over indebtedness reduction system, which is like around 400,000 people every month gets the service. We're giving clean water, roughly like some billions of gallons of clean water, even including Dhaka. There is a partner NGO, they worked on drink well, so in the IoT side of the story, and this year we'll be connecting additional 1 million people on our 5G and LTE. So it's a global journey, and I'm always on the plane. So this is my hop to going to Malaysia. So thank you.
Yes, introduction.
ধন্যবাদ জিসান। আমি ফাহিম মাসরুর। আমি গত 25 বছর ধরে টেকনোলজি ফিল্ডে আছি। I started edjobs.com way back in 2000. তো এখানে অনেকেই দেখছি অডিয়েন্সের মধ্যে যাদের সাথে পরিচয় হয়েছে বিডি জবসের বিভিন্ন পার্সপেক্টিভে। Also I have been involved in technology advocacy or policy advocacy for almost last couple of decades. I was also president of BASIS. At the moment, I am also serving one task force যেটা প্ল্যানিং মিনিস্ট্রি থেকে করা হয়েছে, যেটা which is actually working on reprioritization of our economy. কারণ আমরা জানি যে আমাদের গত 15 বছর আমাদের ইকোনমিতে অনেক ধরনের ডিসরাপশন হয়েছে, যেটা ন্যাচারাল জিনিসপত্র হওয়া উচিত ছিল সেগুলি হয়নি। তো সেখান থেকে কিভাবে আবার রাইট ট্র্যাকে আমাদের ইকোনমি সোসাইটিকে আনা যায় সেটার ব্যাপারে একটা উদ্যোগ, সেটা টাস্ক ফোর্স। আই এম অলসো এ মেম্বার অফ দ্যাট কমিটি। তো সেই কমিটির পার্সপেক্টিভেও হয়তো কিছু জিনিসপত্র আজকের আলোচনায় উইল বি ভেরি রিলেভেন্ট, যে আমরা স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট এবং এডুকেশন নিয়ে টেকনোলজিতে কিভাবে এটার ব্যবহারটা আরো বাড়াতে পারি। সো আই লুক ফরওয়ার্ড ফর দ্য ডিসকাশন। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. Amar naam Mohammad Walid Hussain. Perhaps I'm the only odd here because I'm representing government. In fact, I'm additional secretary to the government working in Ministry of Finance. আমি মূলত একটা স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্রোগ্রাম যেটা ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন থেকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা হয়, এবং ইটস ফান্ডেড বাই এডিবি of worth $375 million, of which ADB gives 300 million and GOB gives $75 million. In fact, it's a very new program that we have started. Although Finance Division a skill development program এর আগেও একটা করেছে, আপনারা জানেন এটার নাম হচ্ছে Skills for Employment Investment Program, তারই অনুবৃত্তি ক্রমে আমরা এই যে নতুন প্রোগ্রামটা শুরু করেছি, স্কিলস ফর ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কম্পিটিটিভনেস অ্যান্ড ইনোভেশন প্রোগ্রাম। সো এখানে আমি এক্সিকিউটিভ প্রোগ্রাম ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে কাজ করছি, এবং আমার মনে হয় মডারেটর যখন সুযোগ দেবে তখন হয়তো বা আমি বলার চেষ্টা করবো যে কিভাবে আমরা স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট এবং আজকে যে এনআরবি সাথে কাজ করার যে সুযোগটা কিভাবে আমরা তৈরি করব, সেটা আমি সুযোগ পেলে বলবো ইনশাআল্লাহ। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Assalamu alaikum. আমার নাম হচ্ছে তারিন আনোয়ার। আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি আই অলসো গো বাই দ্য নেম টেরি। এটারও একটা ইতিহাস আছে। আমি প্রথম যখন চাকরিতে ঢুকি, আই বিন উইথ এক্সিকিউটিভ সার্চ ফার্ম অন ওয়াল স্ট্রিট ফর দ্য লাস্ট 42 ইয়ার্স। তো আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি পড়াশোনা করেছি এখানে মির্জাপুর ক্যাডেট কলেজ থেকে, ম্যাট্রিক 1970। তারপরে অ্যাকচুয়ালি 74-এ ঢাকা কলেজ থেকে, পাকিস্তানে আটকে পড়েছিলাম, তারপরে ঢাকা কলেজ থেকে আইএসসি করে আমি চলে যাই আমেরিকাতে পড়াশোনা। তো আই বিন ইন আমেরিকা ফর দ্য লাস্ট 50 ইয়ার্স। আন্ডারগ্রাজুয়েট করেছি ইকোনমিক্সে ফ্রম বেইজ কলেজ, অ্যান্ড দেন 3 ইয়ার্স অফ গ্রাজুয়েট স্কুল অ্যাট এমআইটি। তারপরে আমি এক্সিকিউটিভ রিক্রুটিং ফার্মে জয়েন করি, জে গেইনস অ্যান্ড কোম্পানি, অ্যান্ড আই এম কারেন্টলি দি প্রেসিডেন্ট অ্যান্ড সিইও অফ দ্য ফার্ম। তো আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটা ছোট্ট একটা স্টোরি দিয়ে আপনাদের আমার পরিচয় দিতে চাই। ইন দ্য লাস্ট 42 years I had the honor and pleasure of recruiting many senior executives, mostly C-level now, for firms like Morgan Stanley, Vanguard, premier Wall Street firms. তো একটা এক্সাম্পল আপনাকে দিই, because it's a very interesting story. In 1986 I recruited a very famous computer science professor, নাম হচ্ছে Professor David Shaw. I recruited him to Morgan Stanley from Columbia, where he was a tenured professor. He started what's known as the Analytics Systems Group, and in the span, তখন তার বেতন ছিল when he entered Morgan Stanley was $300,000. In the next 2 years, he made hundreds of millions for Morgan Stanley, and then he started his own firm called D. Shaw and Company, which is one of the largest quantitative hedge funds in the world. Fast forward a few years, he was somebody approached Jeff Bezos of Amazon's fame to have him talk to David Shaw. So Jeff Bezos was a summa cum laude in applied mathematics from Princeton. So okay, যখন বলছে যে please talk to David Shaw, so he said, why should I talk to David Shaw? I've never heard of him. The recruiter insisted that he should talk, and he met with David Shaw, and they met and liked each other, and he got a job offer and he accepted. So he was with David Shaw for 4 years. Fast forward 4 years, and he came up with the idea of selling books on the internet. So he went to David Shaw and said, David, I have this great idea. What do you think of it? And David Shaw said, I don't think it's such a good idea, because nobody buys books on the internet. Everybody goes to Barnes and Noble or Borders and buys books. You know, I don't think it's such a good idea. You are my best employee. Next year, this is 92. I guarantee you will get $1 million in salary and bonus. And 1 million in 92 was a huge amount. But if you want to do it, you know, you have the freedom, but I give you 48 hours. You either say yes or no, whether you want to stay. 48 hours later, he comes back and says, this idea would not let go of me. So if you don't mind, please support me, bless me. And if you can give me some seed money, I want to start, a bookseller on the internet. And he and his girlfriend and first wife drove to Seattle, started Amazon, and the rest is history. And you know, his net worth is 180 billion, and David Shaw's net worth is 8 billion, and my net worth is nowhere close. Thank you.
আমরা আলাপটাতে সরাসরি চলে যাই, সময় নষ্ট না করে। আমি একটু আলাপে যাওয়ার আগে একটু কনটেক্সটটা সেট করি। বাংলাদেশে প্রতি বছর 7 থেকে 8 লক্ষ লোক দেশের বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছে। এই লোকগুলো কি ধরনের স্কিল সেট নিয়ে যাচ্ছে, and the kind of jobs they are landing, we all understand more or less. আরেকটা ডেটা পয়েন্ট দেই, বাংলাদেশ থেকে যে কোনো ইউনিভার্সিটি থেকে গ্র্যাজুয়েট হওয়ার পরে in the first year up to 50% of the graduates in the first year remains unemployed. In fact, the number is up to 37% up until they become 30. 30 বছর বয়স পর্যন্ত up to 37% of কোনো university graduate remains unemployed. একদিকে যেমন এইটা, আরেকদিকে we can clearly understand the skill gap that the world has. সেটা STEM related subjects এ বলেন, সেটা অন্যান্য কাজে বলেন, হার্ডকোর স্কিলের কাজে বলেন, সব জায়গাতেই স্কিল গ্যাপ আছে। বাংলাদেশের যে বাংলাদেশ 2.0 তে আমরা বসে আছি, এটা কিন্তু আছে বিকজ অফ আ প্রবলেম অফ জব। এটা আমাদেরকে স্বীকার করতেই হবে। ছেলেমেয়েরা প্রথমে জব পাচ্ছিল না, সেটা থেকে মেধার নিয়ে ইস্যু, কোটা নিয়ে ইস্যু, সেখান থেকে আজকে আমরা এই জায়গায় বসে আলাপগুলো করতে পারছি। The skill gap versus the employment issue, or rather the unemployment issue, remains a major problem point that needs to be solved. And আজকে যদি আমরা এটা সলভ না করি, 5-7 বছরেই এটা একটা বাবল বার্স্ট করবে। আমার ধারণা এখন বাবল হয়ে আছে। উইথ দ্যাট আমি মানে এই হচ্ছে কনটেক্সট। আজকের আলাপ থেকে আমি কি নিয়ে যেতে চাই এটা আপনাদের কাছে একটু বলে নিই। আমি নিয়ে যেতে চাই প্রথমত স্কিল গ্যাপ কি কি আছে, থাকলে সেটা কিভাবে ঠিক করা যায়। দ্বিতীয়ত হচ্ছে ঠিক করার জন্য এনআরবিদেরকে কিভাবে আমরা ইনভলভ করতে পারি এবং সেখানে গভর্নমেন্টের কোনো চিন্তা ভাবনা আছে কিনা। এবং 3 নম্বর যেটা আমি সবচেয়ে বেশি চাইবো, যারা আমাকে চেনেন তারা ভালো করেই জানেন, আই এম আ ভেরি অ্যাকশন ওরিয়েন্টেড গাই। আমি চাইবো এইখান থেকে অ্যাটলিস্ট একটা বা দুইটা অ্যাকশনের কমিটমেন্ট নিয়ে যাতে আমরা প্যানেল ডিসকাশনটা শেষ করতে পারি। আমি কি বুঝাতে পেরেছি? ওকে, ফ্যান্টাস্টিক। আমি শুরুতে শুরু করি হচ্ছে সরকারি মানুষকে দিয়ে। ওকে, ওয়ালিদ স্যার, আপনার এই জিনিসটা ভালো লেগেছে। আপনি ফিনান্স মিনিস্ট্রির লোক, ফিনান্স বোঝে হচ্ছে রিটার্ন ভার্সেস ইনভেস্টমেন্ট, রাইট? অথবা উল্টা ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ভার্সেস রিটার্ন বোঝার চেষ্টা করে। আপনারা স্কিলসে ইনভেস্ট করছেন এই তথ্যটি আমি ঠিক মতো জানতাম না। আমি একটু এই জায়গাটা একটু বুঝতে চাই যে কোথায় ইনভেস্ট করছেন অ্যান্ড সেখান থেকে রিটার্নটা কি এক্সপেক্ট করছেন, সেটার সাথে যদি ছোট্ট একটু লেজ দিতে পারেন এনআরবিদেরকে কিভাবে ইনক্লুড করা যায়।
ধন্যবাদ কিংশুক। ইনফ্যাক্ট আমি গত প্রায় গভর্নমেন্ট সার্ভিস প্রায় 25 বছর চাকরি হয়েছে। ইটস মাই 26th ইয়ার রানিং। গত 8 বছর ধরে আমি স্পেশালি স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট সেক্টরে কাজ করছি বিকজ I was very much involved in the ACIP program and it was a truly success and ADB branded as one of the flagship program and project of the Bangladesh. So এর ধারাবাহিকতায় আমরা SICIP নামে একটা নতুন প্রোগ্রাম শুরু করেছি। আপনারা জানেন যে শুরুতে একটু এসিআইপি সম্পর্কে একটু বলে নিই যে এসিআইপি ছিল একটা স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্রোগ্রাম, স্কিলস ফর এমপ্লয়মেন্ট ইনভেস্টমেন্ট প্রোগ্রাম, অ্যান্ড রাফলি বিগত 8 বছরে 2014 সাল থেকে প্রায় আমরা 8 লক্ষ লোককে আমরা কর্মমুখী জনগোষ্ঠীকে আমরা প্রায় স্কিল ট্রেনিং দিয়েছি along with our 26 partners like BGME, BKME, Bangladesh Construction Engineers, rehab and ISC tourism, and there are many. In fact, অনেকগুলি বিজনেস পার্টনার ছিল আমাদের সাথে, তাদের সাথে আমরা ট্রেনিং করে আমরা 8 লক্ষ লোককে চাকরি দিয়েছি এবং তাদের মধ্যে আমাদের জব প্লেসমেন্ট করেছি আমরা মোর দেন 71%। আমি ধারণা করছি যে সবারই চাকরি হয়েছে, বাট আমরা প্রমিস বাউন্ড ছিলাম যে we had to do more than 60%, which we have over achieved of 71%. So এটা দিয়ে শুরু হয়েছিল। তার পরবর্তীতে তারই ধারাবাহিকতায় আমি এখন আমরা যেটা শুরু করেছি স্কিলস ফর ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কম্পিটিটিভনেস অ্যান্ড ইনোভেশন প্রোগ্রাম। তো কিংশুক যেটা শুরুতে বলেছেন যে ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন কেন, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য রোল অফ ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন ইন দ্য স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট সেক্টর। তো আমার এটা একটু বলে নেই যে আমাদের ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন ওয়াজ নেভার বিন ইনভলভ উইথ স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট। ইনফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশনের কাজ হচ্ছে মূলত ইকোনমিক ডেভেলপমেন্ট করা এবং স্পেশালি রিসোর্স মোবিলাইজ করা এবং ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশনটা দেখা। ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশনটা মোস্টলি সরকারের অন্যান্য মন্ত্রণালয় করে থাকে, আমাদের কাজ হচ্ছে বাজেট প্রণয়ন করা। অ্যান্ড I was really working for last 15 years in especially preparing the national budget. সো সেখান থেকে আমি এক নতুন কাজ শুরু করেছি। তো ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন ইনফ্যাক্ট 14 সালে যখন এই জার্নিটা শুরু করে তখন ইট ওয়াজ এডিবি হু রিকোয়েস্টেড যে এটা ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন যেহেতু ইটস এ ওয়ার্কস লাইক এ বাইন্ডার ক্লিপ of all the ministries by providing resources to all the 62 divisions and ministries. So ADB requested যে তার আগে আমাদের দেশে স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্টে অনেক কাজ করার চেষ্টা করা হয়েছে, মূলত বিভিন্ন মন্ত্রণালয় এটার উদ্যোগ নিয়েছে, 22টা ক্রস কাটিং মন্ত্রণালয় এটার সাথে যুক্ত ছিল, কিন্তু আসলে নো ওয়ান ওয়ার্কড অ্যাজ এ বাইন্ডার ক্লিপ। সো এডিবি রিকোয়েস্টেড যে ফাইন্যান্স ডিভিশন যদি এই কাজটি করে তাহলে they will put more than $1 billion in next 10 years. So that was the initial journey, and that was the initial story that we started in 2014. তারই ধারাবাহিকতায় আমরা সাকসেসফুলি এসিআইপিটা যখন বাস্তবায়ন করেছি, পরবর্তীতে আমরা এখন এসআইসিআইপি নিয়ে উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করেছি। এখন কিংশুকের সেকেন্ড প্রশ্নের উত্তরে আসি। আমি যেহেতু স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্সের ছাত্র, আমি জাস্ট একটু ধারণা দিই। আমাদের দেশে এখন to reap the benefit of demographic dividend, we have like 27 million population, which are who are aged between 15 to 29 years. So this is the one of the dividend that we see. As Sharif Bhai has mentioned, that we really need to move forward no matter what the challenges come at the front. So এই 27 মিলিয়ন যে পপুলেশন সামনে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে, যেটা কিংশুকু বলেছে যে many of them they don't get jobs, even some of them don't have the opportunity to enroll in many universities in the tertiary education. So সেখানে আমাদের এই ছেলেগুলিকে আমরা যদি রিশেপ করে স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্টে যদি উদ্বুদ্ধ করতে পারি, তাহলে বাংলাদেশের ভবিষ্যৎ আমি মনে করি যে অনেক ভালো এগিয়ে যাবে। আরেকটা স্ট্যাটিস্টিক দেই, ইউনেস্কো বলেছে গত 21 সালে প্রায় 44,000, 22 সালে 49,000 and 23 সালে প্রায় 52,000 স্টুডেন্টস বাংলাদেশ থেকে বিদেশে গিয়েছে পড়তে। অ্যান্ড আমি মনে করি যে এভরিডে দ্য নাম্বারস আর ইনক্রিজিং, অ্যান্ড বাট দ্য worrisome thing is that none of them are returning back unless they are given an opportunity and given a platform like NRB Conclave. আর আমাদের ইমিগ্রেন্ট স্কিল ওয়ার্কার্স কন্টিনিউসলি বাড়ছে। 2021 130,000 গিয়েছে, 2022 252,000, and 2023 323,000. It's increasing by 100,000 each year. So there is every possibility that we can send our immigrant skills worker, if we make them skilled and ready for the world market, they will produce more, they will add more value to our economy. For that reason, finance division is in the circuit now, because finance division এখন ভাবছে যে যদি ইকোনমিক কম্পিটিটিভস বাড়াতে হয় তাহলে ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কম্পিটিটিভস বাড়াতে হবে। So industry companies can only be scaled up by skilling people and bringing those non-resident Bangladeshi expertise to country and the scholars back home, so that they can come back, give them a platform, give them enough opportunity so that they really can come back home and they get enough conducive environment to give their best. আমরা যদি তাদেরকে আমরা এই সুযোগটা করে দিতে পারি, for that reason it is my opportunity here. I'm very thankful to Brand for inviting me. আমি সেটাই বলতে চাই যে সিসি প্রোগ্রাম আমরা যে নতুন শুরু করেছি এটা খুবই ইন্টারেস্টিং। এটা আমরা ভাবছি এবার অ্যাডভান্স লেভেল স্কিলস। You heard the name SICIP, that is Skills for Employment in Industry Competitiveness and Innovation Program. So আমার নামের মধ্যেই দুটো মেজর কম্পোনেন্ট আছে যেটা নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করতে চাই। আমরা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কম্পিটিটিভনেস বাড়াতে চাই through innovation and through scaling up the skilling program that we had in ACIP. So আমরা এটা যদি করতে পারি তাহলে আমি মনে করি যে ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কম্পিটিটিভনেস বাড়বে এবং ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে যে রেগুলার যে আপডেটেড স্কিলসটা দরকার, স্পেশালি দ্য অ্যাডভান্স টেকনোলজি দ্যাট আর বিন অ্যাকোয়ার্ড বাই দ্য ইন্ডাস্ট্রিজ ইন দ্য মার্কেট, তো তাদেরকে এই লোকগুলিকে ট্রেনিং দেওয়ার মতো আমাদের কোনো প্রোগ্রাম বা প্রজেক্ট থেকে কোনো উদ্যোগ নেওয়া হয়নি। এসিআইপিতে আমরা বেসিক লেভেল স্কিল দিতাম, এখন আমরা ভাবছি যে অ্যাডভান্স লেভেল স্কিলস দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করব।
আচ্ছা, আমি আপনাকে একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করি। ফার্স্ট অফ অল, ইটস অসাম টু নো উনি যেটা বলছেন যে সরকারের একটি প্রজেক্ট আছে, যে প্রজেক্টের আওতায় স্কিল ডেভেলপ করার চেষ্টা করা হচ্ছে, সরকার সেখান থেকে অর্থায়ন করছে। বিভিন্ন অর্থায়নের উপায় আছে যেটা আপনি বলেননি, আমি বলে দিচ্ছি। ফর এক্সাম্পল, তারা বেসিসের সাথে মিলে 3,000 আইটি এক্সপার্ট করবেন আগামী 4 বছরে, এরকম একটা। সো এই ধরনের কাজ করবেন আপনি। তার ভেতরে বলেছেন যে আপনি চাচ্ছেন এনআরবিদেরকে বাংলাদেশে ফেরত এনে স্কিলস ডেভেলপমেন্টে সম্পৃক্ত করার কোন স্পেসিফিক 2-1টা স্টেপ বলবেন, যেটা মানে বা অ্যাকশন পয়েন্ট বলবেন যেভাবে করতে পারে।
এনআরবিদের সম্পৃক্ততার বিষয়ে আমি জাস্ট তার আগে একটা ছোট্ট বলে নেই যে আমরা তো দেশের জন্য স্কিল ম্যানপাওয়ার তৈরি করলে হবে না, বিদেশি স্কিল ম্যানপাওয়ারের জন্য সবচেয়ে বড় রিকোয়ারমেন্ট হচ্ছে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সার্টিফিকেশন। আমরা সেটা নিয়েও কাজ করছি। we have a target of giving 25,000, sending 25,000 internationally certified workers in the world. So international certificate like jodi apni bolen je we have an agreement with City and Guilds of UK, যারা one of the reputed international certifying agency, তাদের সাথে আমরা কাজ করছি। আমরা বাংলাদেশ থেকে culinary arts এ expert তৈরি করে তাদেরকে যদি আমি পাঠাই এবং they really add more value and they earn more, they send more remittances. আর NRB দের জন্য যেটা আমরা পার্টিকুলারলি সবার আগে ভাবতে শুরু করেছি, it is one of my component of the program, এবং বাকি অনেকগুলি সম্পর্কে বলেছি। সেখানে আমরা যেটা করতে চাই সেটা হচ্ছে যে we have kept apportioned some amount of like $5 million from our program. We are not settled yet, we are not sure yet. I really need to learn from this forum, and I need to have a takeaways from today's discussion, how best we can engage them. But আমাদের প্ল্যানটা হচ্ছে যে non-resident Bangladeshis যারা আছেন, আমরা এটাকে বলছি brain circulation program, which is very popular in China, Korea. তো তাদেরকে এনগেজ করে কিভাবে বাংলাদেশে স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্টে কাজে লাগানো যায়, স্পেশালি ফার্মাসিউটিক্যাল সেক্টর, especially non-resident engineers and the scientists. We really want to share their ideas. We need to make one network with them so that তারা গ্লোবালি মার্কেটে যেসব বড় বড় ইন্ডাস্ট্রি আছে তাদের সাথে কানেক্ট করব তাদের মাধ্যমে। এবং আমরা সবার আগে যেটা করতে হবে যে আমাদের একটা জাতীয় পর্যায়ে একটা নীতিমালা প্রণয়ন করতে হবে।
আচ্ছা, আমি আপনাকে আবার একটু ইন্টারজেক্ট করি। কি কি করতে হবে এটা আমরা বুঝতে পারছি, এবং আমরা অনেকগুলো মাদারহুড স্টেটমেন্ট করছি, এবং আসলে নিড এস্টাবলিশ করার দরকার নেই। তাদেরকে বাংলাদেশে আনতে হবে, এটা আমরা জানি। বাংলাদেশের লোককে বিদেশে পাঠাতে হবে, এটাও আমরা জানি। কি কি স্কিলস করতে হবে কম বেশি আমরা বুঝি, 70-80%। স্পেসিফিক জায়গা খুঁজছিলাম। আমি স্পেসিফিক উত্তরটা বলি। উত্তরটা হচ্ছে আপনার কাছে একটি বাজেট আছে, বাট এখনো আপনি জানেন না যে কিভাবে বিদেশিদেরকে বাংলাদেশে আনা যায়। আমরা বরং আজকের প্ল্যাটফর্মটাকে একটা অপরচুনিটি হিসেবে নিতে পারি। Is that correct? তাহলে আমার একটা চেষ্টা থাকবে আপনাদের কাছ থেকে আজকের আলোচনার পরে কোনো একটা বা দুইটা অ্যাকশন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে যাওয়া, যেটা হয়তো আপনার জন্য একটা অ্যাকশনেবল আইটেম থাকবে। মানে আমরা অ্যাটলিস্ট জানলাম যে টাকা পয়সা কোনো সমস্যা না, এবং সরকারি সমর্থন স্ল্যাশ অ্যাপ্রুভাল অনুমোদন সমস্যা না, এটুকু বুঝতে পারলাম। আমি এইখান থেকে একটু আপনাকে কি তারিন ভাই বলে ডাকবো নাকি টেরি ভাই বলে ডাকবো? ওকে, আমার একটা আমি তো আপনারা চারজন পরিচয় দিয়েছেন, আমার তো কোনো পরিচয় নেই। আমার একটা পরিচয় হচ্ছে আমি ফৌজারহাট ক্যাডেট কলেজ থেকে পাশ করা, এবং সো আমি সেইখান থেকে আপনাকে তারিন ভাই বলে ডাকছি। তারিন ভাই, উনি তো কিছু কথা বলেছেন, আমরা বুঝতে পারছি বিদেশে লোক পাঠাতে হবে। আপনি তো রিক্রুটমেন্ট সাইডে ছিলেন। আমি আপনাকে ফার্স্টেই কোয়েশ্চেন করি, what are the skills that you see missing today for a Bangladeshi person? Because no matter what amra chinta kori, eventually we are becoming global, increasingly global. We have become global. If we cannot compete in the global force, eta parbo na. What are the skills when you are thinking, মানে আপনি তো অনেক রিক্রুট করেছেন, বাংলাদেশে কি কি স্কিলস মিসিং?
আমি একটা অ্যাকচুয়াল live example দিই। কিছুদিন আগে I was honored to be invited to do a search for the MD CEO of Bangladesh Biman. This invitation came from Professor Wahiduddin Mahmood, the advisor. উনি আমাকে চিনতেন এবং উনি বলছেন to conduct a search. So eventually what happened was somebody internal and qualified was promoted. But in the process of doing that search, I found a gentleman named Mehmet İlkar Ayçi, who was the former chair and CEO of Turkish Airlines. He's actually a candidate right now for an advisory role to the chair of the board of Biman. So Bimaner search, CEO search korte giye ami jeta দেখলাম যে all Biman related or aviation related Bangladeshis jara ache, they're all domestic experience. They don't have any experience from any international aviation entities. তো সেটা একটা বিরাট বড় গ্যাপ। এবং
আপনার তো আসল কথাটাই বলেন নাই, সেটা হচ্ছে বিমানের সিইও হ্যাজ হিস্টোরিক্যালি বিন আ সরকারি কর্মকর্তা।
তো আমি এখানে একটা মজার একটা জিনিস বলি, আপনারা হয়তো এনজয় করবেন। তো আমাকে একজন জিজ্ঞেস করলো যে ভাই আপনি তো করতেছেন, হোয়াট আর ইউ গেটিং ইন রিটার্ন? আমি বলছি আমি নিজের দেশের জন্য, ইটস এ প্রো বোনো থিং। তো আমাকে বললো যে আপনি তো এটা জানেন না, আপনি যদি বলেন যে বোর্ডের মেম্বার হন, হ্যাঁ, বোর্ডের মেম্বারশিপ ইজ কস্টলেস, হ্যাঁ, আপনি বলেন যে আপনাকে বোর্ড মেম্বার বানাই দিতে, আমি বলছি তাহলে কি হবে? বলে যে আপনি তো জানেন না, বোর্ড মেম্বার যদি একদিনের জন্য হন, সারা জীবনের জন্য ফ্রি বিজনেস ক্লাস ট্রাভেল। সো তো সেটা অবশ্য আমি চাইনি, বাট আমার কথা আছে যে there are other benefits,
So going back to the conversation, what skills are missing? What are the opportunities for us?
আমাদের I think it's all local experience. Amader, the people from Bangladeshi corporate Bangladesh do not rotate through. I mean, I think Telenor or Grameenphone may be an exception, but most of them have only domestic experience. They don't know how multinationals operate, unless you are a part of BTC or something like that. But even then, it's very local. So you don't know how to operate. There are probably exceptions. Malaysia te hoyto oneke কাজ করেছে বা ব্যাংককে করেছে. So I think international experience, cross-cultural experience, working in China, working in Japan, working in South Korea, অথবা ব্রিটেন। এখন সেই সাথে আমি একটা জিনিস বলতে চাই, যেটা মাননীয় সেক্রেটারি বলেছেন, সেটা হচ্ছে যে রিভার্স ব্রেইন ড্রেনটা is a absolute must for Bangladesh, এবং এটা লুৎফে সিদ্দিকী is a prime example of what a reverse brain drain can do for us. এবং আমি একটা স্ট্যাটিস্টিক দিতে চাই, China in 2021 sent 6 million students to America, 4.8 million returned, 80% return rate. তো বাংলাদেশের রিটার্ন রেট আই এম নট সো শিওর ইটস এ পজিটিভ ইভেন, সো এই জিনিসটা আমাদের করতে হবে, কারণ লিডারশিপ যদি না থাকে, স্কিলস ডেভেলপমেন্ট গ্রাসরুটসে করে অতটা অগ্রসর হওয়া যাবে না, আনলেস দ্য লিডার্স আর দেয়ার টু প্রোভাইড দি স্কিলস।
ঠিক আছে, আমি আপনার কাছে পরে আসবো। আমি নিজেও এক্সপার্ট হিসেবে বাইরে পোস্টেড ছিলাম। আই ওয়ার্ক ফর হোলসেম সিমেন্ট এন্ড আই ওয়াজ দ্য রিজিওনাল হেড ফর মার্কেটিং। আই ওয়াজ স্টেশন অ্যাব্রড। বাট আমার আপনার কাছে একটা সম্পূর্ণ ছোট প্রশ্ন করে, যে আপনি বলছেন বিদেশি এক্সপোজারটা নেই। আচ্ছা, আমি এটা নিয়ে বরং মুশতাকের কাছে যাই। উনি বলছেন বিদেশি এক্সপোজার নেই। মাই কোয়েশ্চেন ইজ, বাংলাদেশে বসে বিদেশি এক্সপোজার পাবো কিভাবে?
এটা একটা ডিফিকাল্ট কোয়েশ্চেন,
সিলেবাসের বাইরে হয়ে গেছে।
তো যেই বিষয়টা আমার কাছে বাংলাদেশের স্কিল গ্যাপ যেটা আমার মনে হচ্ছে আর কি, যে লাস্ট 15 ইয়ার্স আমার কোম্পানি এখানে আছে, তো আই হ্যাভ ক্যাপাসিটি ফর 80 to 90 people and I've been always running for 40 people and I need to always hire engineers in Spain.
Now that's because you didn't have a good recruitment manager like Tarin bhai.
No, the problem হচ্ছে যে আপনি 300 ছেলেকে আপনি ইন্টারভিউ নিলেন, you don't get even single one. তো আমাদের ফান্ডামেন্টাল যে গ্যাপটা মনে হচ্ছে যে স্টেমের এডুকেশনে উই আর লেস দেন 15%, যেখানে ওয়ার ইজ লাইক ওয়ার্ল্ড এভারেজ ইজ 40%। তো আমাদের যে গ্যাপটা আছে, সেই গ্যাপটা হয়তো যে গভর্নমেন্ট লেভেলের যে এনকারেজমেন্ট, পলিসি চেঞ্জ, ওই জিনিসগুলি আপনার একটু জরুরি ব্যাপার। তো আরেকটা যে জিনিসটা আছে,
কি ধরনের পলিসি চেঞ্জ চাচ্ছেন? আমি এটার ঘোরতর বিরোধী, এটা একটু পরে বলছি, বাট আপনি কি চাচ্ছেন সেটা বলেন।
যেটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা যেমন একটা আজকে হয়তো একটু পরে শরীফুল ভাই হয়তো কিছু ইনিশিয়েটিভ আমরা নিচ্ছি, কিন্তু এমনিতে যে পলিসি চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে, যে কারিকুলাম চেঞ্জ, এনকারেজমেন্ট, তারপর হচ্ছে যে টিচারদের ট্রেনিং, তারা যাতে মানে সায়েন্স পড়তে আগ্রহী হয়। সায়েন্স পড়ার ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের অনেক অনগ্রসরতা আছে, ম্যাথসে আমাদের অনেক।
পেটে ভাত নাই, আমি সায়েন্স পড়বো?
পেটে ভাত পাইতে হলে তো আপনাকে সায়েন্স পড়তে হবে।
আবারও বলছি, পেটে কিন্তু এখন ভাত নেই।
হ্যাঁ, এখন
সেই অবস্থায় আমি সায়েন্স পড়বো?
এখন আপনি ইস্টার্ন ইউরোপিয়ানদের দেখেন, ওদের পেটে ভাত নেই, তারপর তো সায়েন্স পড়তেছে।
ওকে, ইস্টার্ন ইউরোপে সরকারি কি কাজ হয়েছে যেটার কারণে তারা পড়ছে?
আমার মনে হয় যে
আসলে সমাধানে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি।
হ্যাঁ, আমার মনে হয় যে ওরা বাই ডিফল্ট ওরা ম্যাথসে আগ্রহী। আমাদের দেশে হচ্ছে যে
আমরা তো বাই ডিফল্ট ম্যাথস্টার না, বাই ডিফল্ট আমরা হচ্ছে ভাত চটকানো লোক। No, I'm not joking. সত্যি সত্যি আমরা এই জন্য খুব সুন্দর সেলাই করতে পারি। That's also the reason why I was stationed in Vietnam. One of the reason Vietnamese and Bangladeshi people are very good with garments is because of our structure of the fingers. So আমাদের কিন্তু innovation is not our expertise. Mathematics is not our expertise.
It's not always true. যেমন আমি একদম লাস্ট 1 মান্থের একটা যদি স্টোরি বলি, তো 1 মান্থ ব্যাক ইন্টেলের সাথে আমাদের পার্টনারশিপ আছে, ওরা গ্লোবালি অ্যানাউন্স করছে ইন দেয়ার ওয়েবসাইট। ওরা যেটা চাচ্ছিল যে আমাদের একটা জেনে আমাদের একটা সিস্টেম আছে যেটা সেন্ট্রা পুশ টু টক ফর 911, তো ওই জিনিসটা পুরো সিস্টেমটা লাস্ট 15 ইয়ার্স বাংলাদেশে ডেভেলপ। তো ওইখানে বললো জেনে অ্যাড করতে হবে, ডেলের সাথে আমরা মোবাইল ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেসে দেখাবো। এবং পুরো বাংলাদেশের ইঞ্জিনিয়াররা আউট অফ জিরো নলেজ উইদিন মেবি এ মান্থ দে হ্যাভ ডান ইট অ্যান্ড অলরেডি ইন্টেলে রান করতেছে। তো আমাদের ক্রিয়েটিভিটির সমস্যা নাই, আমাদের কিছু এনকারেজমেন্টের সমস্যা। আমরা যদি ট্রেন দিই, আমার কোম্পানি আমার মনে হয় যে হান্ড্রেডস অফ পিপল এভরি ইয়ার ট্রেন হচ্ছে, চলে যাচ্ছে, বিদেশে ইয়ে পাচ্ছে। তো আমাদের যেটা হচ্ছে, আমরা তো ট্রেনিং হাউস না। চার্ন রেট যখন হাই হয় তখন তো আমাদেরও তো সমস্যা, বটম লাইনে ইম্প্যাক্ট পড়ে। আরেকটা ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে
কিন্তু চার্ন আটকানো কি কোম্পানির নিজস্ব দায়িত্ব না?
চার্ন আটকানোর আসলে চেষ্টা করাটাই জরুরি না। কারণটা হচ্ছে যে আপনার যদি 1 বছর আপনি পান, লেট হিম ইউজ ফর 1 ইয়ার। তারপরে সে যে বিভিন্ন দেশে, ইভেন সকালবেলা আমাকে একজন স্টুডেন্ট থেকে বললো যে স্যার আমি তো সুইডেনে আসছি, আপনাকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। কারণ আমি আইওটি করতেছি 2013 থেকে বাংলাদেশে, আমি এআই করতেছি 2015 থেকে। আমার এআই টিমের সবাই অল ওভার দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড, অ্যান্ড আই ফিল প্রাউড ফর দেম। এখন যেটা হচ্ছে যে ম্যানেজমেন্টে, যেমন আমার আফ্রিকাতে ম্যানেজমেন্ট, I always look for British for managing because I have some value for the white color. So it's I cannot actually even Biman, আপনি যদি একটা British দেন, that will be run better. And আমরা certain এরিয়াতে ভালো, let's focus on where we are specialized. If we are not specialized on doing certain thing, why should we be doing it? Even our own company operation always Irish British. I don't actually care, like, but even if you find better person in Bangladeshi, I'll try to still put somebody from somewhere else because it will impact on the better like bottom line. So we have seriously genuinely creative people. I have incredible my friends in here, like they are like world-class engineers and far better than engineer than me. So there is I'm saying like somewhere we're missing. It's a very short missing. If you can connect that missing link, we can able to build that.
জিনিস বলতে চাচ্ছি, জাস্ট তোমার সাথে একটু দ্বিমত পোষণ করব। সেটা হচ্ছে যে ইনোভেশনের ব্যাপারে উই আর দ্য বার্থ প্লেস অফ মাইক্রো ফাইন্যান্স। এটা উই শুড নেভার ফরগেট। Fazli Hassan Abed and Professor Nobel laureate Yunus, the fathers of microfinance. সুতরাং ইনোভেশনের ব্যাপারে হয়তো অত বিস্তার নাই, কিন্তু at least in microfinance we are the birthplace.
ওইটা আমি স্বীকার করি, বাট আমি এখনই আপনাদের সবার সামনেই বলে দিই, আমি সবাই জানে বাংলাদেশে গত 53 বছরে মাত্র 3টি ইনোভেশন গ্লোবালাইজড করা গেছে। একটা হচ্ছে মাইক্রো ফাইন্যান্স, একটা হচ্ছে 1 মুঠ গুড়, আধাশের 1 চিমটি লবণ এবং আধাশের পানি, এটা করা গেছে। আর আমরা দ্রুত উন্নয়নশীল ধানের জাত বিদেশে পাঠাতে পেরেছি। 53 বছরে মাত্র 3টি গ্লোবাল ইনোভেশন। আরো 2-3টা অ্যাড করলেও, যদি 5টাও হয় 7টাও হয়, আমরা আসলে করতে পারিনি। So let's be honest, and there is nothing wrong in being a Jinjira company. There is nothing wrong. We will be replicating. এটাতে কোনো সমস্যা নেই। আমি ফাহিম ভাইয়ের কাছে একটু আসি। আমরা তো আলোচনা থেকে মোটামুটি বুঝতে পারলাম যে অপরচুনিটি আছে, আমাদের দেশ থেকে স্কিলস এর কিছু গ্যাপ আছে, সেটা তৈরি করা সম্ভব। আমি আপনার কাছ থেকে জানতে চাইছি, আপনি তো আসলে বিডি জবস এর কর্ণধার, আপনি তো সেখান থেকে অনেক কিছুই দেখতে পান মানে আমরা অপটিক্যালি যেটা পাই না, আপনি আসলে ব্যাক এন্ড থেকেও অনেক কিছু ডেটা পান। আমি আপনার কাছ থেকে বোঝার চেষ্টা করছি স্কিল গ্যাপটা ফিল আপে এনআরবিরা ডাইরেক্ট কিভাবে ইনভলভ হতে পারে।
ধন্যবাদ জিসান। একটু তো সময় নিয়ে নিব আর কি, কিছু ব্যাপার পার্সপেক্টিভটা একটু হোলিস্টিক পার্সপেক্টিভে দেখা দরকার। হ্যাঁ, আপনারা অনেকেই হয়তো জেনে একটু অবাক হবেন, এই ইনফরমেশনটা আমার কাছেও আসলে একটু কম্পারেটিভলি নিউ। আমি যেটা বলছিলাম যে আমি প্ল্যানিং কমিশনের একটা টাস্ক ফোর্সে আছি, তখন আমরা যখন কাজ করা শুরু করলাম তখন দেখলাম, এবং এটা ভেরি মানে ড্রামাটিক একটা জিনিস, আপনি 2012 সালে, আজ থেকে মাত্র 12 বছর আগে, বাংলাদেশে টোটাল লেবার ফোর্সের কত পার্সেন্ট গ্র্যাজুয়েট ছিল? এনি গেস? There was only 3.85% গ্র্যাজুয়েট টোটাল লেবার ফোর্সের। তার আগের 10 বছর আগে, সে ফর এক্সাম্পল 2010 সালে বা 12 সালে, ইট ওয়াজ 3.5। সো দেখা যাচ্ছে যে 10 বছরে লেবার ফোর্সের গ্র্যাজুয়েটদের পার্সেন্টেজ ইন দ্য হোল লেবার ফোর্স ওয়াজ মানে 3.5 থেকে 3.8, 0.3% বেড়েছে এই 10 বছরে। এন্ড ইউ নো হোয়াট, গত 10 বছরে আমাদের লেবার ফোর্সে গ্র্যাজুয়েটদের নাম্বার এট দিস মোমেন্ট ইজ 10%। সো শুধুমাত্র গত 10 বছরে আমাদের এখানে 3 গুণ লেবার ফোর্স 3 গুণ গ্র্যাজুয়েট বেড়ে গেছে উইদিন দ্য লেবার ফোর্স। আমাদের এখন প্রতি বছর আপনারা জানেন, একটু আগে যেহেতু আমাদের ফাইন্যান্স মিনিস্ট্রির উনি বললেন প্রজেক্ট ডাইরেক্টর যে আমাদের লেবার ফোর্সের যে সাপ্লাই এবং ডেমোগ্রাফিক ডিভিডেন্ড, আমাদের প্রতি বছর এখন 23 থেকে 24 লক্ষ লোক লেবার ফোর্সে এন্ট্রি নেয়। এর 1/3 7.5 লক্ষ লোক গ্র্যাজুয়েট বার হচ্ছে। এটা আজ থেকে 20 বছর আগে এটা ম্যাক্সিমাম 3 লাখের মতো বার হতো। আমাদের ইকোনমি কি তাহলে স্ট্রাকচারালি চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে যে এখন আমাদের প্রচুর হোয়াইট কলার লোক দরকার, আমাদের প্রচুর মানে ব্যাংক, ইন্স্যুরেন্স, ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, সার্ভিস ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, বিপিও, যেখানে আমাদের প্রচুর এই সকল হোয়াইট কলার দরকার হবে? দ্য আনসার ইজ সিম্পল নো। তাহলে আমরা যখনই স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, স্কিল গ্যাপ এই জিনিস নিয়ে আসলে গত 15 বছর ধরে ধরে আসলে আমি এখন এইসব সেমিনারগুলিতে যেতে একটু অস্বস্তি বোধ করি, বিকজ আই ডোন্ট বিলিভ ইন দ্য স্কিল গ্যাপ। ফ্র্যাঙ্কলি I think the main root cause of the problem is আমাদের aspirational gap. But there is a difference between skill gap and aspirational gap. আমি কি অ্যাসপায়ার করছি? আজ থেকে মানে আমাদের সময়ে আমি যদি বলি আজ থেকে 30 বছর আগে একটা ফার্মারের ছেলে হয়তো ভাবতো যে ফার্মার হবে বা অন্য কিছু করতো, আর আজ গ্রামে গঞ্জে করতো। এখন একটা ফার্মারের ছেলেও মনে করে আমার একটা গ্র্যাজুয়েট হতে হবে। আজ থেকে 15 বছর আগে যে লোকটা লেবার যাচ্ছে মিডল ইস্টে, সে ভাবতো ম্যাক্সিমাম তার ছেলে মেয়ে হয়তো ম্যাট্রিক পাস করবে, এখন সে তাকে একটা গ্র্যাজুয়েট করাচ্ছে। সো দ্য what I am trying to say is the problem we have had of this huge unemployment যেটা তুমি বললা, this is basically a self-inflicted problem. We have created our own problem. এখন যদি বলি হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে অনেকটা অ্যানালাইসিস করলাম হলো, what is the solution? The ultimate solution আমি দেখি যে এই পার্সপেক্টিভে আমাদের, যেহেতু আমি নিজেই একটা জব এমপ্লয়মেন্টের এক্সটেন্সের সাথে আছি, we know for sure that আগামী 5 থেকে 10 বছর আমাদের কর্পোরেট ইকোনমি আর আমাদের ফর্মাল ইকোনমি এত লাখ লাখ গ্র্যাজুয়েটদেরকে চাকরি দিতে পারবে না। দিস ইজ ফর শিওর, বিকজ ইকোনমিক্যালি উই আর নট ইন এ পজিশন টু, আমাদের যে একটা গার্মেন্টস ইন্ডাস্ট্রি উইল হ্যাভ হিউজ অ্যামাউন্ট অফ গ্রোথ ইন দ্য নেক্সট।
ফাইন ভাই, এটা এস্টাবলিশ যে দিতে পারবে না, আমরা সলিউশনে আসি।
সলিউশন হচ্ছে দুইটা। একটা সলিউশন হচ্ছে আমাদের এই যে প্রতি বছর যে হিউজ অ্যামাউন্ট অফ গ্র্যাজুয়েট বাইরে হচ্ছে, এদেরকে বাইরে পাঠাতেই হবে। আইদার বাইরে পাঠাতে হবে, না হলে এদেরকে এন্টারপ্রেনার করতে হবে, মাইক্রো এন্টারপ্রেনার করতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, তো সেই জায়গায় এন্টারপ্রেনারশিপের ডিসকাশনে আসলে খুব বেশি এনআরবিদের রোল হয়তো খুব বেশি হয়তো হবে না, যদিও এটা নিয়ে আমার বেশ কিছু সাজেশন আছে, ইনক্লুডিং ব্যাংকিং সেক্টর রিফর্ম এন্ড অল আদার থিংস। বাট বাইরে পাঠানোর ব্যাপারে আমি মনে করি এনআরবি হ্যাড এ হিউজ রোল। আমাকে যদি একটা মিনিট টাইম দাও, নর্মালি আমাদের দেশে বাইরে কাদের পাঠাই?
6 মিনিট টাইম দিচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা 6 মিনিট হয়ে গেছে, ওকে সরি, আমি 1 মিনিট শেষ করছি। বাইরে আমরা পাঠাই হচ্ছে আমাদের লেবার যে সকল রিক্রুটমেন্ট ফার্ম আছে, এরা করে কি, এরা খুদে শুনেই বাইর করে সবচেয়ে আনস্কিল লেবার গুলোকে, যার থেকে সে টাকা নিতে পারে, 5 থেকে 6 লাখ টাকা করে নিতে পারে। বাট নর্মালি যখন একটা গ্র্যাজুয়েট হয়, সে কিন্তু এত টাকা খরচ করে বাইরে যেতে চায় না। তো আমরা যেটা দেখি বাংলাদেশের ইন্টারেস্টিংলি গত 10 বছরে আপনি যদি দেখেন যে মাইগ্রেশনটা হয়েছে, তার একটা বড় মাইগ্রেশনটা কিন্তু হয়েছে নন স্পিকিং কান্ট্রিগুলিতে, সে জাপান, ইউরোপ, ইতালিতে দেখবেন এখন রাস্তায় রাস্তায় বাংলাদেশি ঘুরে বেড়ায়, কিন্তু তারা কিন্তু আলটিমেটলি লো স্কিলের জবই করছে। আমি এনআরবিদের পার্সপেক্টিভে ডাইরেক্টলি যদি বলি, এবং যদি এনআরবিরা পার্টিকুলারলি নট অনলি নর্থ আমেরিকা, অলসো কাইন্ড অফ আফ্রিকা or also like Europe, different European countries, Japan, South Korea, এই সকল জায়গায় এনআরবিরা যদি এক ধরনের পুল ফ্যাক্টর করতে পারে, যে না সে এখানে তার হয়তো পরিচিত, তার কাজিন বা কাউকে সে একটু ইনফরমেশন দিবে, তুমি সরাসরি এই কোম্পানিটাতে অ্যাপ্লাই করো, তুমি গ্র্যাজুয়েট হয়েছো, একটু ঢাকায় একটা স্কিলটা নাও, তুমি এখানে করো, আই উইল ট্রাই টু কানেক্ট উইথ দ্য এইচআর ম্যানেজার্স অর হোয়াট এভার। এই জিনিসটা কিন্তু আসলে আমরা হিস্টোরিক্যালি জানি ইন্ডিয়ান এনআরআইরা করছে, এবং দ্যাটস ওয়াই দে আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি লিডিং অন দোজ থিংস। আনফরচুনেটলি আমাদের এনআরবিরা হয়তো ওই রোলটা এখনো প্লে করা শুরু করে নাই। বাট আমি মনে করি যদি এনআরবিরা রিয়েলি ওয়ান্ট টু কন্ট্রিবিউট ইন job creation for these millions of unemployed graduates, they should actually try to help this way to pull these graduates to their country where they are actually residing. এটা কিভাবে করা যায়, we can have discussion, finance ministry এটা নিয়ে কাজ করতে পারে, but I think this is the only way because we are in a problem, যে প্রবলেমটা আসলে হিউজ একটা প্রবলেম। আমরা তো কিছু লোক কিছু প্রফেশনালদেরকে বাইরে পাঠায় আসলে লাভ হবে না, আমাদের we need to have it at a population scale, have the solution at a population scale। আমি একটু বলে শেষ করলাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ ওয়ালিদ স্যার, আপনার কাছে ফেরত আসি। একটা ছোট্ট সম্পূরক প্রশ্ন, এখন যে প্রশ্নগুলো করব আমি চাইবো যে আপনারা 2-1 মিনিটে আনসার করেন। আপনার কাছে একটা সম্পূরক প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে, ফাহিম ভাই যেটা বললেন সেটা যদি সত্য হয়, আই ডোন্ট নো সত্য কিনা, আপনারা বলতে পারবেন, বাট ফাহিম ভাই যেটা বলছেন সেটা যদি সত্য হয় যে আমাদের এনআরবিরা যারা বিদেশে কাজ করছেন বা সেটেল, তাদের কাছেই হয়তো জব ব্যাংক আছে, পাইপলাইন অফ জবস আছে, প্রয়োজন হবে এখান থেকে সেটাকে কানেক্ট করিয়ে দেওয়া। সেক্ষেত্রে আমার প্রশ্ন আপনার কাছে, আপনি যেহেতু সরকারি ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড থেকে আসা, আমরা কি হাই কমিশন গুলোকে একটা কেপিআই দিয়ে দিতে পারি না?
এটা একটা খুব চমৎকার প্রস্তাব। আমি মনে করি যে হাই কমিশনের এনগেজমেন্ট ছাড়া এটা সম্ভব না। আমাদের মোর দেন 72 হাই কমিশনস এন্ড এমবাসিস।
এইটার জন্য আবার আমার ভিসা টিসা আটকাই দেন না।
আই এম নট দ্য রাইট পারসন টু সে অ্যাবাউট ইট, বিকজ আমার মনে হয় ফরেন সার্ভিসের কেউ যদি থাকতেন বা ওনারা কেউ যদি সাপ্লিমেন্ট করতেন তাহলে ভালো হতো, বাট আমরা ফিল করছি যে এটা করা দরকার। তবে আমি যেটা মনে করি যে ফরেন মিনিস্ট্রির সাথে কানেক্টিভিটির মাধ্যমেই এটা করতে হবে, বাট মানে যখন while we are talking in the break, আমার একটা ওয়ান অফ মাই ফ্রেন্ড ওয়াজ দেয়ার, ও বলছিল যে যেটা আমাদের লুৎফে সিদ্দিকী বলেছেন যে আসলে আউট অফ দ্য বক্স চিন্তা করতে হবে। সরকার যদি সরকারি পন্থায় আপনি সবকিছু করেন তাহলে ইট উইল নট ওয়ার্ক, উই হ্যাভ টু থিঙ্ক আউট অফ দ্য বক্স। এবং আমাদেরকে সেক্ষেত্রে আমি মনে করি যে এনআরপিদেরকে একটু এগিয়ে আসতে হবে। গভর্নমেন্ট তো আমি শুধুমাত্র একটা প্রোগ্রাম থেকে করছি,
আমার কেন জানি মনে হয় না যে এনআরপিরা আসলে পিছিয়ে থাকবে, আমার বরং মনে হচ্ছে যে হাই কমিশন এবং সরকার কি এগিয়ে আসতে পারে কিনা।
এবং এটার ইন কানেক্টর হিসেবে ব্র্যান্ড ফোরাম লাইক দিস সর্ট অফ ইনস্টিটিউশনস তারা যদি আমাদেরকে কানেক্ট করিয়ে দেয়, দ্যাট উইল বি বেস্ট। কারণ হচ্ছে যে আপনি যদি প্রপার চ্যানেলে থ্রু এমবাসিস করেন সেটা একটু স্লো প্রসেস, কারণ তাদের অনেক ধরনের ব্যস্ততা থাকে, একটা লিস্ট পাঠাতে হবে, লিস্ট আনতে হবে, এইভাবে আসলে ইট ডিডন্ট ওয়ার্ক। ইনফ্যাক্ট এটা যে চেষ্টা করা হয় নাই, অতীতে অনেকবার চেষ্টা করা হয়েছে, এই জন্য কাজ করেনি। কিন্তু আমি মনে করি যে ইট ইজ অনলি ক্যান বি ডান বাই দ্য প্রাইভেট পাবলিক পার্টনারশিপ, এবং সেখানে প্রাইভেট সেক্টরের রোলটা খুব এনগেজিং হবে। প্রাইভেট সেক্টর, আপনি জানেন যে সরকারি অফিসে থেকে একটু ধাক্কিয়ে করতে হয়, সেক্ষেত্রে আমি বলবো যে সেক্ষেত্রে প্রাইভেট সেক্টর যদি আসে, উই আর রেডি টু প্রোভাইড অল দ্য সাপোর্ট, বিকজ উই জাস্ট হ্যাভ স্টার্টেড। আমার মনে হয় যে বাংলাদেশে কোনো প্রোগ্রাম এর আগে ভেবেছি কিনা যে কিভাবে এনআরবিকে এনগেজ করা যায় একটা প্রজেক্ট থেকে, দ্যাট আই এম জাস্ট স্টার্টেড থিংকিং অন ইট, এবং আই উড অ্যাপ্রিশিয়েট অল সর্ট অফ সার্ভিস।
তারিন ভাইয়ের কাছে কোয়েশ্চেন ছোট, আমাকে বলা হয়েছে সবকিছু শেষ করে দিতে, বাট ইন্টারেস্টিং একটা টপিক দিয়েছেন, বিদেশি এক্সপোজার নাই। এনআরবিরা কি মেন্টর হিসেবে ফর দ্য সিএক্সওস ইন দিস কান্ট্রি আসতে পারে? এবং এই প্রশ্নটা আপনার কাছে এবং মুশতাকের কাছে মোর অন আ টেকনিক্যাল পার্সপেক্টিভ, আপনার কাছে হচ্ছে এনআরবিরা কি আমাদের দেশের ধরেন সেকেন্ড জেনারেশন উদ্যোক্তা যারা আসছেন তাদেরকে গ্রুম আপ করতে পারেন, কিংবা ধরেন মিড ম্যানেজারিয়ালে যেখানে একটা গ্যাপ দেখতে পাই সেখানে কি আপনারা মেন্টরশিপ বা ট্রেনিং বা কোনো কিছু নিয়ে আসতে পারেন?
মোস্ট সার্টেনলি আমার মনে হয় সেটা করা উচিত এবং হচ্ছে কিছুটা। আমি নিজেই করি এবং I'm certain that many of my friends across America, England, Australia করছে, এবং some of it is being done through LinkedIn. এবং interestingly, because I'm a headhunter on Wall Street, I get a lot of invitations from younger generations, mid management and senior management to connect with me and sometimes meet with me on Zoom. এবং আমি চেষ্টা করি যত বাংলাদেশি আমাকে ইনভাইট করে তাদের সাথে কানেক্ট করে তাদের সাথে মিট করতে এবং তাদেরকে গাইডেন্স দিতে, ক্যারিয়ার কাউন্সেলিং দিতে। এই সূত্রে আমি একটা কথা বলতে চাই যেটা আনরিলেটেড, বাট সেটা বলা দরকার, এবং আমি একটা গ্লোবাল অ্যাডভাইজারি গ্রুপে এই কথাটা বলছি। We as a nation have done historic injustice to some of the stars of Bangladesh, namely Salman Khan of Khan Academy, অথবা Javed Karim, founder of YouTube, অথবা Zahid Hassan, professor of physics at Princeton University, অথবা আমার ক্লাসমেট ওমর ইশরাক, who was the chairman of the board of Intel. এদের কাউকে বাংলাদেশ কোনোদিন স্বাধীনতা পদক দেয়নি, বাংলাদেশের কোনো ইউনিভার্সিটি অনারারি ডিগ্রি দেয়নি। এদিকে আপনার ইন্ডিয়া পদ্মশ্রী অ্যাওয়ার্ড দিয়েছে সালমান খানকে 2016-এ। হ্যাঁ, তো আমরা কোথায়? আমরা আমাদের নিজেদের ট্যালেন্টকে রেকগনাইজ করি না, এবং দিস ইজ আ মোস্ট আনফর্চুনেট ডেভেলপমেন্ট দ্যাট আই নোটিসড, এবং আই হ্যাভ এনকারেজড various advisors to appeal to the government to do that. কারণ অনারারি ডিগ্রি, স্বাধীনতা পদক, এটা তো ফ্রি, এবং we should recognize our talent. এটা যদি আমরা না করি, করবেটা কে? Thank you.
Thank you. Mushtaq, আমি টেক সাইড থেকে আসি। We all know STEM related পড়ালেখা কম হয়. We all know there are talents in Bangladesh. Do you think, similar question, you having experience in tax reform, tax system, you having experience in so many other things in across the world, I was just thinking, do you think NRBs like you can take up a formal mentorship/development program with, let's say, 5 selective AI companies or companies who wants to transform into the AI era? Do you think that is possible?
Yeah, definitely it is possible. That's why I'm in here. So definitely we can help you. But একটা ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে জিনিসটা হচ্ছে স্কিল লোকের মাইগ্রেশন। আমি যে ভাইয়ের সাথে একটু কথা বলতেছিলাম, ওনার ওখানে কাজ করতো, তো আমি ওকে আফ্রিকা নিয়ে যাই 10-12 years সে আফ্রিকাতে, ইজ ডুইং কোয়াইট ওয়েল। তো আমরা কিন্তু অনেক লোককে নিয়ে গেছি গত 15-20 বছরে, যাদেরকে পারছি। এখন যেটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের পার্সপেক্টিভটা, ধরেন if I want to take somebody in US, it costs me $100,000. If I want to take somebody in Africa, it costs me $5,000. But you can see like there are a lot of like everybody join, their aspiration is to work outside. তো আমাদের যেটা হচ্ছে যে যখন কাউকে নেওয়া হয়, কস্ট অফ মুভমেন্ট ইজ হিউজ। তো আমাদের ওইভাবে ক্যালকুলেট করে নিতে হয়। তো ইন্ডিয়ানদের যেটা সুবিধা হচ্ছে যে দে গট লাইক এ বিগ সাইকেল। আমরা যেমন সিলিকন ভ্যালিতে বলি ইন্ডিয়ান মাফিয়া, everywhere that Indian mafia. So they have that wave of like lawyers and everybody, they know it.
স্ট্রাকচারাইজ করতে পারি কিভাবে এই মেন্টরিংটা, এই
Mentoring
কোচিংটা?
is structuring, I think like it has to be self-organized. It has to be win-win situation. So it's not like the government is doing something and everybody will be doing it. So we have a bit of phobia. We don't trust each other. Even in Bangladeshis, we don't, because even there is a clear distinction in US like DV and non-DV. There are clear distinction is like different type of job in different countries. Everywhere, I've been living like many different countries. Everywhere is the same thing. So we don't touch each other. We are very focused with dawat khawa. So these are like real issues. But what we can do, because nobody wants to actually cooperate other people. I can tell you like even I know some guys, they could actually help us. They'll never help. But I can get help from Indian or Pakistani or even like American. So we don't actually, we need to see how we can build this recognition, like how we can build a more trust among ourselves. Because I think like that is one of the gap.
আমি আসলে যে উত্তরটা খুঁজছিলাম এটা পাইনি। আমি আসলে খুঁজছিলাম একটা স্পেসিফিক স্ট্রাকচার, যে স্ট্রাকচারে করা যায়। ওয়ালিদ স্যার, আপনি বলতে যাচ্ছিলেন।
আমি একটু প্রস্তাবনা করি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে সিন্স কিংশুক ইজ ফ্রম এফসিসি, ইউ প্রবলি নো সান ফ্রান্সিসকো স্টেট ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমাদের প্রফেসর মাহমুদ ভাই আছেন। আমি ওনার সাথে এটা নিয়ে কাজ করার চেষ্টা করছি। তো আমি মনে করি যে সবার আগে যেভাবে শুরু করা যায়, যেহেতু মানে প্রথিতযশা সব ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমাদের প্রথিতযশা প্রফেসররা কাজ করছে, বাংলাদেশি প্রফেসররা যারা তারা প্রথমে দে শুড আইডেন্টিফাই অল দোজ বাংলাদেশি স্টুডেন্টস হু আর স্টাডিং ইন দোজ ইউনিভার্সিটিস। তাদেরকে নিয়ে একটা ছোটখাটো একটা ফোরাম করা, তাদেরকে নিয়ে বসা, যেটা আমি দেখেছি when I studied. I'm also from Jhinada Cadet College, by the way. I take the opportunity as a fraternity. So আমি যেটা দেখেছি, আমি যখন জাপানে পড়ছিলাম গ্রিপস ন্যাশনাল গ্র্যাজুয়েট ইনস্টিটিউট অফ পলিসি স্টাডিজ, সেখানে দেখেছি যে গ্রিপসের প্রফেসররা তারা ভিয়েতনামি স্টুডেন্টস আমাদের ওখানে আলাদাভাবে তাদেরকে নিয়ে বসতো, এবং ভিয়েতনামি স্টুডেন্টস যারা গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে এখানে পড়তে আসতো তাদের সাথে একটা ফোরাম ডেভেলপ করেছে, এবং এই স্টুডেন্টসরা ওই কন্টিনিউয়াসলি ওই প্রফেসরদেরকে, জাপানিজ প্রফেসরদেরকে ভিয়েতনামের ইকোনমিক ডেভেলপমেন্ট এবং ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল ডেভেলপমেন্ট কিভাবে কাজে লাগানো যায়, they have created the forum when they went back home after 1 year masters. তারা সেটা করেছে। আমার মনে হয় এইভাবে শুরু করা যায় যে আমাদের এনআরবি প্রফেসর্স বা টিচার্সরা যারা আছেন, they can make a forum first at their own premises, then they can start connecting with us. সেক্ষেত্রে তখন আমাদের একটা কথা বলে একটা প্ল্যাটফর্মে যুক্ত হওয়ার একটা সুযোগ হবে। এটা মনে হয় করা খুব সহজ হবে।
ইনভলভিং ফরেন মানে NRBs যারা একাডেমিয়াতে আছেন এবং অথবা ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে আছেন তাদেরকে এক করে সেখান থেকে একটা ফোরাম তৈরি করে জিনিসটা এগোনো। আমি স্টিল ব্যক্তিগতভাবে মনে করি, অ্যাগেইন এটা ব্যক্তিগত ওপিনিয়ন, আমার কাছে মনে হয় কাউকে না কাউকে এটার একটা সিঙ্গেল পয়েন্ট অফ ওনারশিপ দিতে হবে। একটা পসিবল ওনারশিপ কিন্তু আপনার প্রজেক্টেই হইতে পারে, আরেকটা হতে পারে যে BBF এর মতো যারা আছেন তারা নিজেরা এগিয়ে এসে এটা
যেটা
তৈরি করতে
বলছিলাম
পারে।
যে মাহমুদ ভাইয়ের উদাহরণ দিই।
জি।
মাহমুদ ভাই উনি নিজে থেকে এসেছেন। হি স্যাট উইথ মি while I was designing this program.
জি।
তখন কথা হচ্ছিল, যেমন ওনারা সোনার বাংলা ফাউন্ডেশন নামে একটা ফাউন্ডেশন ওনারা
করেছে।
চালান। আপনারা জানেন যে বাংলাদেশে তারা 20টা জেলায় জাস্ট অন চ্যারিটি ফ্রম ক্যালিফোর্নিয়া দে টেক অল দ্য চ্যারিটি, এবং তারা বাংলাদেশে মানে যেটা বলি নিজের খেয়ে বোনের মোষ তাড়ানোর মতো তারা নিজেদের উদ্যোগে ওই চ্যারিটেবল মানি দিয়ে তারা প্রায় 20টা জেলায় 20টা কিডনি ডায়ালিসিস সেন্টার করে দিয়েছেন।
জি।
সো সেখানে ওনারা হেল্প চাচ্ছেন। এই ধরনের যদি হেল্পগুলি পাওয়া যায়, আমি ভালোভাবে জানি যে মাহমুদ ভাই ইজ ভেরি কানেক্টেড উইথ হিজ ওন স্টুডেন্টস এট দ্য SFU।
Gives me ideas.
সো আমার মনে হয় ওনার মতো যদি ছোট ছোট উদ্যোগ সব টিচাররা স্টার্ট করেন, স্পেশালি দ্য প্রফেসর্স, আওয়ার সিনিয়র ব্রাদার্স অ্যান্ড সিনিয়র সিটিজেন্স, আমার মনে হয় সেটা দিয়ে শুরু হতে পারে।
জি জি, বিডি জবসই তো একটা অনলাইন প্ল্যাটফর্ম বানায় দিতে পারে। ফাইন ভাই, আমাকে বলা হয়েছে আর কথা না বলতে।
না, আমি জাস্ট আমি মনে হয় পার্টিকুলারলি যারা NRB রা
এক
আছেন,
মিনিট কিন্তু
একাডেমিশিয়ান, মানে অনেক ক্ষেত্রে আমরা মনে করি কি উই এক্সপেক্ট এবং আনরিয়েলিস্টিক্যালি এক্সপেক্ট করি দ্যাট NRB রা উইল কাম ব্যাক রিভার্স বাই নাম্বার। অফ কোর্স উই আর ভেরি লাকি লাইক টু হ্যাভ পিপল লাইক আশিক চৌধুরী টু অ্যাকচুয়ালি হ্যাভ some kind of thing or Lutfe bhai, but we can't actually expect it at a very large level. আমাদের আসলে একটা মেকানিজম তৈরি করতে হবে যে NRB রা ওখানে বসেই আমাদের কন্ট্রিবিউট করতে পারে। আমি সেদিন ইস্ট ওয়েস্ট ইউনিভার্সিটির ভিসির সাথে বসছিলাম, আমি বললাম স্যার আপনারা যেটা করেন ইউ মেক ইট ম্যান্ডেটরি দ্যাট 10% অফ ইউর কোর্সেস অফ এনি আন্ডারগ্রেড অর মাস্টার্স কোর্স ফ্যাকাল্টি থাকবে NRB। তারা আমার যদি জুমের মধ্যে আমার কোভিডের সময় ক্লাস হয়, why does it differ? একটা আমার নিউ ইয়র্কের থেকে বসে কেন আমাদের এখানে ক্লাস নিতে পারবে না, তাই না? সেই জায়গায় আমার মনে হয় NRB দের কাছ থেকে ফ্র্যাঙ্কলি উইথ ডিউ রেসপেক্ট আমাদের আসলে চ্যারিটি দরকার নাই। মানে NRB রা এসে কিছু লোকজনকে টাকা দিবে, কম্বল দিবে বা ফ্লাডে কাজ করবে, এর থেকে তাদের মাইন্ড আমাদের দরকার, তাদের ট্যালেন্ট আমাদের দরকার। উই অলসো এখানে ওনারাও যেরকম আগায় আসতে হবে, আমাদেরও এখানে লোকাল প্ল্যাটফর্ম তৈরি করতে হবে যাতে তাদের এই ট্যালেন্ট গুলোকে আমরা আসলে ট্যাপ করতে পারি। ইভেন আমাদের লট অফ IT কোম্পানিজ ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনি কাইন্ড অফ সফটওয়্যার আর্কিটেক্ট অর হোয়াট এভার, বাট দেয়ার আর হান্ড্রেডস অফ দোজ পিপল দেয়ার। তাদেরকে আমরা বাংলাদেশে আনতে পারবো না। লেট আস কাইন্ড অফ হ্যাভ সাম কাইন্ড অফ কমার্শিয়াল এগ্রিমেন্ট অর অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট যেটাতে তারা আসলে ইনভলভ হতে পারে। তো এরকম একটা মডালিটি আমাদের তৈরি করতে হবে। আই ডোন্ট নো দ্য রাইট আনসার, উই হ্যাভ টু ডু সামথিং লাইক দ্যাট।
ঠিক আছে, আপনাদের সবাইকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। আমি বিষয়টা নিয়ে না আগে আমি সামারিটা আমরা কি করছি, আমরা সবাই বুঝতে পারছি যে স্কিলস এর গ্যাপ একটা আছে। স্কিলস এর গ্যাপ মোস্টলি ইন টেক/স্টেম এরিয়াতে, বাট ইন অ্যাডিশন টু দ্যাট একটা সফট স্কিলের পার্ট যেটা উঠে এসছে যে বিদেশি এক্সপোজারটা নেই। ইনফ্যাক্ট বিদেশি বা MNC এক্সপোজার বা গ্রেটার ওয়ার্ল্ডে কি হচ্ছে এটার এক্সপোজারের একটা বড় মানে গ্যাপ রিডাকশন ওয়েই হচ্ছে NRB দের সাথে কানেকশন। NRB দের সাথে কানেকশন কিভাবে করা যায় আমরা বিভিন্নভাবে আলোচনা করলাম, বাট আমরা বুঝতে পারছি যে আসলে যদি একটা ছোট ফোরাম করে বা একটা ফাউন্ডেশন করে বা একটা গ্রুপ করে যদি কানেক্টিভিটি তৈরি করা যায় সেটা একটা ওয়ে। সো এটা একটা অ্যাকশন পয়েন্ট। অডিয়েন্সের কথা, ভেরি গুড কোয়েশ্চেন। আমি সাধারণত যারা আমাকে চেনেন তারা জানেন আমি অডিয়েন্সের কাছ থেকে শুনতে চাই, কিন্তু আনফরচুনেটলি আজকে টাইমের দিক থেকে মনে হয় আমরা সংকুচিত, সেই জন্য আমরা আজকে অ্যাটলিস্ট আমার সেশনটাতে নিচ্ছি না। আমি খুবই দুঃখিত। আর আরেকটা যেটা করা যায় যে কি বলছিলাম, একটা হচ্ছে যে একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম তৈরি করে এগোনো যায়। প্ল্যাটফর্মটার জন্য ইনফ্যাক্ট BBF টাইপের কেউ উদ্যোগ নিতে পারে। আমার মনে হয় মিনিস্ট্রি অফ ফাইন্যান্স তাদের প্রজেক্টের আন্ডারে করতে পারে, এটসেট্রা এটসেট্রা। লাস্ট বাট নট দ্য লিস্ট ইজ যে আসলে আমাদেরকে গ্র্যাজুয়েটদেরকে লোকালি এমপ্লয়েবল না করে তাদেরকে কিভাবে গ্লোবালি এমপ্লয়েবল করা যায় এই জায়গাটা নিয়ে আমাদেরকে কাজ করতেই হবে। আদারওয়াইজ আসলে যতগুলো গ্র্যাজুয়েট আমরা তৈরি করছি ততজনকে দেশে জায়গা দেওয়ার উপায় নেই, এবং তাদেরকে বিদেশে নিতে পারলে দেশেরই আয় বাড়বে। আসলে এই অংশটাও আমরা আলোচনা করি নাই। আমাদের কিন্তু তখন ফরেন কারেন্সি আর্নিংটাও ফার গ্রেটার হবে। এটা আমার মনে হয় আমি সবকিছু কমপ্লিট করতে পেরেছি। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। আপনাদেরকে ধৈর্য ধরে শোনার জন্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Dishan Bhai, thank you so much for your wonderful moderation. If you could all please stay back on the stage. I'd like to request Mr. Zulfikar Hussain, CEO and lead consultant, GrowX and Excel, to kindly come to the stage and hand over a token of appreciation to all of our guests, please. There are a lot of nice takeaways, and I'm sure the government and the private sector equally would play a role in taking them forward. Yes, a round of applause would be really nice. Can we have a round of applause for our panel speakers and our moderator, please? Thank you. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today's conclave is not just about discussions and ideas. It's also about action. We are excited to share that in this very program, we are about to unveil something truly transformative, an initiative that embodies the spirit of innovation and collaboration at the heart of this event. Stay with us as we take this remarkable step forward together. We have a launching ceremony, and for the launch, I would like to request Mr. Shariful Islam, founder and managing director of Bangladesh Brand Forum, and Mr. Mushtaq Ahmed, founder and CEO of NRBs USA, to come on stage, please. Can I also have Mr. Mushtaq Ahmed, founder and CEO of NRBs USA, to be on the stage, please? I'd like to request our guests to be seated, please. It's going to be a whole day event. Thank you.
Hello, testing.
Hello. Before we basically talk about the project, I would like to just state two things. Based on the, as I mentioned in the beginning, that for each of the track, our plan is to launch one specific project, one or multiple. And based on the inputs and something that we've been working for some time, there are actually two projects, and this is the third one that we'll be launching as far as the skills and knowledge development space is concerned. The first one is what we discussed, that how can we give our next generation, the Gen Alpha, who are still in schools, to give them a window to the future. The earlier they get a view of the future, they know how they should be preparing themselves. and all of us know that it's changing every day. So our plan is basically, with the help of the NRB, we'll be running every week. So basically 52 virtual sessions for school students across the country, so that in each of the session, one NRB interacts with the students for 2 hours, talking about the future, giving them a little perspective on the future, who are specialized in this different fields. So that's number one. Number two projects are a mentoring project. We have already started to discuss and talk with selective, highly professional and senior NRBs to be mentors with our next generation family business owners. So our target is to have 10 such mentors to do virtual mentoring of our next generation business leaders. And the third one is skills development, where BBF Academy will be engaging the specialized NRBs on different functional areas, both physically and virtually. So these are the three projects we hope to start out of this. And this is something which, again, Mushtaq Bhai we've been working with Mushtaq Bhai to launch something next year, which is part of actually a global project which is run out of DC. And I think this is going to be the first of its kind in Bangladesh to bring STEM in schools. And it's a very interesting, engaging, year-long preparation process. So we'll share a little brief on this. Mushtaq Bhai will take us through this. I'll just, Mushtaq Bhai, I'll basically leave it to you, just to give a, yeah. So can we go to the previous slide? So we'll do it very briefly because we have got sessions to run. So can we run the video, please? I think the video itself is self-explanatory, but without going through the presentation, can you just give a small summary of the competition?
Okay, so basically Future City is a competition in the United States. All 50 states participates, and I have been involved for last 6 years as a sponsor, but my COO, he has been doing it for last 25 years. Actually, he motivated me to join this program. So this program is for like 6 to 8 graders. They usually get like year-long course on like Future City. So they got like mentorship, they need to prepare an essay, and then finally they submit for essay competition, and then model competition. Model should be below $50, and then regional and national competition in DC. So basically this is the way like we can give like engineering education right at the heart of the students when they are young. It actually creates the inspiration and dreamers for the future. So we approach as Shariful Bhai always wants to bring something at home. So we were talking like, this is the program I'm doing. So he's saying like, why not bringing it to Bangladesh? So we approached to the DC and then also in the regional in the Northern Cal. So all of the people are excited. So we are already part of it. They invited Sharif Bhai to join that global competition. So already in the process. So Sharif Bhai is going to launch from this year to have that same thing in Bangladesh. And from our side, because as some of my colleagues in my Silicon Valley office there, we're like every year we celebrate like as a ritual. So we involve it from the beginning. So I'll try to even give some of those resources to work with Sharif Bhai and build it for Bangladesh.
Thank you so much. So what basically we'll be doing, so next year we are going to run it for Bangladesh schools. So we'll try to select top 1 or 2 teams, groom them, mentor them, go through the entire process. And what I'm really excited about, because we do not have any back-end skill set of running this, so we'll take full help from the USA Mushtaq Bhai's team. And inshallah, on 2026, the finale, we'll send 1 or 2 Bangladesh team to compete in the DC1. So I think these are areas where NRBs can come actually and open doors. And what we have been discussing, that we need to open our young generation, next generation to the world as early as possible. And I think this will become a great initiative. And once again, thank you so much, Mushtaq. Please give a big round of applause for Mushtaq Bhai.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
As you all know, that Bangladesh's success story is one of boundless potential and remarkable growth. But what makes this story truly unique is how it drives and gets strength and energy from its global citizens, the NRBs. Our next keynote speaker knows this narrative quite intimately. Now, I know that it's a formal event, but ladies and gentlemen, it's not every day that I get to introduce a friend and a family member. A former NRB himself, he chose to return home at the very first chance he got. And that too for a call that lasted less than a minute, to actively contribute to building the new Bangladesh. Tonight, he will speak on the future of Bangladesh's economy and NRB engagement, a topic that blends his personal journey with a vision for harnessing the collective power of our diaspora. To deliver the keynote, please welcome Chaudhry Ashik Mahmud bin Harun, Executive Chairman, BIDA and BEZA, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to start with a small story about 2 people I met in Singapore earlier this month. And I was actually trying to catch a flight that evening to Dhaka. First, I met this 20-year-old kid. His name is Abdullah Al-Shafil. Some of you may have seen him on Facebook. He was shot in his eye during the July Revolution. And as it turns out, our lack of execution capability in the government made him wait for over 90 days before he could actually get any form of treatment. So as he was groaning in pain, he decided to buy his own ticket and to go to Singapore for his own treatment, forgetting about whether the government is eventually going to send him money or not. And he went with his mother, who has never stepped out of Khulna ever in her life, doesn't speak English, doesn't understand a bit of it. He went through the surgery by the time I actually met him, and the doctors basically told him that one of his eyes are completely gone, and the other one is somewhat retrievable, but he needs constant treatment to get to somewhere. He was stuck at the hospital actually when I met him. He's still waiting for the government money to come through because otherwise he can't get a release from the hospital. Yet, when I met him, he was absolutely full of energy and enthusiasm. He was very excited to talk about how he eventually wants to become a scientist, and he has apparently got some very cool ideas that are locked in his drawer secretly that he thinks are ready for patent. He's saying this to me while his mum, who is literally sitting 5 feet away from him, completely in tears, and because this is her only son, and she's genuinely worried about whether the treatment's going to go through, whether he will ever be able to do a job. Because as I walked with Shafil, I actually realized, because he only has one eye, he was struggling to walk in a straight line. Yet his energy was absolutely through the roof. And I genuinely felt that I was nowhere near him when I was in my 20s. So that gave me a perspective of the youth we talk about Bangladesh. So in a frantic exercise to save some of Shafil's pain, I actually tried to reach out the NRBs in Singapore. And I met this another guy. His name is Dr. Muntasir. I don't know if you've met him or if you've heard of him before. So Dr. Muntasir is actually one of the well-known NRBs in Singapore. During COVID-19, him and a few of his colleagues, they went out completely on their own and took fairly unassuming life risk to go into these dormitories. If you recall, during COVID-19 crisis in Singapore, the COVID broke out in Bangladeshi dormitories. So he walked into these dormitories with a handheld mic, trying to explain in Bangla how to deal with COVID challenges. He's been since recognized by the government, and the government has actually taken his effort to a further level by creating a charity to help the migrant workers. So when I spoke to him, he went way out of his own boundary to try to help Shafil in some shape or form, and make sure that he can be released as soon as possible. Now, if we as a government were not as lackluster as we are today, and we could find a way to harness the strength that Shafil has, and also somehow connect Shafil with the likes of Dr. Muntasir, then lives would have been very, very different. Very, very different. And this is exactly where this conclave comes to play. So I walked away from that 24-hour experience with full of hope, but at the same time realizing that there's just so much to be done between where we are today versus where we could be with the NRBs. Thanks to Bangladesh Bank Brand Forum for bringing everyone together here. And it's absolutely vital that our diaspora plays a key role in writing the next chapter for Bangladesh. And it's heartwarming to see, and I have personally received many messages in LinkedIn and all the social medias, and I apologize if I haven't been able to answer to all of them, that NRBs are genuinely keen to make a difference in Bangladesh now. And we do know that from Silicon Valley to the financial capitals of Europe, Bangladesh is connected through our diaspora. Imagine the impact if you channeled even a fraction of that energy into Bangladesh's economy. You also have these NRBs, you also have a very special vantage point. You're sitting outside, I used to be part of it, where you can see the best practices and you always wonder, how do I bring it back to Bangladesh? How do we make it happen? How do we help the economy? But given my topic slightly talks about economy, so I would really like to, for everyone's conscience, let's make sure that we have a very clear understanding of the economic baseline. So let's rewind back to June 29th, exactly 6 months ago this year. The economic forecast we had was saying that our GDP is going to grow over 6%. But there were doubts whether it's actually going to happen. The gap between the car market and the bank market in terms of FX was as long as the distance between New York and London. And then the arrears that the government had were rising. I remember the first day I joined the government, I had one of the multinational CEOs coming and saying, Bangladesh government sits at the top of the unpaid list of government services to that multinational. And the FDI numbers, which we all talk about, know about, we have somehow not been able to crack open that box. So you fast forward to today, 29 December 2024. The government is full of geeks. Law and order issues are still not resolved, and we are yet to see the final output of banking reform and asset recovery. The GDP growth forecast has actually been pulled down to roughly about 4%. However, our balance of payment has significantly improved. If you follow the capital accounts, it is nearly now positive, which hasn't happened for years in Bangladesh. The gap between FX rates in terms of carbon market has nearly completely washed out. Remittances are up thanks to the NRBs, and the export numbers are up, roughly about 12%. And the arrears, which I personally think is a big issue, is down by 2/3 from the government of Bangladesh. So to our NRBs, sitting today, what I would say is the fundamental business case for Bangladesh is exactly the same it was 6 months ago, and it probably will be the same 6 months down the line. It is not going to change. We talk about young trainable workforce. We talk about the homogeneous and dense local market. We talk about the rising middle class. All these things will remain. They were there, they are here, they'll be there in future. But it is an equitable business environment. You're welcome to do business here anytime now. The investment landscape in Bangladesh now is open and entirely free of vested interest. So if you're an NRB, we'll welcome you with open arms, and we'll not ask you to go see a specific minister or an MP before you do business. So let's fast forward 5 years down the line. Where do we see ourselves in 5 years? What's the picture of success? So here's the picture of success in 5 years' time. We've developed rapidly in high growth industries such as IT, renewable energy, and advanced textiles. Pharmaceuticals, electronics, and light engineering have diversified our export basket. Renewable energy, particularly solar and wind, becomes cornerstone of our growth strategy, ensuring sustainable development and addressing rising needs. We've become a preferred destination for FDI. The numbers are heading north every year, year over year, and the government services are now digitalized. The reverse brain drain we always talk about has started in full force. So many of us are now coming back to work in Bangladesh, just like we see in India. And the country is growing, but not without growing her social institutions. And the Gini index, the coefficient, has taken a nosedive. Is this really possible? Sure, why not? It is possible. However, we have to start now to fix the fundamental problems that we have in our economy to be able to make that happen. So in the short run, the goal for the government and BIDA, and in fact, all the investment promotion agencies that you talk about, the BEZAs and BEBZAs and PPPAs of the world, is to convert them into a center of excellence and fix the basic issues that we all talk about. We've drawn up a list of more than 100 items that we have received from speaking to more than 300 entrepreneurs and CEOs in the last 2-3 months. But we hope to get as many as we can get done by summer 2025. And we will be focusing on high impact, quick wins. Some of them may look very trivial. So if you have read the theory of broken window, where they say that if you stop petty crimes, eventually the big crimes are going to stopping. The big criminals, if they see all the glasses of the New York City, and that's how the broken window theory came about, that if everything is clearly moving in the right direction, the overall culture changes, and then we get to a mindset where the entire population is pushing towards anti-corruption. We're also experimenting behavioral economics. If you have probably seen my LinkedIn post on a nudge theory in the government, we are setting up a consulting style SWAT team in Bida to solve high impact investor problems. And we're also actually implementing an investment banking style relationship management team in Bida. But to start with, my job itself is probably an experiment. A private sector guy who has been shipped into government services. And I can tell you that the world that we live in private sector is so different, and doing business inside the government is so different that it is an experience on its own. But hopefully, as we migrate people, and this has happened in US and UK many a times, where people have been seconded into government and then they have gone back out to private sector for a short period of time. So if my experiment actually works out very well for the government and for the private sector, hopefully we'll see many of the same in next few years and months to come. So the question really is, how do we seize this pivotal moment? What should be the form of engagement with the NRBs? Some engagement has actually already taken place. So some of you may have attended the Semicon meeting that we hosted in Bida last week. We actually invited some NRBs. We invited the industry experts. We invited the academia to talk about how do we take the semiconductor industry to the next level. And the output of that meeting is a 4-way task force. So historically, the task forces in government were actually 1-way, which is all by government officials. The new task force we're doing for semicon industry are from 4 different groups. So there's a small group from government, there's a group from academia, there's a group from diaspora, and finally, there's a group from the industry. And it's going to be an equal representation from all these groups so that everyone's voice is clearly heard and valued in the task force. The goal of that task force will be to come up with policy decisions for the government so that the semiconductor industry grows from where it is to the next level, where we could probably go into design, from design into testing and assembly. But that's not obviously enough. We need to do a lot more. If you look at Vietnam, they have actually used diaspora to strike FTAs. How do we bring in the diaspora to help us in FTA negotiation? I have joined 1 FTA negotiation meeting since I've joined the government, which was with Japan. The Japanese team for FTA negotiation had roughly about 120 officials. On our side, I think the number is roughly 20. And out of those 20, we have very few who are actually FTA negotiation experts. So how do we expect to land on an FTA agreement which is very friendly for Bangladesh? I have no idea. Again, the question is, how do we make sure that we get the best experts from the industry, potentially from the diaspora, into our government system and make sure that they help us to get to a point where our interests are better served? Then if you look at China, their global brand transformation actually happened through their diaspora. So we've been talking about Hamza Chaudhry. I don't know if you follow football. We've just been able to recruit one of the best footballers in the UK. He has changed his nationality and he's going to join the Bangladesh football team, which is a great win for us. But then how do we take one of these wins and then start this cultural transformation journey where, just like Korean culture, the Bangladeshi culture has some positive connotation instead of just another culture? So all these are open-ended questions, and I don't necessarily have answer to these. I'm actually looking forward to the next panel where the experts are going to talk about the investment space and how do we make sure that NRBs actually have a very clear landing spot if they really want to invest in Bangladesh. I actually have an NRB in my team as well And yesterday we were both talking that when we were on the other side, we've always wanted to come and invest in Bangladesh. We had no idea how to do it. So this is the question that I would like to get an answer to. Once we have the answer, potentially BIDA could easily help. First of all, on BIDA's side, we are committed in creating the right environment for investment and driving the essential policy reform. So if you have very clear advice, very clear targeted ideas that you think the government of Bangladesh could implement and execute within finite period of time, please feel free to share with us. We are willing to form more collaborative institutions like the Semiconductor Task Force so that we can do better trade and investment with other markets. And finally, I would say that this government, as you can probably see, already have 2 NRBs built into it. And the expectation is that this will continue in some shape or form as the new political government comes into play. So please feel free to send us suggestions, advices. Please feel free to connect with us. Again, I apologize for not being able to respond to all the NRB requests that I have received, but please be rest assured we are working our socks off 24/7 to make sure that we have a better investment climate for the NRBs. So yeah, let's roll up our sleeves and get to business. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
I would like to request Shariful Islam from Bangladesh Brand Forum to kindly come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. Can we have a round of applause, please? It's time for a lunch and prayer break. We will proceed to our next session. We will proceed to our next session after half an hour. So if you could kindly be back within half an hour, that would be great.
How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow. How do you empower tomorrow? Can you do it by guiding the next generation? By learning to serve the community? By empowering the future youngsters? Or by fostering the growth of economy? Or do you empower tomorrow by pursuing sustainability? Empowering tomorrow is all about that and more. It's about taking that one step further that no one dares to. With a commitment to perfection, Prime Bank has unlocked an era of a new promise. A promise of empowering tomorrow, driven to be kept by each one of the 3,000 of us. And together, we are committed to be the best. From offering the best products, best services, to just the joy that binds us. We believe in igniting ambition, realizing dreams, and writing destiny. Prime Bank, empowering tomorrow.
I've been told that we should start in 5 minutes. So if you're done with your lunch, if you could kindly come back to your seats, that would be great. We'd like to move on with the remaining sessions. There's one more keynote speech, two or three more panel discussions that would have many insights, many takeaways for all of you to work on in the coming days. So those of you who are here inside, thank you so much. If you could kindly settle down. And then those of you who are still outside, may I request all of you to take your seats. We'd like to start in 3 or 4 minutes, exactly at 2 o'clock.
শুরু করে ফেলে প্রাইম ব্যাংকে উনি আছে হ্যাঁ আশফাক আশফাক
We'd like to start again. If you could all kindly take your seats. We've got one more keynote speech, 3 panel discussions, and lots of insights to take away. Can I request all of you to be seated? We'd like to call upon stage our title sponsor, Prime Bank PLC, to share their remarks. And for that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. M. Nazim A. Chaudhary, Deputy Managing Director, Prime Bank PLC. May I request all of you to kindly be seated, please? And after this speech, we'll have a panel discussion. So if you can all be seated, I'm sure there'll be plenty of networking opportunities, selfie opportunities in the next coffee break. If you could kindly be seated, we'd like to move on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. When we were students at universities, brain drain was the most popular term. And today when I was listening to all the great listeners, it felt like a new term should be introduced, like brain train, where we pull up all the beautiful minds across the world and build up a train that can bring all the knowledges to Bangladesh back. So this is the right opportunity to create that new term. So distinguished guests, good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. It's a great honor for Prime Bank to be associated with this great event and for me to address you in this extraordinary NRB Conclave, where a lot of minds and hearts from different corners of the world are gathered together towards a common mission. Like all of Bangladesh, we also believe that this is the time to speak about the right things, to bring out the desired changes for the betterment of our nation and beyond. The conclave is more than just a meeting, it's a platform for collaboration, a celebration for achievements, and a call to nation for the future. Together, we can take the role of the NRBs in driving Bangladesh's progress for greater heights, from enhancing economic, trade, and technological development to enhancing educational and cultural exchanges, and much more. In previous times, we may not have seen proper strategic plans made or executed for the NRBs, despite their being the core part of Bangladesh's economy, contributing about 6 to 7% of the country's GDP. They are the major contributor or partner of the development in Bangladesh. As a banker, I can say that in the changing circumstances, your contribution to the development of this country has become even more significant. You are the bridge connecting Bangladesh to the world, but unfortunately, your basic expectations from the appropriate authorities are yet to be met. Yet, our expectations from you for building a strong foreign exchange portfolio are constantly increasing, and for which you have never disappointed us. I personally, and from behalf of my bank, I thank you. I believe with forums like these, the issues of NRBs will be given top priority now. We as a bank, we support NRBs in many ways, such as remittance services, loan services, digital banking products, offshore banking products, and many more. But I think these are not enough because we need to have more secured and structured investment solutions for them. And at the same time, we need to use the combined knowledge pool for the betterment of the nation. Thank you for your patience, dedication, and unwavering connection to our homeland. We will continue this discussion, and going forward, we think we'll make Bangladesh stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're now heading on to the second panel discussion of the day, and the topic for this panel is Unlocking Opportunities, How NRBs Can Catalyze Investment in Emerging Sectors of Bangladesh. The session will be moderated by none other than Nahian Rahman Rochi, Head of Business Development, BIDA, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. And the esteemed panel members of this panel are Sajid Rahman, Chairman, Board Finance Committee, ICANN, Managing Partner, MyAsia VC, Iqbal Ahmed, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, CMARC PLC, Mominul Islam, Chairman, Dhaka Stock Exchange PLC, Ziayu Ahmed, Founder and Chairman, Venture Investment Partners Bangladesh, and Rahat Ahmed, Founding Partner and CEO, Anchorless Bangladesh. Sorry, my bad. May I invite all the panelists and the moderator up on the stage, please? And can we have a round of applause for them?
I guess we can start. We don't have one panelist yet, but I'm sure that he'll be joining in due course. So before that, I think we can start and sort of start the discussion. So at the very onset, I was requested if we all could give a brief introduction about all of us so that the audience can also relate to us better. So probably I can go first and then followed by my esteemed panelists. So very quick introduction about myself if you guys don't know me yet. My name is Nahian. As you have heard, I have joined BIDA as the head of business development. And if you have heard the BIDA's chairman's speech, he mentioned about a second NRB. Actually, I am the second one. This is my 29th day at the job. Just like him, I was an NRB even last month. So very happy to be back here and especially very passionate about this discussion. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to take some solid action plans out of this discussion from this forum. So yeah, that's about me. I'll now hand it over to my panelists.
Thanks. My name is Sajid Rahman. I'm a Bangladeshi, but based in Jakarta, Indonesia. I spend most of my time investing in technology companies. The portfolio includes very late-stage companies like SpaceX, OpenAI, etc., as well as very early-stage companies in fintech space. Besides that, I've been into a couple of boards. One, which was mentioned in the introduction, is ICANN. It is the internet governing body known as Internet Corporation for Names and Numbers. It essentially governs the internet technology protocol across the world.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Iqbal Ahmed. I am chairman and chief executive of SEMA Group, the main corporate office in UK, and I have office in Bangladesh. And I am also founder of Non-Resident Bangladeshi Bank, which is founded in 2019, and I have brought 46 shareholders from all over the world. And I'm also chairman of UK BCCI, UK Bangladesh Catalyst and Commerce and Industry. I am a chairman and the founder. And I also been an advisor to the British government for 2-3 times. One is SAC Southern Asian Advisory Group. Another one was Competitiveness Council. Another one was FIS, Food Industry Sustainability Strategy. So I am a citizen of both countries, United Kingdom and Bangladesh. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zia Ahmed. I'm an NRB from USA, based in Metro Washington, D.C. And I need to make a little announcement here. I used to be chairman of Venture Investment Partners, DIV Asset Management Company. As of September, I relinquished all my role because of a certain assignment with the government of Bangladesh. But needless to say, so I'm originally, my company in the US is called Terra Resource International, which, so by the way, now, today, I'm here because of my efforts and my experience coming back to Bangladesh in 2005-6 period, and setting up a company, the first private social venture capital company in Bangladesh. And the experience that I've gained so far, I'd like to tell at an appropriate time in this discussion. Thank you.
My name is Rahat Ahmed. I'm also an NRB. I grew up in Texas and New York. I am the founding partner and CEO of Anchorless Bangladesh, which is a New York-based investment firm that specializes in bringing in international capital to Bangladesh. Over the last 5 years, you probably have heard of some of our investments, including companies like Batao and Shiko. I'm also the co-founder of an organization called Bideshi, which is a diaspora organization, NRB organization for professionals. We are in 18 countries around, or 18 cities around the world across 4 continents. And our goal is to connect Bangladeshis in the professional sphere so that they can assist each other and over long term bring capital back to Bangladesh.
Right, fantastic. I think it's a good group of people to talk about investments. I think one area which Bangladesh as a country is definitely under-indexed, and more so when we talk about NRB investments, we definitely can do better at it, right? Before I start though, I just found that our last member has just joined, Momin Bhai. So I'll let him join the group first. And then Momin Bhai, what we did was we did a very quick introduction about ourselves. So I'll hand it over to you just to say a few words.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. And my sincere apology for being late coming here. I am Mominul Islam. I am currently the chairman of Dhaka Stock Exchange. I am also the founder of C-Link Advisory, which is a boutique investment bank based in Dhaka. And until very recently, I was the managing director of IPTC Finance Limited, the leading non-banking financial institution of Bangladesh. And before that, I used to work for American Express and the Standard Chartered Bank in Bangladesh and overseas. Thank you.
Perfect. Now that the panel is complete, let's move on because, by the way, a heads up that the organizers have given me a very strong directive that I have to be very strict with timing. Yeah? So I'll request everyone to just be conscious of that one. The other thing, though, which I need to give a heads up to my panelists is just before this panel discussion today, I actually reached out to a few of the members of the audience about what they want to hear today from all of you. And one of the recurring themes that came were that we all have heard of problems. We all have heard about the key issues that we face with investment, be it bureaucratic hurdles, be it policy continuity and all of that. What we don't see enough are actionable plans, actionable roadmaps, or actual actions happening on the ground. So all my questions, I'll be very conscious about making sure that those are driven towards a certain roadmap. So that is just basically the additional context that I wanted to give. How we have organized this session is in 3 segments. So the first one would be more about talking about how can we accelerate the overall investment inflow from the NRBs. Second one would be more sectoral deep dive, because I have got all of you who are sector experts in all of your sectors. And the third one would be more about how can we be better at sort of making the NRB outreach a bit more consolidated versus individual ad hoc initiatives, right? So with that, let me start with the first segment, which is how can we accelerate the overall NRB investments coming into the country, right? So here goes my 2-liner context. If I look at the numbers, NRB bond investment in Bangladesh is roughly around $1 billion, 1.3 billion. I know that we have a huge inflow from our remittance, but even if you compare against that, it's only probably 5%, that 1 billion number. Even if you look at a country like Pakistan, it's around 3.7 billion. Sri Lanka is on the north of 7. So traditionally, our NRB investment inflow is quite low. And as the BIDA chairman mentioned in his keynote as well, actually, when I was an NRB, I and him were having a chat of how can we invest? And we couldn't figure out how do we actually invest in Bangladesh, right? So with that context in mind and knowing the problems, my first question to the panel would be, can you probably, from your experience, share 1 or 2 top enablers that we can create to just have short-term but high-impact investments coming into the country immediately to start getting or having some faith back into the system? So that would be my question. We can start from the far end. Probably Momin bhai, if you want to start.
Thank you. And this is somewhere that really puzzles us always. But the key thing is we do not have much interactions with our NRBs. So our institutional framework has not recognized this untapped source of capital. So one interesting, say, opportunities I see is the distressed asset class. So where, as after this COVID-19, then Russia-Ukraine war, and also our homegrown mismanagement and governance issue, we have a huge pile of distressed asset on the balance sheets of our banks and financial institutions. And there is definitely very promising ventures which are currently liquidity crunched, where our NRBs can really come in as investors and also ensure to strengthen the management structure. Our banks and financial institutions can work together with the NRBs. One key issues that holds the NRBs back is the CIB issues, still the PE investment or venture investment, the nominated directors get reported as defaulter if the concern is say defaults, or even their sister concerns defaults, which is not the case in our neighboring countries. So we need to fix that issues. And also we need to make sure that we have platforms whereby we can connect with interested NRBs, so that institutional framework at the private sector level, as well as like institutions like BIDA or even Dhaka Stock Exchange can play a good role for that connector. Thank you.
Yep, I think we need to have that one control tower. It could be DSC, it potentially could be BIDA, but yes, I think there needs to be a more integrated touch point to connect with the NRBs. Thank you, Momin.
I'm going to keep it very simple. A trustworthy website that can be shared with every NRB in the world, regardless of where they're located, how old they are, how much income they make. The government right now basically has no singular website that looks trustworthy. And I know that sounds crazy to say, but that is part of the issue. When somebody from America or the UK is transferring money, they want to make sure that there's an embedded trust in the website, in the platform. Once we build one website that can do that, that can be shared through our communities. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you how uncles and aunties love sharing WhatsApp forwards. So that'll be an easy way.
Perfect. Yeah, that's actionable.
Actually, the first is, as Shariful mentioned in the morning session, is the branding of Bangladesh. What is missing is branding of Bangladesh. Since the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971, December, we've been termed as a basket case. And only recently, in the last 20 years, things have been moving northward. So I think we have to keep up that. And the one thing that I experienced from my journey, after I left the World Bank, I joined, started a business here in 2005, 6. I went through a lot of loopholes. And I mentioned just in the informal discussion that Iqbal Bhai here also had a lot of efforts, a lot of initiative ideas, brought in a lot of people to invest in Bangladesh. Somehow, the factor that affected, to me, it was the subtle corruption that's prevailing. Hopefully, we have changed that. We have crossed this, the Bangladesh 2.0 will stop that prevailing older generation of corrupt practices. And nothing will stop. I think like you said, the sky is the limit.
Hello. Thank you very much. First of all, I must congratulate you and the chairman of BIDA for having you as an NRB in this country. I just like to elaborate about NRBs and myself and Ziabai. Ziabai just mentioned about me. I mean, I think we are both of us, we had our primary education here. And then we got education there, we settled there, and then we came back. So we know the culture of Bangladesh. We know how to get to cross the red tape and bureaucracy. Our NRBs, they cannot. They brought up in a different sort of environment. So I'd just like to share our program. The program is Brand Forum organized, and he is the champion. We work in England many years back, and we've been working, and he always kindly helped me, call me to set up. Exchange of knowledge. Bring the knowledge remittance back is this the slogan, or repatriate the knowledge. So we all know we went there, and then after that, second generation went there to study, but they hardly come back. They all settle. Our children, they settle. But all Bangladeshis, 2 million NRBs living all over the world, they love Bangladesh. And every single one is potential because you have to work. When you go abroad, you have to work for your living. So everybody is potential and everybody love Bangladesh. Everybody watch Bangladesh, how they're doing. But whenever they come here, they get this problem, as Yabai says, all the bureaucracy, red tape, corruption, and which they go back. Now, the best way is bring the knowledge back, the brain drain which is happened in last 20 years, if we can encourage them to bring back, just like, you know, our Islam and all these hybrid people, if we can bring them, they can make decisions about us. I mean, my simple thinking is we are, is it 2 million? 20 million, huh? 2 crore, huh? 20 million, 20 million, and I'll be living all over the world. None of us before make decision for them. The government make decision without even telling us what they're going to do. And we always come across huge problem and bureaucracy. So now that we have NRBs, if we can bring more, recruit more NRBs into the policy making, how to create the infrastructure electronically. I mean, if you are in England, if you want to open an account, bank account, we've got a banker sponsors here. Even a company account, you can do it online. And you don't take long. You can, maybe in 2-3 hours, you can open a company account if we have all the documents ready. Here is a nightmare. I mean, simply opening an account, getting a license is a nightmare. You have to face people. So my encouragement will be, if we can do everything 100% online, if they can set up their companies from there, would be much more easier. Another thing is, you see, NRBs, most hybrid NRBs are established in last 20 years. Most highly educated, those who went there and those who grown up there. So they don't have the capital. So, but they have a big vision, whether technological project or agriculture project or sustainable project, whatever project. But they got big vision, but they don't have the money. But they can come and start with the small. So I always encourage, when I set up a bank, I always used to say, if you want to create a loyal customer, you have to help small and medium businesses. You see, when I was small, those bankers who helped me, I still remember, I'm still with you because I've been so loyal. They helped me. So they helped me with $100,000. Now they help me with $100 million because I've been loyal and they created me. So even the bankers, even all the organization, I think we should help those small businesses, especially from NRBs, because don't forget, NRBs are not corrupt, because the environment they live in Western world, they don't do this sort of corruption thing. So thank you very much for allowing me, but I'm so glad this program is happening for NRBs. Thank you.
Thank you, Iqbal bhai.
Thanks. If you ask me one action point that can happen quickly and has a far-reaching impact, so it will be complete rehaul of our FX regulations. I don't think Bangladesh Bank should take more than 3 to 6 months to redo the whole FX regulations. And that will probably have a significant impact on a longer term on foreign investments. The fact that most of the top technology companies in our country, most top funded technology companies in our country, has a holding company outside Bangladesh, essentially means that there's no problem with the market, right? Because people are investing. They believe in the market. That's where the money is coming in, or money is getting used, operating expenses, etc. But these regulatory challenges, which can be a very broad one, but FX regulations, I was a banker, should not take 3 to 6 months to rehaul the whole thing.
Perfect. I think just while you were answering, I was keeping notes so that we actually make it actionable, right? And there are a couple of themes. So let's say Momin bhai's point around better connect. Let's say about the storytelling of Bangladesh. Iqbal bhai's comment around sort of getting them involved in decision making or the FX regulation. I think these are all sort of actions that we can overlay on a piece of timeline in terms of what are the short term, medium term, and long term, and sort of start immediately sort of going after. But the first or the most important piece, or probably the easiest one, is probably creating that one-stop touch point. It could be in the form of a website. It could be in the form of a very easy interactive touch point with the NRB community so that they can start gaining trust into this entire process. I think that's probably a very easy fix. And so that could be a starting point, to be honest. So yeah, that was our first segment, which was how can we start attracting, say, high impact investments in a very short amount of time. The the second segment, which would be more about sector-specific questions, more relevant to each of your work area. So probably, Momin bhai, if you're okay, I'll start with you again. So look, so I was doing some research about you as well before I came here, of course. And we have seen very recently encouraging moves from DSC about the 3 recruits that you took. And I got very positive feedback again from the audience, right? Along those lines, my question to you would be, how can we actually leverage more people from the NRB to help you with the financial capital market systems and sort of bring that talent that stays there to sort of help us develop the financial markets in a better manner?
Excellent. So basically, as you can see, we are now having a very historical moment whereby the government, the Securities and Exchange Commission, stock exchanges and market intermediaries all are working in tandem to make a transformation which was missing for a long period of time. The capital market is totally crippled and dwarfed due to mismanagement and incompetency over decades. So we need capital, but more importantly, we also need expertise. So we do not have a single global investment bank in Bangladesh. So we have seen in commercial banking from the large global banks, there was resource transfer to local banks. In general, those banks are doing the best. So I request our NRBs to come back to Bangladesh, especially the investment bankers, collaborate with the market intermediaries like brokerage houses, the merchant banks or asset managers, or stock exchange. I'll definitely welcome resources coming here for product development, market development, in the technology arena. So we'll need people, but at the same time, the capital can also come in, because if one investment banker can come along with a proposal to have a JV between a global investment bank or even regional or a boutique investment bank from, say, Europe, say, US, or even from Singapore, Hong Kong, that can enormously benefit the, say, Bangladesh capital market in terms of global connectivity, in terms of development of the governance structure, risk management structure, product development. One key areas where I draw the attention of our NRB community is recently formulated the rate fund regulation. So we see there is a huge inflow of remittance going into the real estate sector in Bangladesh, but which is very, say, currently not going in a disciplined manner. There is this sporadic construction of housing in different parts, taking away the scarce agricultural land. So residential real estate in the affordable segment, in case we can get into more structured development through this rate, we can channelize the fund from overseas, and which can have enormous economic, social, and environmental impact within the country. Thank you.
No, that's brilliant. I think so. Then the action point is probably on the NRBs. What Momin bhai said, all he's looking for is a proposal, and any of the investment banks, it could be in the form of JV or anyone coming in, that probably allows us to pave this roadmap going forward. So thank you for that offer. I'm sure someone probably is taking note, and then we can follow up on that one. If I move on to you, Rahat bhai. Okay, apologies for that. So Rahat bhai, to you, my question would be regarding, once again, the sector-specific investments from the NRB. So look, I mentioned the numbers on the bond investment from NRBs, poor numbers, but to be genuinely honest, the bond investment from NRBs in all countries are very low. If you look at other countries, what they have is more investments coming from NRBs on strategic projects, be on big infrastructure projects or big sort of scale projects, right? Just wanted to understand from you, what is the level of interest from our NRB diaspora on sort of such strategic projects, and anything that we can do to create that vehicle in the form of a diaspora bond or anything else that we can do on that aspect?
So through our through our organization at bKash, we speak to a significant portion of the kind of higher caliber finance/technology Bangladeshis around the world, those who are at Meta or who are at investment banks such as Goldman Sachs. And the conversation is always, what would make you come back and do deals in Bangladesh? How would you, approach this? One of the issues that we've historically had is if somebody from the West, it doesn't even have to be an NRB, anybody who comes in, they don't know how to invest in Bangladesh. There is no clear communication. For instance, Beta has a one-stop shop. I still don't know what it does. Let's be honest. There is no clarity of these are the opportunities. So one of the things that historically has happened, say BEZA, right? So there's this idea of economic zones. If you go to an investor, Bangladeshi or non-Bangladeshi, it doesn't matter. If you tell them, hey, we have an economic zone, that's like taking somebody a shoebox and saying, hey, here's a shoebox, invest in it. You need to know what's inside the shoebox. You need to know if there's talent. If there is talent, what type of talent? So let's say a Bangladeshi has an IT company in Texas. They want to expand that into Bangladesh. What skill sets are available? Is it in Sylhet? Is it in Joshua? Is it in Chittagong? What level? What volume? That information currently is not available to anybody. So when they are trying to make a decision to potentially uproot part of their life or take risk on their capital, they don't have a clear answer from anybody in Bangladesh. Is this a viable investment for them? So I think one of the first things that we need to do from this country is do an assessment of the intellectual capacity of the country. What do we have in terms of developers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers? Where are they located? None of this information exists as of right now to be presented to potential investors, NRB or non-NRB. Now, the reason it doesn't matter if they're NRB or non-NRB is the NRB, depending on the position they're in, can loop in additional capital and expertise from non-NRBs and create an even larger deal. So for instance, I'm talking to somebody right now in London who is looking to do a hardware supply chain business in Bangladesh, but their partner is a British person. And they're interested because they know the talent exists in Bangladesh. What they don't know is if this is a $10 million business or a $100 million business. So I think that self-assessment of our own capacity is critical for us to know what we can offer to the NRBs in the next 5 years.
No, I think that's a very fair assessment. And I think a good segue for me to also mention this, because I think this information asymmetry is what you were mentioning. And that actually is very true. If you look at other markets, they do have all of those information available at even sort of a state level. Not even national, right? And which we don't have. So I think one of the things that we can mention from BIDA's end, and I was discussing this with a couple of you, and hopefully we'll make it public in a couple of weeks' time, is we are trying to create this heat map, FDI sectoral heat map led by BIDA, which essentially tries to identify which are the sectors where we have growth potential, and also we have the input competitiveness or ability to compete. So probably those are the ones where you can immediately target the NRB investments. There are a few sectors where there is potential, but we probably don't have our competitiveness built yet. So we need the policy support, we need the capability development and all of that, right? So I think things like that will actually start giving some trust and giving some clarity on the information. And then definitely we can take help from all of you to sort of start building more information and making it more credible for all the investors. But very fair comments, and I think that's a feedback loop that we need to also take and establish so that we can keep on improving all our initiatives, right? Moving on, now Zia Bhai, you have an entire body of work in financing, funding, and building a wide range of businesses, especially targeting MSMEs through a very early parts of your career, right? How do you think our big NRB community can play a role in managing and creating investment funds created to these MSMEs, especially targeting the emerging sectors?
Thank you. Well, as Rahat mentioned, there's a role about having some platform, some digital, obviously, to inform. One of the things I found in the past is that we have websites. As Rahat mentioned, how old was it? Has this been updated? all these are very important questions. You know, somebody wants to have, he's really excited and he's convinced his parents that, okay, he's willing to go to Bangladesh and do something. And you don't have an answer. Where are you going? What to invest in? So I think there's a big role that BIDA can play in talking with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that any economic officer or counselor hello. So before they get their assignment to any embassy outside in Europe or America, Canada, Australia, you know, the big NRB concentration, they go through some preliminary discussion with you to see what are the prospects and what are the ways to reach out. But before that, you have to improve your website. I know your one-stop website is better than what it used to be when I started. It's much better. But I think, with dynamic things, you have to improve faster so that it's updated really, if not daily, at least once a week. Otherwise, any old information is no good for that, for investment purposes. I would recommend, which can be done tomorrow, is please go and talk to the IT people in your BIDA office and then link up with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that this handshake is done sooner the better. Thank you.
No, and to be honest, let's take that feedback. To be genuinely honest, I do agree that our website is probably one of the worst ones in trying. Hello? It's not working. Hello? Yeah, this is better. So as I was saying, so I do accept the fact that probably one of our websites, yes, we term it as OSS or one-stop solution now, but it's actually very backdated, outdated. Even when I joined first, I was trying to look for information and I could only find information dated back till 2017. And yes, accepting your feedback, that's one of the things that we're trying to do now, is how can we start getting better at disseminating information at a more timely basis to the investors. I think that's probably one of the key feedback that needs to be taken in. So thank you, Zia Bhai, for that. Iqbal Bhai, so yeah, I think a lot of people know you and your work in trying to create sustainable businesses across several verticals, right? Probably mostly you started with food processing, so probably that's the best one. Question would be, if someone in this room or probably in the NRB community wants to start an opportunity tomorrow, how would you assess the competitiveness of Bangladesh in the agribusiness and food processing sectors? And why would you recommend the NRBs to invest there?
Well, first of all, can you hear me? Yeah. Well, first of all, before I answer your question, let me make some criticism. See, if you want to bring an investment into this country, foreign investment, you have to promise the economy is stable. The investment I encourage people to do, and I did 5 years ago or 20 years ago, that's gone down 50%, 40% valued. So my children says, why you are so crazy to invest in Bangladesh? Look at the figure, because I have family who works in the banking sector and finance sector, and so they say, why you are crazy? You just lost money. Even if you want to repair down, the money from Bangladesh, 30%, 40% is gone. So first thing first, you have to make sure, or you have to give the assurance that the economy is stable for the next 5 years. That is the projection I think investor would like to have. Second thing is, Ziaba just mentioned about commercial counselor. I gave you a simple example. I came here 5 days ago. Before I came here, I was going to write a message for an organization. So I asked the commercial counselor, I says, could I have the figure? I know him personally. So I called him. I said, could I have the figure for trading between UK and Bangladesh, both ways? He says, is this an export process? No, export promotion bureau figure or local figure? Or I said, what are you talking about? I need the real figure, realistic figure. He says, Iqbal bhai, I'll come back. He came back after 2 days. But within half an hour, I've done the research and I got the figure and, I gave it. After 2 years, he come with a huge spreadsheet, So I didn't say anything. So my experience is some of the commercial counselor, they can even hardly speak English. So if you want him to do the presentation on our hybrid, they get embarrassed. The guy is from High Commission. He can't speak. Maybe he's bringing Indians or people from Sri Lankan investment, and the guy cannot answer the question. So you have these two things, the economy, stability, and you have to get the right people. And I think in every country I think the Foreign Office should recruit local NRBs, Bangladeshi NRBs, to represent Bangladesh. That is very important. You see, my other criticism is all these years of my experience in doing social activities for Bangladesh. Every time I face the High Commissioner, they are promoting politics, party politics, not representing Bangladesh. Whether it's Awami League or BNP or whatever, 99% of their work is for the party, not for Bangladesh. And they can hardly know anything. They're all appointed by, anyway. So this is the thing. Another thing is hybrid NRBs. I mean, people like you or the chairman of BIDA, they are linked with Bangladesh. They have knowledge about Bangladesh. But some of them, they don't know about Bangladesh. They're born and brought up there. They don't have families well off in here. So they don't know, but they are very conservative. If you bring them, you have to send professional people to the marketing. So I think our mission, all our mission embassies and High Commissioner can represent us with the technological means. As soon as they ask question, they can forward, the link. You can get all the information from there. I work with Chinese embassies, Indian embassies, and all these Turkish embassies. And they are so swift compared to Bangladesh. Now, your question is about, well, let me share my business, then you can tell. My experience here is almost 85% farmers are not educated. And without an education, if you want to go into agriculture business or food production, we are all in health risk, because that you don't know what chemical they are feeding the animal, what chemical they are feeding into the animals or whatever production they do. End of the day, we are consuming. If there is an antibiotic, if there is a chemical, it goes into our body, and in the long time, it affects. So whatever we export, the European government or FDA, they have put their competent authority here to monitor this. So we cannot just export anything from anywhere. This is why I created a farm for my own company, because I'm having difficulties of rejection of the antibiotics and all the chemicals they don't accept. But we all eat here in Bangladesh, including myself with you. We all eat the poultry, fish, and everything. But it's not transferable, or you cannot check everything what they feed. So I've just created I just brought half a dozen of scientists from Chittagong University. I went to Thailand with CP, one of the largest agriculture company in the world, because I had a relationship. And I bought these shrimps called venomous shrimps. Venomous shrimps, which I have farmed in last 1.5 years. So I had a three production already. Let me just give you the example. And these are all scientifically done. Everything, water treatment, feed, everything traceability. You can ask everything, and we declare everything in our labels, what we've been feeding, where the mother come from, where the father come from, where the baby, are born, everything. And let me tell you, the tiger shrimps we produce in this country, 4 to 5 ton a hectare. That's the maximum. I have done it by hectare, 80 ton. Compared to 5 ton, I've done 80 ton. And I think I've been sending videos, to Shaikh Shiraz and BTBs and all this. Some of you must have seen it, to be the chairman. I don't get response. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So the main important thing is how we can educate our farmer. Even our neighbor, Indian farmer, because I import a lot of shrimps and fishery product from India. You can speak English with their farmers. Because, when we go there, we make sure that we want to speak to the farmer, because I supply to the supermarket. They want to see the ethical trading. They want to see all all the ethical, how they do the production and all this. So Indian and even Vietnamese, they can speak English. Our farmer cannot speak English. This is the more important is we have to, I'm going to sell fries to this farmer, and I made sure that they don't come. They send their children who understand English, who can read English, or they hire people. So the most important thing is we have to educate them, and we have to keep a strong focus on the food production for our own healthcare, for our safety. Thank you very much.
Great reply. I think on that first bit, there is a clear mention or elaboration on the capability that we need in how we represent the country at a broader level, at an external level. I think we probably would need some time to develop that capability in the missions, in the council. But in between, what we can do, and this is where we can collaborate with NRBs, is we can totally, and we are open to it, we can totally outsource this work of attracting investments from abroad to groups of NRBs. You guys probably are better positioned, better connections with all these NRBs and all these big hedge fund guys abroad, and you probably are the best representation of the country rather than all these people sitting in the missions and in sort of councils. So that's probably an area which we can tap into immediately while we try and develop the capabilities over a long term. So, but that's once again is a clear action point that goes into our list. Last one, but not the least, Sajid Bhai. And of course, whenever we talk about Sajid Bhai, VC comes into play. Sajid Bhai, and this is a question that actually I got from the audience. So one of the members wanted me to ask you this. I'll just read it out. So you have been working with innovative and scalable businesses across different stages and sectors with a focus on digital health, renewable energy, financial services, all emerging sectors for Bangladesh. But when it comes to NRB VCs, we don't see a lot of them being directed to Bangladesh. Why? And what can we do to be better placed versus competing countries?
Thank you. আসলে না মানে আমরা যদি এই কোয়েশ্চেনটা অ্যানালাইজ করি, হ্যাঁ, এটা কিন্তু এনআরবি কেন প্রথমে হয়তো প্রশ্নটা হওয়া উচিত যে কোনো ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ওই স্কেলে আসে না কেন বাংলাদেশে কম্পেয়ার টু আদার কান্ট্রিজ, রাইট? আমরা এনআরবি এই অ্যাঙ্গেলটা এখানে নিয়ে এসেছি কারণ হচ্ছে যে অ্যাট দ্য এন্ড অফ দ্য ডে আমরা বিভিন্ন দেশে বেস হলো, উই আর সান অফ দিস সয়েল, আমাদের এখানে একটা আত্মার টান আছে, আমরা এই দেশটাকে একটু বেশি অন্যদের থেকে হয়তো ভালো বুঝি এবং সে কারণে আমরা হয়তো এই দেশের প্রতি কিছুটা পক্ষপাত দুষ্ট হব যদি একটা ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ডিসিশন হয়, এই তো। কিন্তু এটা এই ফ্যাক্টটাকে চেঞ্জ করে না যে আমাদের দেশটাকে আসলে ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ফ্রেন্ডলি করে ফেলতে হবে এবং সেটা কিন্তু আমরা ইনভেস্টমেন্টটা ইজ দ্য ফাইনাল গোল। হ্যাঁ, ইটস এ বিল্ডিং ব্লক অফ লট অফ স্মল পিসেস, যেটা ইকবাল ভাই বললেন বা জিয়া ভাই বা রাহাত বা মুমিন, ইটস পিসেস অফ আমাদের ওই রেগুলেটরি ল্যান্ডস্কেপটা কি, আমাদের টেকনিক্যাল স্ট্রেংথটা কি, আমাদের এখানে যে ইকবাল ভাই যেটা বলেন ফার্মার্সদের সাথে ওই যে কমিউনিকেশনের অপশনটা কি, আমাদের এখানে যখন কেউ ইনভেস্ট করবে তার এক্সিট অপশনটা কি, রাইট? সো ইটস এ মিক্স অফ অল দিস ডিফারেন্ট কম্পোনেন্টস দ্যাট নিডস টু কাম টুগেদার অ্যান্ড দেন দ্য স্টোরি উইল আনফোল্ড। আমাদের একটা বড় ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজ হচ্ছে যেটা কমার্শিয়াল কাউন্সিলরদের ব্যাপারে বলা হলো, we are not good at telling our stories. আমাদের কিন্তু একটা inherent strength আছে যে 150, 160 million people, young people, tech savvy people, strong demographics, right? So it's a huge domestic market. কিন্তু তারপরও we don't tell that story well. So আমার মনে হয় কি প্রথমে we have to solve this puzzle যে কিভাবে আমরা বাইরে থেকে ইনভেস্টমেন্ট আনতে পারি। তারপরে যে এনআরবি অ্যাঙ্গেলটা আসে সেটা obviously is critical because our NRBs are, many of them are in very important positions across the world who can play a significant role. They are working in top technology companies, they're working in top funds, either venture capital or PE funds, right? So, or some are running hedge funds, so they can actually contribute a lot. এবং সেইখানে আমার মনে হয় কি we need to engage them more in that story. If we can engage them more in the story, they will have a better skin in the game, so to speak, and then we'll probably get them more engaged in the investment process, and that will encourage them. But I don't see that happening in isolation without solving the basic equation of, because if you are a fund manager sitting with, let's say, $500 million, and you want to allocate 100 million in emerging markets, in emerging technology, it's in dollar, right? So it's all the countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, India, you name it, Malaysia, everyone is competing for the same dollar. So as an investment manager, you have to decide, okay, why I'm going to allocate 10 or 20 or 30 million dollars in Bangladesh compared to others. So once we make the level playing field equal compared to all other countries, then the NRB angle will come in and we'll allocate that.
No, yeah, very well said. I think that benchmarking piece of where we are lacking and then what can we do to sort of improve that? Because as you say, I think at the end of the day, our investor, if I have to put my NRB hat on, he'll just look at the markets and he will think, where do I get my most return, right? And definitely, I think Bangladesh has the fundamentals, but the processes that we have created doesn't allow investment to come in and sort of go out. So I think it's probably all of us. I know I can see Momin Bhai there smiling. It's on all of us to see how we can improve this. So I think on this segment, the action points, if I have to summarize, one thing is definitely information asymmetry, what we can do in terms of trying to make it more consistent, more updated, and sort of more regular in terms of communication rhythm to the NRBs. I think that's one. The other one definitely has to be the capability build up in trying to sell our story in the right way, in the right manner to the right people, while we try and improve the investment climate, as we call it. I think probably these are the top 2 or 3 actionable items that we should take out of this one. I know that probably we are overrunning on time, but I have one last segment, and I really want to ask that question, if all of you can be brief in answering that one. And this is more of a help for us, because so far we have been talking about investments coming in. This one is more of how you guys can help us. So, and this is the question. So I think since the time I have joined, and I'm sure it's the case with everyone who have joined the system, we have been flooded with requests from different NRB segments, from different NRBs. They individually want to contribute, different NRB groups want to contribute, and different stages. So my question is there a way how we can consolidate all these NRB interactions that is happening now, so that we have one single channel of sort of investing or consolidating the investments together? Like other countries, we can have different chapter of NRBs based on countries or based on regions. But how can we make it easier for the government systems as well to have that specific point of contact, per se, in the NRB space? That probably is an idea that we need, because that's a question I am being thrown all day. Okay, how can we connect with the NRBs through one single point of contact? So if any of you have any ideas on that one.
Thanks, Nahian. This is, of course, say a very, I'll say, good wish to have. But at the same time, we need to also understand, as Sajid Bhai was telling, we can do few quick fixing here and there, highlighting few good things happening in Bangladesh, and can also get our NRBs connected. But unless we do the deep transformation this country requires in regulatory arena, probably will not see the desired outcome. We can bring few people, but they will burn their finger and they will tell the story. Whoever it is, an NRB or another foreign investors, they will first ask your investors currently deployed their fund here, their experience. So you talk to FICCI, the Foreign Investors Chamber will give you their experience. And in case we can make sure their experience is good, definitely others will come. So we need to work closely with FICCI, BIDA, DSE, or BSEC, our NBR, to understand their pain point, and then we can really go and invite our NRBs or other foreign investors. If we now beat our drum too much and then cannot deliver on our commitments, probably we will not have the desired effect. Thank you.
I think I'm going to deviate a little, because I think this is a point that I think culturally we need to evolve on. Bangladesh for the last 15, 20, 25 years has heavily depended on development capital. On any given year, the amount of capital that is generally allocated around the world is about $100 trillion. Of that, development capital is 200 billion, 0.2%. We as a country have been chasing after 0.2% of the world's capital for the last 25 years, while countries like India, Indonesia, Vietnam are getting private capital. one of the #1 ways that we can modify or we can accelerate our access to private capital is by building a database of Bangladeshis who work in places where money is moved. That includes hedge funds, private equity funds, venture capital funds, investment banks. Connect with the Bangladeshis who operate at these positions where they get to decide where the money goes. Then we will not depend on people who are looking to pity us, but we will look at people who look at us as real investments and empower us.
Thank you for that one. Zia bhai.
Actually, hello. Hello, yeah. It's going in. I continue from what Rahat finished. I think along with that, we need to again go back to the point of what is the role of the embassies. There's a political wing and there's this business development, and as he mentioned, and I know I'm based in Washington, DC, so main role of this economic affairs counselor is to work with USAID, which is 0.2% of the available funds. And that also, because of old sanction, we don't have access to the US government's private investment. So there goes it. But that was, we had inherited, this current government has inherited from the last government. So it's not a problem that it happened now, it is an old one. But again, I want to see that you have to look at the other segment, which is mostly the NRBs would fit in, which is the small startups. Bangladesh, and I recommend him right in front of everybody. He's done an excellent job of promoting the startup concept among NRBs all over the world. But if this can be matched by similar effort by BIDA and the other Bangladeshi government entities, how to support these SMEs and startups, it'll be a big deal. One thing is that, like Iqbal mentioned, they don't initially come with lots of money, but they have lots of ideas, lots of brain, and lots of experience working in their new country, whether it is London or Washington, New York, Boston, in every Toronto. So I think that would be something to make it easy, Like I mentioned to one of your colleagues, that you need to have $100,000 to bring in to register your company. Hey, that's not a startup. You let them come. What is their idea? If the idea is attractive, bring them free even. Put your money and then you'll find some Bangladeshis, which I did. I'm supported a company which is using behavioral science to tell how the person behaves. And then in your interaction, is he entrepreneurial? Is he going to give back your money? Or is just going to be another dodo? So, but why should he come bring in $100,000 and put money here? It's his brain that we're bringing. So I think you have to look into these issues. There are a lot of NRBs who have startup in their own home base in London or New York, Dallas, whatever, Boston. But if to attract them to come here, and you say you have to put in $100,000 up front, forget it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's very fair as well. Well, bhai?
Well, thank you. I'll go back to the criticism again. And I've seen the emerging tiger when it started from mid-90s. Saifur Rahman's one of the most famous economists, I would say. I mean, he came from England originally, from PwC, and he became finance minister, most successful finance minister. I used to have a talk with him. I remember there was a program in Shunaga Hotel where he used to announce the emerging tiger of the South Asia. And he says, Iqbal, we are going to, open the takas in world market in few years' time, the way we are moving. I mean, it's 30 years now. Those days, I used to see the BEPSA used to go and exhibit. BEPSA used to go and exhibit. EPB used to go and exhibit. You know, the garment industries used to go and exhibit. But last 15, 20 years, all politicians went and exhibit their parties. I mean, I just simply give you an example. I think this is for everybody's knowledge because we all love our country. I remember once Saifur Rahman went to Bangladesh High Commission and there was a big lounge and almost, I think there were 100 people and 90 of them were all white, secretaries, ministers, and all white people. And I think about 10 of us, 4 or 5 journalists and 3 of businessmen, and that's all. But he was talking to them. He said, gentlemen, buy ready-made garments from us. I know you give us an aid, we survive on the aid. But if you give us garments, then our children, our maid will survive and they can look after the family. And that sort of dialogue he used to do, and he used to do the marketing. And he used to encourage people to buy. But it's gone. There's nothing happening anymore. But I suggest that I think BIDA, BEPSA, EPB, I think these 3 very important, because BEPSA, represent the infrastructure. They can offer the land and properties and building. BIDA can provide the facilities, and EPB, they can provide the information. I think you should come, use the High Commission, use us as a chairman of UK Bangladesh Catalyst and Commerce and Industry. We'll facilitate and you can do a presentation and we can bring people. All the hybrid NRBs, we can bring them and you just do the marketing. Marketing is very important. I am a producer. I go to every exhibition in the world, all the big exhibitions. And if you want to sell it to NRBs or beyond, you have to go and do the marketing. This is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
থ্যাংক ইউ আমি ইকবাল ভাই যেটা বললেন আমি সেটাই বলি মানে একটু অপটিমিস্টিক নোটেই বলি যে সারা পৃথিবীতে প্রতিটি উন্নত এবং মানে ডেভেলপ ইকোনমিতেই বাংলাদেশিরা বেশ ভালো অবস্থানে আছেন সো এই অনেকটা ওই ময়লা ফেলার বাক্সের গায়ে লেখা থাকে আমাদের ব্যবহার করুন সেই অর্থে না বাট আমাদের এনআরবি যারা আছে আমাদের ব্যবহার করুন হ্যাঁ আমাদের we have a good network.
I think that's a perfect ending statement, right? But I think one thing is very clear, and I think should be a takeaway for all of us, as Rahat Bhai was mentioning. I think we are still not playing in the big league. We are still fighting out for the small development aids, and we actually have to graduate from doing that to actually getting true funds and sort of actual real investments from all these private equity firms, hedge funds that will actually be a good sort of cornerstone for our country going ahead, right? But I think one thing which I appreciate, and I hope all of you guys realize that, look, building trust starts from transparency. I think that's what we tried to show today, that we wanted to be transparent of the problems, of the challenges, of the issues we are having, because unless we are open and accepting of those issues and challenges, we can never move forward. So I hope that at least you got the first step, which is transparency. And on the second step as well, as I mentioned in the very beginning, we want to make it actionable. So as I mentioned, that there needs to be a control tower who takes ownership of this specific action point. So look, I am volunteering to do that. I represent BIDA here. So, and this is my personal commitment that from BIDA's end, we'll be that control tower and we'll go back, we'll take these action points and we'll set up immediate actionable roadmap that we can follow up on. And hopefully the next time we meet all of you, we will see some progress on that front. As I said, there were some challenges which are long-term, and we need some time and capability to sort of solve them. But definitely there are quick fixes which we'll be prioritizing. So yeah, that's my commitment. But also from my end, thank you to all the panelists. I know you all are very busy, so for giving time and sharing your thoughts with the audience. And thank you. That's it from our end.
Thanks to all the panel speakers and the moderator. If you could kindly stay back on the stage, I'd like to request Mr. Ashraf bin Taj, co-founder and managing director of IDC Bangladesh PLC, to kindly come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to all our guests, please. আমরা আমাদের পরবর্তী পর্বে যেতে চাই। অনুগ্রহ করব আপনারা অনুগ্রহ করে আসন গ্রহণ করবার জন্য। সম্মানিত সুধী মণ্ডলী, আপনারা জানেন জুলাই আগস্ট আমাদের আবেগের জায়গা, আমাদের আত্মোপলব্ধির জায়গা। শত সহস্র তরুণ প্রাণের বিনিময়ে আমরা আমাদের এই বাংলাদেশ পেয়েছি। অনেকেই মারা গেছেন, প্রতিটি মৃত্যুই দুঃখজনক, কিন্তু কিছু কিছু মৃত্যু আমাদেরকে অন্যভাবে নাড়া দিয়েছে। তার মধ্যে মুগ্ধকে আর আলাদা করে পরিচয় করিয়ে দিতে হবে না আপনাদের কাছে। আমরা অত্যন্ত গর্বিত, মুগ্ধর মতো একজন বাংলাদেশী এই দেশে জন্মেছিল এবং এই মুগ্ধের যে স্পিরিট, যে ভালোবাসা দেশের প্রতি এবং যে ত্যাগ, সবকিছু আজকে অনুপ্রাণিত করছে আরো লাখো লাখো তরুণ যুবাদের। মুগ্ধর ভাই মীর মাহবুবুর রহমান স্নিগ্ধ আমাদের মাঝে রয়েছেন। আপনারা জানেন তিনি জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশন, যেটি সরকার গঠন করেছে, তার তত্ত্বাবধানে রয়েছেন। জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশন, যারা এই জুলাই আগস্টে বা ৩৬শে জুলাই যেটাকে আমরা বলে থাকি, যারা হতাহত হয়েছেন, তাদের সেবা পুনর্বাসনে কাজ করছেন। সরকারের একটি ইনিশিয়াল ফান্ড রয়েছে ১০০ কোটি টাকা, কিন্তু যে পরিমাণ চিকিৎসার খরচ বা যে ধরনের পুনর্বাসন বলতে আমরা যেটা বোঝাই, সেখানে আসলে ১০০ কোটি টাকা যথেষ্ট না। কিন্তু টাকার পরিমাণে না, বরং এই এই কারণে যে এটা কেবল খালি সরকারের দায়িত্ব না, এটা আমাদের প্রত্যেকের দায়িত্ব। যারা এই নতুন বাংলাদেশে আমরা শ্বাস-প্রশ্বাস নিচ্ছি, যারা নতুন ভাবে স্বপ্ন দেখার চেষ্টা করছি, তাদের প্রত্যেকেরই ১০০ টাকা হোক কিংবা ১০০০ টাকা কিংবা লাখ টাকা, টাকার অঙ্কটা বড় না। কিন্তু এই প্রচেষ্টার সঙ্গে যুক্ত হতে থাকাটা একটা গৌরবের ব্যাপার। এটা আমাদের যারা শহীদ হয়েছেন, তাদের শহীদের আত্মার প্রতি সম্মানের জায়গা থেকে, আমাদের নিজস্ব দায়িত্ববোধ থেকে আমাদের প্রত্যেকের এগিয়ে আসা উচিত। আমি এ পর্যায়ে অনুরোধ করছি, আমাদের সেই চেহারাটা স্নিগ্ধর মুখেও রয়েছে, আমাদের অতি পরিচিত মুখ। মুগ্ধর কারণেই সেই চেহারাটা আমাদের কাছে আমাদের বুকে বেঁধে আছে। মুগ্ধর ভাই সেই নামেই হয়তোবা আরো বেশি পরিচিত, মীর মাহবুবুর রহমান স্নিগ্ধ। আমরা একটু করতালি দিয়ে স্নিগ্ধকে আমন্ত্রণ জানাই।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ এই অনুষ্ঠানের আয়োজক বৃন্দদেরকে আমাকে এখানে কথা বলার সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য এবং জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশন নিয়ে এখানে কিছু বলার সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য। আমি এখানে আসার আগে একটা জিনিস আমার মাথার মধ্যে অনেক ঘুরতেছিল যে আমি বাংলাদেশের টপ নামদের সাথে আমি আজকে দেখা করতে যাচ্ছি, যাদের কাছ থেকে আমি আমার শহীদ এবং যে আহত ভাইরা আছে তাদের জন্য আমি হেল্প চেতে আসতেছি। এটা আমার জন্য অনেক গর্বের একটা বিষয় যে আমি আপনাদের সামনে দাঁড়িয়ে এখানে ২ মিনিট কথা বলতে পারতেছি। কথা বলতেছি আমার নিজের সাহায্যের জন্য না, এই জুলাই গণ অভ্যুত্থান যাদের কারণে সম্ভব হয়েছে, যাদের কারণে আমরা আজকে একটা স্বাধীনভাবে কথা বলার সুযোগ পাচ্ছি, তাদেরকে নিয়ে আপনাদের কাছে সাহায্য চেতে এসেছি। আমি জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশনের বর্তমানে প্রধান নির্বাহী কর্মকর্তা হিসেবে দায়িত্ব পালন করছি এবং আমাদের মাননীয় চিফ অ্যাডভাইজার ডক্টর মোহাম্মদ ইউনুস আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের সভাপতি। ফাউন্ডেশনের শুরুর হিস্ট্রিটা যদি আমি আপনাদেরকে একটু বলি, যারা তাদের রক্ত দিয়েছে এই জুলাই গণঅভ্যুত্থানে, যারা তাদের জীবন দিয়েছে, তারা তাদের সুপ্রিম স্যাক্রিফাইস করেছে আমাদের দেশের জন্য। তারা তাদের জীবন দিয়ে, তাদের রক্ত দিয়ে এই দেশের প্রতি তাদের দায়িত্ব পালন করেছে। এখন যখন আমরা স্বাধীনভাবে কথা বলতে পারছি, আমরা যখন স্বৈরাচার মুক্ত একটা দেশ পেয়েছি এবং আমরা এত বড় একটি অপরচুনিটি পেয়েছি এই দেশটাকে নতুন করে গুছানোর, সংস্কার করার, এখন আমাদের এই দেশে যারা আমরা বসবাস করছি অথবা এই দেশের সাথে যারা কানেক্টেড, তাদের সকলের এটি রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, তাদের প্রতি আমাদের দায়িত্ব পালন করা। যার কারণেই আমাদের জায়গা থেকে আমরা এই জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশন গঠন করেছি এবং ফাউন্ডেশনটি এক সম্পূর্ণভাবে বেসরকারিভাবে গঠন করা হয়েছে, কারণ এটি শুধুমাত্র সরকারের দায়িত্ব না, আমাদের সকলের দায়িত্ব এই গণঅভ্যুত্থানে যারা আহত এবং শহীদরা রয়েছে তাদের পাশে দাঁড়ানো। আপনারা সবাই ইতিমধ্যে অবগত আছেন, আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনে প্রধান উপদেষ্টা ত্রাণ ও তহবিল থেকে ১০০ কোটি টাকা একটি ডোনেশন এসেছে। তারপরে আমাদের আরো বিভিন্ন মাধ্যমে আরো ২০ কোটি টাকার মতন আমাদের ডোনেশন উঠেছে এবং এই ২০ কোটি টাকা শুধুমাত্র উঠেছে এই যে নিম্নবিত্ত, মধ্যবিত্ত যারা আছে তাদের ডোনেশনের মাধ্যমে। আমি যদি আপনাদেরকে স্টেটমেন্ট দেখাতে পারতাম আমার ব্যাংকের, সেখানে দেখলে আপনারা বুঝতে পারতেন ১০০ টাকা, ২০০ টাকা, ৫ টাকা, ১০ টাকা, রিক্সা চালকরা পর্যন্ত এই ফান্ডে ডোনেশন করেছে। এবং আমরা যেহেতু সতর্ক থাকতে চাই, এই টাকাগুলোর হিসাব আমরা স্বচ্ছতা দিতে চাই, যার কারণে আমরা এখন পর্যন্ত কোনো ক্যাশ টাকা আমরা গ্রহণ করিনি। কিন্তু আমরা যদি ক্যাশ টাকা গ্রহণ করতে পারতাম তাহলে আপনারা হয়তোবা এটা সিগনিফিকেন্টটা বুঝতে পারতেন যে নিম্নবিত্তরা যারা স্পেশালি রিক্সা চালক, মুদির দোকানদার, তারা কতভাবে আমাদেরকে এই হেল্প করার জন্য চেষ্টা করছে। তো আপনারা আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের ওয়েবসাইটটা দেখতে পারতেছেন, কিন্তু আমাদের দুঃখের কথা আমি একটু আপনাদের সাথে বলি, নিম্নবিত্ত, মধ্যবিত্তরা আমাদের পাশে, ফাউন্ডেশনের পাশে এসে দাঁড়ালো। এখন পর্যন্ত তেমন কোনো সিগনিফিকেন্ট যারা আমাদের বড় নামরা রয়েছে আমাদের দেশের, তাদের কার্যক্রম এখন পর্যন্ত আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশন আমরা দেখতে পারিনি। যার কারণেই হয়তোবা এখন পর্যন্ত সবার কাছে আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের কার্যক্রম ক্লিয়ার না। অথবা ফাউন্ডেশনের তথ্যটি ঠিকভাবে পৌঁছায়নি, যার কারণে হয়তোবা আমরা এখন পর্যন্ত তাদের কাছে পর্যন্ত পৌঁছাতে পারিনি। আমি মনে করব আজকের এই কথা বলার মাধ্যমে আপনারা সকলেই আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশন সম্পর্কে জানতে পারবেন এবং আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের পাশে দাঁড়ানোর জন্য আপনাদের জায়গা থেকে উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করতে পারবেন। আমাদের এখন পর্যন্ত আহতর সংখ্যা 14,000 প্লাস এবং শহীদের সংখ্যা 850 প্লাস। আমরা যে 100 কোটি টাকা পেয়েছি এখন পর্যন্ত ডোনেশন, তার মধ্যে প্রায় অর্ধেকটাই আমরা এখন পর্যন্ত খরচ করে ফেলেছি। আপনারা জানেন আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের লক্ষ্য শুধুমাত্র এই আহত এবং শহীদ পরিবার যারা আছে তাদেরকে এককালীন টাকা দেওয়াই নয়, তাদেরকে পুনর্বাসন করার জন্য যা যা প্রয়োজনীয় তা করা। তার মানে আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের কাজ শুধুমাত্র 1-2 বছরে শেষ হয়ে যাবে না। আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের কাজ আরো অনেক বছর ধরে চলবে, যতদিন না পর্যন্ত সর্বশেষ ব্যক্তি যে এই আন্দোলনে আহত হয়েছে সে পুনর্বাসন হচ্ছে। আমরা এখন পর্যন্ত প্রায় 2,500 পরিবারকে আমাদের সহযোগিতা পৌঁছে দিতে পেরেছি, আমাদের যে এককালীন সহযোগিতাটি আছে, এবং আমরা সরকারের হেলথ মিনিস্ট্রির সাথে নিবিড়ভাবে কাজ করে যাচ্ছি এই আন্দোলনের প্রকৃত আহত এবং শহীদদের তালিকা প্রণয়ন এবং তাদের পুনর্বাসন করার জন্য যা যা প্রয়োজনীয় তা পরিকল্পনা গ্রহণ করার জন্য। আমাদের আপনাদের কাছে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট থাকবে, আপনারা যেভাবেই পারেন আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের পাশে এসে দাঁড়ান। শুধুমাত্র টাকা ডোনেট করার মাধ্যমে আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের পাশে এসে দাঁড়াতে পারবেন না। আপনারা চাইলে আপনাদের জায়গা থেকে আহতদের দায়িত্ব নিতে পারেন, তাদের কর্মসংস্থান সৃষ্টিতে আপনারা সহযোগিতা করতে পারেন। আপনাদের বিভিন্ন কোম্পানি রয়েছে, সেখানে যদি আপনারা তাদেরকে কর্মসংস্থান তৈরি করে দিতে পারেন, সেটাও আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের পাশে এসে দাঁড়ানো হবে। এবং তার জন্য আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশন থেকে যা যা প্রয়োজনীয় সাহায্য আমরা আপনাদেরকে তথ্য দিয়ে যেভাবে হোক আমরা আপনাদেরকে সাহায্য করে যেতে আমরা প্রতিজ্ঞাবদ্ধ। আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের ওয়েবসাইটটা আমি একটু আপনাদেরকে দেখাতে চাই। ফাউন্ডেশনের উপরে ডান দিকে একটা ডোনেট নাও অপশন আছে। সেই ডোনেট নাও অপশনের মাধ্যমে আপনারা bKash, রকেট এবং যেভাবে পারেন, অথবা চাইলে আমাদের কাছে সরাসরি চেকও পাঠাতে পারেন। আপনারা চাইলে আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনে ডোনেট করতে পারবেন। এবং আপনারা চাইলে যাতে আরো মানুষ যাতে উদ্বুদ্ধ হয় এই ফাউন্ডেশনে ডোনেট করার জন্য, আপনারা আপনাদের জায়গা থেকে যদি আমাদেরকে জানান যে আপনারা ডোনেট করার জন্য প্রস্তুত আছেন, আমরা একটি অনুষ্ঠানের মাধ্যমে সেটি করতে পারি যাতে আরো মানুষজন এটার মাধ্যমে উদ্বুদ্ধ হয় আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনে ডোনেট করার জন্য। এখানে আমাদের সোনালী ব্যাংকের অ্যাকাউন্ট নাম্বার দেওয়া আছে, তার মাধ্যমে আপনারা চাইলে ডোনেট করতে পারবেন। সারা বিশ্বের যে কোনো জায়গা থেকে আপনারা চাইলে আমাদের এখানে ডোনেট করতে পারবেন। এবং আরেকটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ইনফরমেশন আমি আপনাদেরকে দিতে চাই, আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনে ডোনেট করলে যত টাকাই আপনারা ডোনেট করেন সেই টাকার উপর কোনো ট্যাক্স থাকবে না, মানে ট্যাক্স ফ্রি ডোনেশন আপনারা দিতে পারবেন। সেই টাকার উপর আপনাদের কোনো ট্যাক্স ফাইল জমা দিতে হবে না। এটি আমাদেরকে এনবিআর থেকে আমাদেরকে একটি স্পেশাল সুবিধা দেওয়া হয়েছে। এবং সোনালী ব্যাংকের পাশাপাশি আমরা আরো বিভিন্ন পেমেন্ট মেথড আমরা ইন্টিগ্রেট করার চেষ্টা করছি। আরো ব্যাংক আমাদেরকে পার্টনার হিসেবে আমরা নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি, যাতে যারা ডোনেট করবে তাদের জন্য যাতে সুবিধা হয় আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনে ডোনেট করার জন্য। থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি বেশি কথা বলবো না, শুধুমাত্র আপনাদেরকে রিকোয়েস্ট করতে চাই যে আপনারা চিনেন, মুগ্ধকে চিনেন, আপনারা আবু সাইদকে চিনেন, কিন্তু আপনারা এমন অনেক শহীদকেই চিনেন না যাদের গল্প আমাদেরকে আরো বেশি অনুপ্রাণিত করবে এবং তাদের আত্মত্যাগের যে বীরত্ব গাথা, সেই গাথাটাও আমরা সবার সামনে নিয়ে আসতে চাই। আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের এটিও একটি দায়িত্ব, এই গণ অভ্যুত্থানের স্মৃতি ধরে রাখা, এই শহীদ এবং আহতদের যে আত্মত্যাগ, এগুলো সবার সামনে নিয়ে আসা। তার জন্য আমাদের শুধুমাত্র 100 কোটি, 200 কোটি, 1000 কোটি টাকা আসলে আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের জন্য এনাফ না, যেহেতু আমরা সরকার থেকে কোনো সহযোগিতা নিচ্ছি না এখন পর্যন্ত। আমরা আপনাদের কাছ থেকে যে সহযোগিতা আছে সেগুলোই আমরা প্রপার ভাবে আমরা শহীদ এবং আহতদের কাছে পৌঁছে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি। তো আপনাদের সকলের সহযোগিতা কাম্য, এবং আমি বেশি কথা বাড়াতে চাই না। আপনাদের যদি ফাউন্ডেশন নিয়ে কোনো প্রশ্ন থেকে থাকে আমার প্রতি, আপনারা সেটা করতে পারেন এবং আমি অনার ফিল করবো সেটার অ্যান্সার করার জন্য। থ্যাংক ইউ। আমার মনে হয় জি।
সরি, টু বি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, 100 কোটির যে হাফ খরচ হয়েছে ওইটার রিপোর্ট কবে পাবো আমরা?
আমরা 31 ডিসেম্বর আমরা একটি প্রেস ব্রিফিং করতে যাচ্ছি। সেই প্রেস ব্রিফিং এ আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনের 2024 সালের সকল কার্যক্রম এবং আমাদের এখন পর্যন্ত কত টাকা ডোনেশন এসেছে এবং আমরা সেটা কিভাবে খরচ করেছি সেটা হিসাবটা আমরা সেখানে দিব।
না, রিপোর্টটা, অডিটেড রিপোর্টটা কবে নাগাদ ওয়েবসাইটে দেওয়া হবে?
অডিটের রিপোর্ট আমরা কাজ করে যাচ্ছি। অলরেডি আমরা একটা রিপোর্ট অডিট ফার্মকে দায়িত্ব দিয়েছি এটা রিপোর্ট করার জন্য। আমরা আশা করছি ফেব্রুয়ারির মধ্যে সেটা আমরা ওয়েবসাইটে পাবলিশ করতে পারবো।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি জাসির, আপনার সাথে আমাদের প্রবাস থেকে যোগাযোগ হচ্ছে। আমরা প্রবাসীরা পয়সার বাইরেও যে জিনিসটা নিয়ে কাজ করতে চাচ্ছি, যে আপনাদের যারা হচ্ছিল ছাত্ররা আহত হয়েছে তাদেরকে স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট করার জন্য এই ধরনের অ্যাক্টিভিটিজে আমরা মানে আপনাদের সাথে আরো কোলাবরেটলি কিভাবে কাজ করতে পারি, সেই ধরনের কোনো প্রোগ্রাম আপনাদের আছে কিনা?
অবশ্যই। আমি আপনাদেরকে ইনভাইট করব। আপনারা একটু যদি সময় বের করে আমাদের সাথে একটা মিটিং এ বসতে পারেন। আপনারা কি ধরনের স্কিলস ডেভেলপ করছেন এবং তার জন্য কি কি রিকোয়ারমেন্ট, এডুকেশন রিকোয়ারমেন্ট সহ আরো যা যা রিকোয়ারমেন্ট আছে সেগুলো আমরা অ্যানালাইসিস করে সেই অনুযায়ী আমরা একটা প্রপার লিস্ট করতে পারি এবং লিস্টটা আপনাদের কাছে প্রোভাইড করতে পারি, যার মাধ্যমে আপনারা খুব সহজেই তাদেরকে খুঁজে বের করতে পারবেন এবং ইফেক্টিভ ওয়েতে আপনাদের যে সার্ভিসটি আছে সেটা তাদের কাছে পৌঁছাতে পারবেন। থ্যাংক ইউ। আমার মনে হয় আর কোনো
আমি একটা প্রশ্ন করি। প্রশ্ন না, অবশ্য আমার একটু মতামত বা পরামর্শ। সেটা হলো এই জুলাই ফাউন্ডেশনের আপনাদের কোনো যদি প্রয়োজন হয়, বাংলাদেশে অনেক ব্যবসায়ী সংগঠন বা অ্যাসোসিয়েশন আছে, যেরকম এফবিসিসিআই, ঢাকা চেম্বার, বিজিএমইএ। তো এই সমস্ত ব্যবসায়ী সংগঠন বা চেম্বারের সাথে আপনাদের কথাবার্তা বা যোগাযোগ, বা আপনারা যদি ব্যক্তিগত বা সবাই যে আগায় আসবে তা তো না, আপনারাও যদি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে এই সমস্ত অ্যাসোসিয়েশন বা চেম্বারগুলোর সাথে আপনারা মত বিনিময় করেন, তাহলে আপনাদেরও লক্ষ্য আমাদেরও লক্ষ্য সম্মিলিতভাবে এগিয়ে যাবে। আমার মনে হয় আপনারা একটু ব্যক্তিগতভাবে এফবিসিসিআই, বিজিএমইএ, ঢাকা চেম্বার, এমসিসিআই এই সমস্ত সংগঠনের সাথে আপনারা ব্যক্তিগতভাবে যোগাযোগ করতে পারেন, তাহলে তারাও আগ্রহী হবে, তারাও উদ্গ্রীব হবে, কারণ তারাও একটা ইগনোর অবস্থায় আছে যে আমরা যাব কি যাব না। ধন্যবাদ।
জি, থ্যাংক ইউ। এই ব্যাপারে আমি একটু আমার মতামত দিতে চাই। আপনারা জানেন আমাদের ফাউন্ডেশনটা গঠন করা হয়েছে সবে মাত্র 2.5 মাস হয়েছে, মানে 2.5 মান্থস হয়েছে। ফাউন্ডেশন বাংলাদেশের প্রেক্ষিতে ফাউন্ডেশন একটা স্ক্র্যাচ থেকে শুরু করে অফিস সেটআপ করা পর্যন্ত অনেক লম্বা একটা দীর্ঘ প্রসেস। তো আমরা এখন অফিস সেটআপ করে আমরা আমাদের ফুল ফোর্স নিয়ে কার্যক্রম শুরু করেছি এবং আমরা আশাবাদী আমরা খুব দ্রুতই আপনি যে মতামতটা দিয়েছেন সেই মতামত অনুযায়ী আমরা সবার সাথে যোগাযোগ করে কিভাবে আমরা একটা বেটার বাংলাদেশ উপহার দিতে পারি এবং ফাউন্ডেশনকে কিভাবে আরো ফাউন্ডেশনের কাজকে দ্রুতগতি করতে পারি সেটার জন্য আমরা কাজ করব। থ্যাংক ইউ। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। সর্বশেষ একটা কথাই বলতে চাই যে আমাদের যতদিন না পর্যন্ত প্রত্যেকটা আহত এবং শহীদ পরিবার সম্পূর্ণভাবে পুনর্বাসন হচ্ছে, ততদিন পর্যন্ত আমাদের এই দেশের যুদ্ধ চলমান থাকবে এবং আমরা এই যুদ্ধ চালিয়ে যাব। থ্যাংক ইউ।
মানে আমাদের এই প্রচেষ্টা, তাদের সেই প্রচেষ্টা অব্যাহত থাকুক এবং এই যে আবেদন, আমি একটু ওয়েবসাইটটাতে আরেকবার যাওয়ার জন্য অনুরোধ করব। jssfbd.com। যারা দূরে বসে আছেন হয়তোবা দেখতে পাচ্ছে না, যারা পরবর্তীতে বিভিন্ন ভিডিওর মাধ্যমে আমাদের এই অনুষ্ঠান দেখবেন, জুলাই শহীদ স্মৃতি ফাউন্ডেশন বাংলাদেশ, jssfbd.com। ডোনেট নাও, সেখানে গিয়ে একটি ক্লিক করার জায়গা রয়েছে যেটা স্নিগ্ধ বলেছে। আমরা অবশ্যই বিভিন্ন ব্যবসায়ী প্রতিষ্ঠান, এনআরবি সকলের কাছেই যাব, কিন্তু প্রত্যেকের জায়গা থেকে ব্যক্তিগত উদ্যোগ থেকে আমরা আসলে এগিয়ে আসতে চাই। আমরা কি আজকে এখানে বসে অ্যামাউন্ট বলতে হবে না, খালি ইচ্ছা পোষণ করতে পারি কিনা, প্রতিজ্ঞা করতে পারি কিনা হাত তুলে যে আমরা প্রত্যেকেই যার যতটুকু সম্ভব এই লিংকে গিয়ে আমরা এই ফাউন্ডেশনে কিছু না কিছু আমরা ডোনেট করব। আমি কি একটু হাত দেখতে পারি? যার যতটুকু সম্ভব, এখানে লাখের কথা বলা হচ্ছে না, হাজারের কথা বলা হচ্ছে না, যার যতটুকু পক্ষে সম্ভব আপনারা ডোনেট করুন এবং সেই যে ডোনেশন আপনারা দিয়েছেন সেই কথাটা প্রচার করুন যাতে আপনার আত্মীয় স্বজন বন্ধু বান্ধব আপনাদের কার্যক্রম দেখে অনুপ্রাণিত হতে পারে। ভালো খবর আরো বেশি ছড়ানো উচিত। সুতরাং তারা অনেক কাজ করছে, আবার এটাও ঠিক সব কাজই যে প্রচার হয় তা না। আমাদের ব্যক্তিগত অনেক কাজে আমরা ব্যস্ত হয়ে যাই, আমাদের পক্ষে জানা সম্ভব না সবসময় যে এই ফাউন্ডেশন কার কার সঙ্গে দেখা করলো, কত টাকা পেল। সুতরাং আমাদের ব্যক্তিগত উদ্যোগ, কোটি কোটি বাঙালি রয়েছে দেশে এবং বিদেশে, প্রত্যেকের কিছু না কিছু আর্থিক অনুদানে এই ফান্ড আরো বড় হবে এবং তাদের সেই যুদ্ধ তারা যে বলেছে সেই যুদ্ধ চলমান থাকবে। সেই যুদ্ধ কিন্তু আমাদের জুলাইতে শেষ হয়ে যায়নি। আমি স্নিগ্ধর কথাটা আবারও একটু রিপিট করি, যুদ্ধ কিন্তু আমাদের জুলাই অগস্টে শেষ হয়ে যায়নি। এই যুদ্ধ চলমান, এই যুদ্ধ চলছে। প্রতিটি ব্যক্তির পুনর্বাসন বা সেবা নিশ্চিত না হওয়ার আগ পর্যন্ত এই যুদ্ধ আমাদের চলমান থাকবে। আপনাদের সেই পথে আমরা চাই, আপনাদেরকে আমাদের পাশে চাই। অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ। Moving on to the next session, the last keynote session of the day, and the topic of this session is Intelligent Bangladesh, Leading the Gen AI Revolution. To deliver the keynote session, I would like to call up on stage Mr. Shahriar Pavel, Chief Experience Officer, Huawei Consumer Business Group UAE, who himself is an NRB, I believe, CIP, who got a CIP award 2025 under the NRB category from the government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our keynote speaker.
Assalamu alaikum. শোনা যাচ্ছে? It's very difficult to talk after Mugdho. It's almost impossible to talk. The emotional situation, the heartbreaking situation, just now we recall. From there to switch to technology related discussion, I would need some time to start. Give me a second, please. Let's begin. NRB Conclave 2024. Today's topic, Intelligent Bangladesh Leading Gen AI Revolution. Intelligent Bangladesh. The era what we are passing now, 2025, 2024, is a global time of intelligent world. So this is nothing new to rename Bangladesh as an intelligent Bangladesh in the time of 2020 to 2023, 30. 2020 to 2030. This topic, why fit for NRB? Being an NRB, let me rephrase who we are. NRB, Non-Resident Bangladeshi. We all know. But we have several definitions, several representation about NRB. I believe the first representation about NRB is look at me. Look at Shajid Bhai. Just now you see a panel of NRB on the stage, right? They are all look same. How you look like. They all behave same. How you behave. They all eat same way with 5 fingers, not with the cutleries. So there is no difference between NRB and non-NRB, right? Yes, there are difference. They are sharpen their knife and be top of the new trend. This is number 1. Number 2, NRB born this country, grown up here, and left this country. Stay in outside Bangladesh 10 years, 20 years. They have emotional attachment. Just give an example of the last panel. Shajid Bhai, he said, Amake ব্যবহার করুন. The people like Shajid Bhai in this stage said, Amake ব্যবহার করুন. A people, American, who are American NRB will never say this. they will ask how much you are going to pay for this. So the difference between NRB and non-NRB, we are ready to be used. আমাদেরকে ব্যবহার করুন। And এই perspective, যেটা very important, যে we believe with great power comes with the great responsibilities. We from Bangladesh get an opportunity outside world, leading outside companies, NMCs. So we have the great power, and that brings us back here with the responsibilities. With these responsibilities, I'm going to represent Intelligent Bangladesh leading Gen AI Revolution 2025. Let's go to the next one. Is it working? Yeah. So I'll go back to the storytelling part of my NRB life. In 2010, I was working for a corporate company called Nokia, Emerging Asia. They asked me to explore opportunity outside Bangladesh. And my first transfer was in Indonesia market. After that, I got posted in Singapore for leading Southeast Asia Pacific. I have a small kid that time. His name is Cheyenne. He was 2 years old. I was struggling very first month. What he will learn outside world? He will miss Bangladeshi culture. He will miss Bangladeshi people. He will miss grandfather, grandmother. I was very sad. And I start looking at what he is watching in his daily life. So I have seen that he is watching a lot of new character that I never used to watch. I used to see the Japanese power, but from my son, I see he is watching a lot of American superheroes like a Superman, Batman, this kind of characteristics. So I try to understand how these characteristics behaving, because I want to see how he is growing up as an NRB kid outside Bangladesh. And I have seen that he is learning freedom, trust, and justice. Just now you see how Mugdho's brother, he was presenting freedom, trust, and new Bangladesh, right? Actually, freedom, trust, and justice is the narrative of America, USA narrative. So the learning, our kids are getting in a global narrative, not Bangladeshi narrative. So that strike me a lot. And then I go to the next understanding that, yes, how this narrative build a nation, it's based on big data. Means how big data makes a big role to build the new generation. I have seen that by 2x2 formula, only 4 category kids are developing in globally by seeing the American philosophy. One is economic left, another is economic right. And the characteristics based on ownershipness or very authoritarian characteristics. And rest 2 characteristics are not very famous. One is very human, but they are not playing a big role for economic growth. And the last one is kind of, they are very slow to take the decision and they never change the world. So generally, first 2 characteristics, economic left and economic right, these are the new generation built by global media, by Hollywood, for the next generation of American kids. And how it impact on big data analysis. In next couple of session, I will explain. This is widely known as spin doctoring. I'm not sure you have heard this or not. By using big data, how democracy world play. In the world perspective, you know, based on the big data, all these Superman characteristics behavior coming from. Batman is behaving like an authoritarian, whereas Black Panther is behaving like a leftist. So this kind of characteristics build in front of new generation, and they start loving this. Based on their viewership, American people start behaving to win their heart, because every year new generation come into the election, right? So the time you see how Trump is behaving based on the big data, Trump behaving like an authoritarian, right? Because there is a popularity of Batman and Superman in the world. So Trump wanted to be a Superman, and he wanted to win the heart of new generation. So that's how American narrative builds. Now, where is Bangladeshi narrative? So all narrative based on big data, based on big analysis. So I look at the Bangladeshi narrative. When I got a transfer from my role from Singapore to Dubai Nokia to lead the Middle East and Africa region. And I start understanding how can I build my next generation based on Bangladeshi narrative. There is a school my son start joining. That time it was, the name of the school is Raffles International. So very first year, we got an email from the school that this year we will have an international gathering from all nationality. They will allocate a space to promote their country in front of other kids. So that email mentioned, in this school, you are the only two kids from Bangladesh. Are you willing to join? They're asking us, are you willing to join? Because they are not sure. Where there is hundreds of Indians, 100 of Pakistanis, 100 of Egyptians, 50s of American kids are there. Are we really willing to present our Bangladesh or not? I was working that time for Microsoft. I have a Surface Book and I took the Surface Book, and that time Oculus launched VR technology, which is very early stage. That time Meta did not do the acquisition of Oculus. So I took this one, and Bangladesh launched a TVC, Beautiful Bangladesh, and that can run with the VR. This was the only video I found out could run on the VR technology. I put in the school desk, and my area crowd was highest number. So why I'm explaining this? Just implement a small technology which is available. Make new generation, Gen Alpha, excited about learning. So the generation now going to the field, 0 to 15 years old, this is called Gen Alpha. This generation needed technology in touch with their daily life. Otherwise, very difficult to motivate, and country will be behind this. But this kind of activity will not give the long-term benefit. But next year, we were the only parents in this school. And my son was representing Bangladesh alone, and nobody cared about him. So the meaning is, if you want to do something, you need to continuously do it. You need to add the value. Otherwise, it's not a sustainable model. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in every circumstances, in every calculation, I myself, Shahriar Pavel, suppose not to be here. The only qualification I have is I am NRB. Otherwise, the people sitting here, you guys are far ahead compared to me. When I left Bangladesh, I was a simple guy. I was not able to get your appointment that time. But the NRB, that makes me actually more powerful to present in front of you guys. If I talk about next one, the generation, what we see is coming is a Gen Alpha generation. And Gen Alpha generation technology is called Gen AI. This technology, how can we adopt very quickly? I took an example of Edmund Hillary. Hillary is a person who go to the mountain with a motorbike. He didn't care, because before a lot of people died, they tried manual way and they failed. They tried to walk and fail. Who asked you not to follow the motorbike? Nobody asked you, right? This is a simple, ordinary thinking. Gen AI is the philosophy of ordinary thinking. You just need to think very ordinary way, and you need to make a predictive mechanism, or you need to create a predictive machine. If you see some example here, all are simple customer service. But in new generation, this customer service should call as a science. The question before the panel ask us, can you give us an example? How can we make a quick win? Very simple. Bebja is working very hard to invest, bring the investor, right? Investor come from which area? They come either online or offline. Online means what? Website, right? We talk about website. They need to develop. First, they need to actually incorporate Chinese language in the website, because Chinese investor is our target customer. They need to incorporate Russian language in the website. And it's not a rocket science. You just need to add the language library behind the bot. And a lot of people can do this. All Arabic language, if you invite Emirati investor, like one of my friend is Emirati Investment Authority's Chief Strategic Officer. He will love to come when there is an Arabic conversation. So one touch point is our website, right? The other touch point is the airport. I come through airport recently. I try to buy SIM card. There is an amazing customer service. I was not trying to buy SIM card. I lost my SIM card, so I need to replace it. Amazing customer service. But the problem was it was 30 minutes delay because a lot of flights came. This is one. Secondly, when I reached to the counter, I do understand the NID server was down. It means they cannot issue the SIM card. So my 30 minutes in Bangladesh is very important because I sacrifice my yearly annual leave to spend my family time. But if we have a simple avatar, it's a 50,000 avatar that can communicate. Today we have this kind of limitation. Today we cannot issue this. I will never mind because I'm same like Sajid bhai. Use me. ব্যবহার করুন আমাকে আমি কষ্ট পাবো না I will never mind but I need a communication clear communication when I was passing through immigration this time the police guy I think they are asked to make people happy he makes me happy he asked me you look like TV star are you doing anything like this I said no আমি করি নাই আপনি যেহেতু উৎসাহিত করলেন আমি এবার try করব but he tried but if you have a clear avatar they can give a similar feature service for everyone who are actually having the VIP line and non-VIP line. Probably he got trained for VIP line. Sometime I stand for non-VIP line, I see the service is not great. So technology can bring the customer service and very simple. It does not require any rocket science to do this. Next one. This is a simple graph of Gen G to Generation G to Generation Alpha, transformation of technology. And I was going through this technology time and I see that the 2022 and 2020 to 2030, this generation is called intelligent generation. Why? This year, if I look at the global perspective, this year, 2 of the Nobel came from physics and chemistry from AI base. And there is a joke like ChatGPT can get Nobel for literature soon because his capacity of writing love letter is better than I think Humayun Ahmed. And if I look at the even music industry, Grammy industry, Beatles come back with the old release to beat the Grammy this year. This year also Times Magazine announced the top 100 AI celebrities. So there is a parallel world is growing behind this. Probably we are following Nobel, we are following regular things, but there are also AI based world change thing is happening. We are not part of this game yet. If I say next one, how can we be part of this? This is a simple example I produce for garments industry. And you can also get it. This all information is available in online. So we believe, and all we believe, the next Bill Gates will never reinvent the operating system, right? Next Bill Gates will coming from some different industry that we don't know. Even next revolution, just now you see the people was here. So the last revolution happened probably based on social media was very active, right? Next revolution will not be televised. This will be with the something different tool. I look at the tool. If you Google it today, top 50 AI based tool, I'm sure maybe we know 2 or 3 or 5 maximum. We don't know the rest of the things, but this tool should be trained for our new generation. Now the question is this the right tool to train or not? How should we do this? One is there should be some initiative to have this licensed version available to learn. Second, probably this tool is not relevant to my son who will be going for the design industry, for example, garments industry. So probably the new black, this AI will be the #1 for garments industry. So we need to see industry specific tool for AI. We need to see general AI. And that will bring a clear untapped industry to be tapped. For example, garments industry, we are doing the stitching. There is one panelist because of our finger, Vietnam and Bangladesh people are doing the stitching very much. On top of that, there is a great part is called design concept, design thinking, where Charukala and everybody is a global standard designer. By using AI tool, China reduced the design cost for garments industry from 2,500 to 40 yuan. And this could be becoming zero if we have the huge production, because Bangladesh has a huge production line. If you use the same modeling repeatedly, I have the Neater ex-director here, Faisal. So he brought me NITA to see the modeling. This all are manual modeling, no based on AI modeling. So based on AI modeling, the cost for AI production will go very low. The next one is related with the new generation. How can we utilize this new generation with the Gen AI generation? You know, there is a huge discussion about our kids. They are spending time on mobile device more than 6 hours every day. So we should stop them to use it, or we should capitalize it. Lot of country is capitalizing. I was talking with the UAE Esports Federation chairman, His Excellency, and he gave one example. He is also the chairman for Chess Board, Global Chess Association. So he gave me one example. Because of India's recent win of Grandmastership, in every alternative house in India, they are playing the chess game. And when they invite for global chess competition, 4,500 Indian kids are coming with the parents, and with, so it's very difficult to host such a large number of Indian community. But you remember who was the first grandmaster from this region? Niaz Murshid, not Indians. We lost the leap. We lost the leap. We had the number one, but we lost it. Same like probably someone is playing very good game at your home. We never give him, like, I remember when I was in grade 8, I was reading books and my parents come to my room. I close the books and put inside the pillow, right? Below the pillow. This is a very bad habit. I was hiding myself, but I was nothing doing wrong, right? Reading book is a good habit. Same like someone is playing esports, maybe with the Saudi team who are running the esports global championship in December. He is hiding himself. Encourage and give a right path to channel the energy of a new generation. They will be really used for the right channel. And this industry is 2 billion now, esports industry, and young industry is going to be 6 billion soon. We should be part of this game officially, I believe. This is another thing. Last week, government gave me an award, NRB award, which is called CIP. I was very proud, but I was not laughing. This face was not happy, because before I go to the stage, someone do pickpocket. I lost my phone. Yeah. And from the number one, this is the first time I'm disclosing, because I was feeling shame even to disclose this. And then I feel why this is happening. What is the safety net behind this? Because it can be easily trackable by 911 chipset. Inside the phone, if we enable the emergency feature, there is an easy win. 911 chipset, anyone can send a broadcast and the phone can be activated. Who are living in USA, they see this is a 10-minute job. You lost your car, police is coming because of the 911 chipset. Even BIDA chairman was asking like how we can do the quick tracking. So activate the 911 chipset for the traffic. He was asking in the first panel how we can help the trafficking. Trafficking is one thing, but technology can help, right? In Dubai, we are getting messages like, yeah, these 2 roads are closed, please use the 3rd road. There is unrest, you can use the last time in Dubai, there was a flood and we got a notification, don't go outside. So this kind of emergency broadcast system is not yet available in Bangladesh, but this is very simple feature. Manufacturer can enable it. And your phone is closed, but president even can, it's called presidential broadcast. He can even use your camera to open it. He can remotely use your mic to make sound that you are the thief. So when I was feeling very bad, that time I was thinking, why this kind of small technology? It's old technology, 10 years old technology. Why it's not available in Bangladesh? Even the next slide, there is a lot of discussion about robotic thing, right? And everybody saying, we cannot do this. This is very expensive. Actually, we no need to do this. We no need to do this. Is Tesla kind of thing, 10 times very fast to do the cooking. My wife can cook faster than this. But what we need to understand. One is simple, this 911 police thing. I was in July in China. It was policing. It was surrounding me and asking me what help I need. Okay, police concept is not policing. It's a service, customer service. So we may try to small thing that can make a big impact. For example, lot of technology globally we are trying. One is nursing bot, bionic bot, companion bot, butler bot. Small, like a game, like a small toy. But actually, they are checking your kids, right? You are going outside, your kids are at home. you are putting the very manual camera and someone break it, right? But a small a small boat can actually clean the room and also monitor your room. And also they can teach your kids like behavior kind of thing, something. So very small, low-end bot instead of Tesla bot. We can do this. Eventually, this is another thing I would like to say. I'm from a very small city. And this city itself give me everything in my life. So what I learned from this city, the mic is okay or you can hear? Yeah. What I learned from this city, there is a technology called Nosimon Korimon technology. I'm not sure. This is banned in Bangladesh. This is banned in Bangladesh, but still every month there is a 200, 250. This vehicle is running, right? This is very simple modular architecture, very low end disruption. Any big disruption started with a low end disruption. If we try with the independent architecture, which is like, for example, EV, we cannot do in Bangladesh, but there is an opportunity, this market. Even three-wheelers in Dhaka, every time they are doing the strike, right? And High Court is intervened. Why we are not disrupting them with the low-tech two-wheeler, three-wheeler and replace them with the right manner instead of stopping them? This is an opportunity, untapped opportunity. India, this two-wheeler market is now 15%, you can check. And the battery is coming from BYD, who used to develop the battery for Nokia phone. Now they are EV market. The value of BYD is now 1 billion plus. So instead of trying big thing, let's try the small thing. That is my suggestion. And this is something big I would like to say. I love this one. I'm not sure our country is ready to implement this, but in UAE, where I'm from, we have the digital identity, because every election, before every election, they said we need to update our voter ID, right? We need to update our driving license. Why not a digital ID and implement everything under this digital ID? And the last of the not least, I believe we need to understand where we are as a country instead of implementing big city, smart city. This is an example. Every digital transformation required readiness and potential. Even Dubai as a digital city, the readiness is only 6 and potential is only 6. So are we really ready to implement big thing? I believe we need to again rescan ourselves. We need to understand who we are. Maybe we always see the big picture, but maybe we cannot transform our three-wheeler to EV, two-wheeler bicycle to EV bicycle. We yet to transform our digital identity. So I believe if we are not ready, every time we need to practice a small thing to be there. Our garments industry should touch up with the AI-based designing. Our education system should touch up with the tools that related with AI to reach out this Gen AI revolution. And last for the not least, there is a question last time that why there is no Q&A session. There is a Q&A, but if you are willing to ask the question, otherwise maybe I'm running late, I'm not sure. So before finalize this thing, I want to tell simple statistics. There are 4 generations. There are only 4 generations in this world we can see. One is steam engine, then electrification, then IT, information technology, and AI. Steam engine brought only 1% GDP globally, only 1%. IT is the only sector brought 3% GDP growth globally. The only, for this reason, all the rich person is from IT, from the Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all, because they changed the world. And do you know how much GDP can impact by AI? Any idea? 10%. Global GDP will improve 10% by AI arena, and from January 2025 to December 2025, this 12 month, the GDP impact for every AI industry will be tenfold. They will do the leapfrogging in 2025. Try to be part of this. Just try. Maybe we are not ready. Just try. Thank you.
Sir, you outran me. If I could also request you to be on stage again. We'd like to hand over a token of appreciation. And may I request Mr. Abdullah Hil Raqib, Managing Director of Team Group, to kindly do the honor. Thank you so much. We are now heading on to the third panel discussion of the day, and the topic is fostering innovation at the grassroots, leveraging NRBs for inclusive tech growth. The session will be moderated by none other than Muhammad Olia Ahad, founder, Enterprise Tech Limited. And the esteemed panel members of this panel are Dr. Syed Muntasir Mamun, Chief Innovation Officer, MOFA, Muhammad Rezaul Hassan, Chief Executive Officer, Reef Chat, Singapore, Ehsanul Islam, Vice President, Engineering and Managing Director of SEA, Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, Qualcomm. Faiz Ahmed Tayeb, Policy Advisor, ICT Coordination and Reform, ICT Division, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, and Arshad Parvez, Director, Technology, Cloud Platform, and I hope I'm getting this right, AI ASEAN Asia Pacific Oracle Singapore. May I request the moderator and the panel members to come on stage, please. Can I have the moderator and the panelists to come on the stage, please?
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Warm welcome to our panel discussion. We, mashallah, have a very extreme, enlightened experts panels with us. Let me first give you a quick introduction. We have on the far end, we have Arshad Bhai. Arshad Bhai, mashallah, we actually have three from traveling from Singapore. We are very fortunate to have them here. So Arshad Bhai is the Director for Technology, Cloud Platform, and AI for ASEAN market in Asia Pacific region for Oracle Singapore. And we also have Ehsan Bhai next to Arshad Bhai. Ehsan Bhai is the Vice President of Engineering and also Managing Director for Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand market, a very large geographical market for Qualcomm, the semiconductor giant. We have our very dear Dr. Syed Muntasir Mamun. Muntasir Bhai is the Chief Innovation Officer at MOFA, Government of Bangladesh. And we also have Reza Bhai. Reza Bhai is the CEO of Reef Chat Singapore. So very, very enlightened panel. It's not every day that we get such a quarterly, in one place. Our objective here is to see if we can come up with action plans with regards to what we can do to foster and facilitate and support and enable grassroots innovation in Bangladesh, having inclusiveness in mind, and doing that with the beautifully coined term with knowledge remittance from all these experts, living abroad, working, earning high dignity for Bangladesh. My first question would be actually to Dr. Muntasir Bhai. So Muntasir Bhai, since you are in the government, what do you think, in terms of, policy supports and all those, can we actually think of, can we do so that NRBs can be enabled to support and this grassroots innovation here?
Oh, thank you very much. I was not expecting the first question, but definitely, yes, there's a whole lot of things that can be done. But to begin with, I believe that in terms of policies, Bangladesh has a lot of them, and rather an extra lot of them. And we have policies in places where probably we could have had cut down on some of the policies and at least regulations, if not policies. But where I see a disconnect is how we approach the human individual and place him or her at the center of that policy. How we see the individual coming in contact with the government, and how we allow that individual, be it a Bangladeshi national or an expatriate, to take ownership of that government. Because government is by the people, for the people, and of the people, whichever way that you configure. But the reason that I'm saying this is, in terms of policies, in terms of numbers of policies, there's a host lot of things. So you could just go through the internet and you'll find them. But where you'll not see any policy, but where you'll see people speaking about is when you place the human individual at the center of that policy. So what I have seen in my experience over the last couple of years, or maybe a couple of decades in the government, is we have seen entrepreneurs, we have seen businesses, we have seen professionals who dearly love the motherland, who want to do something for the motherland, but we never approach them. And as a system, as an individual, definitely we do. But as a system, we don't. And if there is an individual who'd like to come back to the country and lead an initiative, that structure is not there. You could definitely appoint someone as a secretary or as a joint secretary or as a director general or anything, anywhere, but that's not really a regular process. So in terms of the capabilities, the expertise, and the networks that our expatriate communities have built over this, in fact, our expatriates are there almost in 138 countries, if I'm not wrong. 150,000 doctors are there abroad. In terms of engineers, I believe we power many of the large engineering and construction and facilities projects in the world. In terms of semiconductors, in terms of even space research, Rolls-Royce jet engine, we have Bangladeshis. But if you'd ask them what we do with them as a country, as a government, I think we do nothing with them. Literally nothing. We actually don't have a database for them. So if you'd ask me as the Director General for International Trade, that's one of my hats, what I would like to have as a policy is I would like to see that the NRBs, particularly those who have professional excellence, business networks, and also exposure and leverages, I would like to see that they, as a policy, are incorporated into the government structure of decision-making so that the policies are balanced and the policies are forward-looking and future-looking. I'll come back to that in probably a next question because timelines are collapsing. In my humble understanding, the AI timelines that we had stretching up to 2030, which you saw, is not going to hold. I think probably it will come much earlier than that. And that singularity paradigm which is coming. So I think we need to have a policy to incorporate wherever those individual sporadic excellences are, the individual professionals are, we need to bring them inside the state architecture. I'm not saying you make them part of the government. Government is just one part of the state, but the whole state apparatus, how you see the state, how you conceive the state, how the state operates. You bring those human individuals and their enterprises into the domain of the state apparatus and see how it operates. So that's where I think that the most important policy intervention ought to be.
Thank you so much. So it's very encouraging to see here that Muntasir Bhai. So the action point would be how can we, put those expert individuals in the center of the policy so that we can benefit from their rich expertise in a structured way. Very important. Ehsan Bhai, I wish I could ask you how could you manage such a large market, as a managing director. But our question would be for you. From your experience, exposure with such a giant, in connectivity at Qualcomm, what do you think, Ehsan Bhai, that we should take as an action that would facilitate and foster grassroots innovation in our country with inclusiveness in mind?
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much. Yes, as you know, I work for Qualcomm, and Qualcomm is the innovator of the wireless communications. We have more than 150,000 active patents right now, or wireless communications. And all these generations, 3G, 4G, and 5G, led by Qualcomm. And of course, there is another company in Asia. I just heard the presentations from Huawei. They're also good. But the point here, many countries in the world, they're already shutting down 3G. Some of them 2G, most of the country already shut down. 3G, many countries already shutting down. So, and they are working on to move forward to 5G SA. So in Bangladesh, unfortunately, we're still working on 5G. So to connect the grassroots, first thing we really need to have the connectivity so that they can get connected. Actually, yesterday I was in Khatai and I was having a Teletalk SIM card. And honestly speaking, most of the cases I did not get any data. So the connectivity perspective, if we really want to connect people and want to give them the technology, we must need to have broadband connectivity. Even in Asia, many countries have this fiber connectivity. Many Southeast Asia countries like Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, of course, Singapore, their fiber connectivity is very good. But like Indonesia, Philippines, they don't have fiber connectivity. So you don't really need to have fiber connectivity. 5G or moving forward, the new Gs have this broadband fiber-like connectivity. Their data rate is extremely high. So if you can have this fixed wireless access in different areas on the villages, they can have broadband connectivity. And when you bring the broadband connectivity to them, then technology itself will go there. Of course, there is issues with digital literacy in our village. Many people who just get educated, they move to the cities, and that's why Dhaka is so crowded. I mean, it's really not very comfortable to move around Dhaka, but if you go outside of Dhaka, it was very comfortable, right? So you really need to have these digital educations and to educate those people and give them the job in those areas can keep them stay in those areas. And to do that, of course, we need to have the proper training, vocational training, and job. And as you mentioned, right, from Qualcomm perspective, many countries, even in Thailand, they have this big chicken farm, huge chicken farm on the CP groups. And we are providing them some solutions for AI solutions through the camera and others. This chicken, and also the eggs of the chickens, is this eggs, size of the eggs good or bad? All those are sorted out through the edge AI. I would not say the server-based NVIDIA AI. Rather, a lot of the devices on your hand has a lot of AI capabilities. Your smartphone, the latest smartphone based on Qualcomm device, it can have 40 TOPS of AI computations. That means the ChatGPT-2, that has only 8 billion parameter, that could be run without having an internet connection on your device. Now you can imagine how much AI computation you can do on your device. So if you can connect those people and then provide these AI-related solutions for the agricultural people, you can give them the AI-related solutions regarding the soils things, regarding the when the crop need to be vested, or when you need to fertilize them. All those could be done easily through AI. Even those people cannot read, right? You can have these voice recognitions. You can give them the instruction through the voice and all those things. So through technology, a lot of the problem could be solved. And a lot of these big companies already bringing the technologies that can help to solve those problems.
Thank you so much. So the action point that we have is we need to work together to improve the connectivity, be it the new G or be it fiber optic broadband. But I mean, the possibility is immense. So Ihsan bhai, just let me quickly share a quick successful story here in Bangladesh. So bKash, I saw Kamal bhai here earlier. bKash here is actually using edge computation. So whenever all their merchandisers, they work at the retail outlet, they instantly see whether their work is they're doing it correctly or not, and they have substantially optimized the cost and been able to serve the market at a very optimized rate. Thank you. We'll come back to you again. Reza bhai. So mashallah. So Reza bhai, for everyone, he's mashallah Reef Chat. Reza bhai's team's Reef Chat is a very successful story in Singapore, and mashallah Reza bhai has a service center both Dhaka and in Delhi. So Reza bhai, I mean, earlier we were also talking about it. So what did you say, communication tools like this Reef Chat or other AI-based solutions, how can we think about utilizing this in improving our health? Say earlier we heard that, it's not easy to send good doctors or sustainable to have them working remotely. Do you think, solutions like Reef Chat can be, a way out for this?
Well, thanks. One thing is that, like say, probably if I go before my Reef Chat, I think let's talk about the ecosystem. So like say, when we are talking about the rural health systems, as you mentioned very correctly, like say, the ecosystem that we have in the rural area, probably we can't invite a good physician over there to live for a long time and to serve the local people. So like say, today we are seeing in many areas, AI dependent diagnostic system is coming up, though this is at a very earlier stage. But you see, if you can implement these things in Bangladesh rural area, then you can have faster diagnosis as well as, like say, cheap naturally, and it's not very much dependent on the specialized person. But for that, you see, what you need a lot of local data also. But where we'll get that local data? I think that is a big challenge for today in Bangladesh. Like say, in Bangladesh, you don't have any central data bank for our diagnostic related information. So most probably, like say, if you look at the future, let's assume that we want to have this type of AI-enabled diagnostic center 5 years down the road. In that case, probably today we need to think whether we can develop a central data bank and everyone's prescription, everyone's diagnostic data will be stored here. And then probably, like say, I think this data can help us in coming days to, to develop some sort of AI-generated diagnostic things. But if you say, like say, we are also talking about the education things, right? So you're talking about the chatbot, how that can help. So like say, let's assume that today, for a student in a village area, for him, access to a good teacher is not that easy. But like say, though we have, probably you have the wrong SIM at your hand, but yeah, with the proper SIM, I'm saying, like, sir, it's not wrong SIM for all the places. Last week I was in Sundarban and there only the Teletalk SIM was working. So, place to place, it varies. So, like say, most of the people in Bangladesh have 3G access. So, like say, if you're a student, if he has an access to a, like say, LLM-driven chatbot, and if that is trained for, like say, for his class things, and if he has any question, if he has any thing to know, like say, after his class time, if he asks and if it can give him right level of answers in local language with the local cultural essence, it will be a great help.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we already got 3 action points from the first round of discussion. Ashad bhai, since you are an expert, mashallah, in all 3 data, technology, cloud platform, and technology, so what would be your recommendations in what action plans can we think about in harnessing the benefits of the powers of this cloud platform technology and AI? to facilitate and foster grassroots innovation here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me here. I think I have expert people who are coming from a lot of experience and background. So I think this is a very important question, right? How cloud technologies, AI is going to transform, right? And how we can harness or take this benefit to the grassroots people in Bangladesh, right? My personal take is on that is that cloud as a technology is democratized innovation. Before cloud, right, if the innovation is only for the big players, like who have big investments, they can invest on technology because to build an application, you need to have servers, data center, a lot of investment. When the cloud kicked in 15 years ago, right, it gave the power, I call it a magic wind, to all the young people, especially at that time we called millennials. Now we think about Gen Zs and Alpha, right? It gave the power to realize their ideas, right? I want to build some application. If it's 20 years back, I cannot, right? There are startups people or some other people from the industries there. But right now, what happened, if I have an idea, I can go to cloud, I can spin off the services, I can just build some MVP, we call mean viable product, we can test the ideas, we can roll on, right? And if this idea works, right, we can get more investments. So to me, cloud democratized the whole innovation. And if I see, and we're in the second phase of innovation where, in fact, we are working big time with not only AI, I think Shahriar Bhai was there, he was presenting, but I think we're going into a Gen AI, and people have a lot of misconception about the Gen AI. To go back to the first question, you're like, how we are taking this to the ground level people. It's very interesting, like as I said, that he worked with the farms, right, who are actually using technology in some part of Thailand or Indonesia. We are seeing that people are harnessing the technology in every part, not only some banks, big telcos, but can we take this innovation to our daily needs, right? Like a person who is working in a small mama and papa shop somewhere, right? Is he using technology? Or a farmer, like in Bangladesh, we are a agriculture-based country, right? We are a lot of things, economy depend on agriculture, fisheries, right? Probably garments. These are the important things. So how these people can adopt technology? This is one of the things, right? We are only scratching the surface. We are thinking, okay, we are going to big corporates, right? But how can we reach those people? Now, I was like, last week I was on leave and I was traveling to some part. I went to Chennai, I went to Khulna, and I meet some interesting people, right? Young kids, right? Somewhere in Khulna, right? They start a 5 or 6 kid come out of the university, big dreams, change the world, kind of, right? Gen Zs. And they're saying that, okay, we are working with, the local fishing farm to build their inventory, right? Very small. Can we do that with the mobile? Yes, so they're building some kind of thing. They want to track their feed, how this is going to happen, right? What fertilizer they're doing. So they want to do it from the financial point of view. But I think this is the small point to start with. I have seen so many other places where they're using technologies like IoT devices, sensors to understand, from the feeding to cultivation and everything you can track. You can use a lot of technology at the back end. But I think if you take that kind of idea to the people and help them on the ground level, this is going to be a game changer. Now, that's the place where we talk about the platform. Is there a platform to bring those people, connect those people, and give them the resource? Maybe they have idea, but idea itself cannot if we can't realize the idea. So I say, if I have an idea, I need to have a tool, right? How can I make that idea into product? Where's the tool? And that's why we kick in cloud. Cloud is a tool to realize your idea. And it's easier. You can go, most of the cloud service provider give free cloud, right, to start this idea. They incubate ideas. So there we helping. The second part is knowledge, right? I have the tools, but do I have the knowledge? Or what's happening, right? Sometimes I always have this conversation with the people and they say, cloud, AI, most used word right now. Everybody is on cloud. Everybody is on Gen AI. But actually, are we taking the advantage of the cloud? So what is happening? And that's where we can come in, right? Because we work in a very complex environment with different kind of organizations where we see how they are, in fact, using this technology to get some tangible outcomes. So we can bring up, and NBRs can probably bring up those ideas, like Ehsan Bhai said. He can bring up those ideas, go to a farm where chickens are, right, and say that, I have seen this, or a palm orchard in somewhere in Malaysia, how they are cultivating the whole palm and oil process. So those kind of thought leadership we can bring. Tools are there, knowledge we can, and as a tech companies, we are investing free trainings, knowledge, a lot of things are happening. So we are doing it. Of course, in the personal level, we are doing it. But the things which actually Bangladesh Brand Forum can do, to build a platform. The platform is important, and this platform cannot be just physical platform. It can be a physical or digital platform where the end users and customers somewhere in the rural area have the access, or somewhere the smart kids who is sitting somewhere far in Ramu or somewhere, they have the access to this platform. And then you can connect this platform to the service provider, like tech companies, investors, and everything. So that kind of platform can be a game changer for the Bangladesh market. That's just top of mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arshad Bhai. So note for Brand Forum, we can consider building a platform where people can access and so that we can access, utilize both with the tools with the right knowledge. Since we have also Rakib Bhai here, I mean, I would like to build up what you're just saying. So we need to really, start applying advanced technologies in all our industries. I honestly have not, I see great prospects in RMG industry. For example, starting with, for order confirmation to LC, if we can automate these, or, there are, the entire industry suffers with the discrepancies among work order confirmation, purchase orders, and tech packs. So AI can actually, help us step up. So right now, where we are, mashallah, among the top 3 in global exports, to go to the, to go faster upward, I believe we really need to consider applying advanced technology. So,
Oliver, just in this related, one is small things, like say, in Bangladesh, we have a online tax portal, right, to submit our tax. But recently, CPD has a study, and they have suggested, like say, a simple AI chatbot, if we can introduce. Their study finds that 32 billion tax collection will be higher if just with only one chatbot. Because, like say, submitting your tax return is not that easy job in Bangladesh. But like, see, if you have a conversational chatbot, and if it takes you through a journey, it will be much easier. So can you imagine just one AI-enabled chatbot, 32 billion additional tax?
Wow, I mean, Sharif bhai, we should take note all of these quick win action points. Thank you so much, Nazar bhai. Mutasir bhai, you wanted to come back, building on to your previous points. So I'll just have a, supplementary question. What is, with your great global network that you have, MOFA has all over the world, how can we leverage that strength, in harnessing the rich insights and expertise that we have among the NRBs?
Imagine if a company had 100 offices abroad. What would that company look like? So Bangladesh government, if it was a business enterprise, it has 100 offices globally, 81 to be specific. And imagine having the access to the highest level of governance in that country, and starting with the head of the state or head of the government down to anyone that you would reach up to. So if the government wishes to reach to anyone, it can do it in 72 hours time. Imagine this huge power at the behest, at the hands of the people. I'll build on what he had said, 32 billion, right? Okay, right. In last 30 months that you see that in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we had created a full-fledged, full spectrum of ICT-enabled services. We have not gone up to AI. I refuse to call LLMs AI, because LLMs are LLMs, and if you're using Llama, then you would like to call it AI. But if you're using Grok, then other things are not AI. I have seen Grok expanding its competencies in last 45 days tremendously. So this AI-enabled diagnosis is also becoming true. Now, my point is, in 30 months, the total expenditure that we have committed from the Minister of Foreign Affairs is 28 lakhs taka, which means less than $20,000, $25,000. We generate more than 12 million tokens on the systems that we have deployed. We have the Honorable Advisor here, and you can just check out on the CSAT platforms that we have. You can check out on the web services that we have. All our services were online on the MyGov platform, but unfortunately that MyGov platform, which was with the ICT division, is down at this moment. So maybe we'd be requesting through you to the Honorable Advisor to allow us to take it back in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and launch it ourselves. Imagine if we save only $100, just $100 per expatriate per year, how much would that be? And we're speaking about 64 services, 29 of them consular services. Even in Dhaka alone, we give attestations to 10,000 pieces of document every day. I think that even at the very minimal set of cost estimation, it would be 1.32 billion US dollar per year savings, which we have already installed. That's installed capability at the cost of less than 25,000 US dollars. We have spent in Bangladeshi taka, by the way. Now, in terms of revenue collection, just this year came out this MCCI booklet or book by Masur Riaz on the revenue collection. Dhaka and Chittagong alone contributes to more than 85% of revenues throughout the country, which means that 80% of the people are not part of the revenue net. How is that possible? So which means that Bangladeshis don't want to pay taxes? Not really. It's just that they are disconnected from the system. They would like to pay the taxes. In fact, they pay more than taxes. And that's not recognized. That's not modularized. And that's not taken leverage of. What I think is, the first book on blockchain and political economies, you have seen that from my side. I think personally that institutional voids play a great role in it. We have institutional voids almost everywhere. But the most important part where I see voids, deep voids, is in our education. I've shared this story with some of our friends last week only, that 35 years before, or maybe, something like that, the whole Bangladesh artillery regiment was demobilized, and there was new, people were going into retirement. The Pakistani soldiers were going into retirement, Bangladeshis were coming in. In 1 year's time, I saw at that point in time, not very educated individuals, or maybe let's say certified, because education has a different meaning, deeper meaning. In 1 year's time, you convert a completely uninitiated individual with considerable lacunas in education into a OCU gunner fitter, converting 52-factor trigonometric corrections in 1 year's time. Now, after 12 or 14 years or 16 years of schooling, I cannot get someone who can proficiently handle a lathe machine. That's unacceptable to me. I was using Watson AI last XAI and Watson AI yesterday, and I was just thinking that, okay, if those things are available for free, what would be the professional model looking like? So my understanding is, and since we are actually looking at a collapsing timeline, in next 3 years, we need to go for a crash program. These 3 years will not come back. 2024 is already gone. 25, 26, 27. These are the 3 years which will be make or break years for any country. Most importantly for our country, which is Bangladesh. Unfortunately, we have only one country. The reason I'm saying this is 2021, in that blockchain Olympiad, I had predicted that, okay, we'll be approaching singularity by 2030. That I had revised to 2027. And I think just yesterday, this OpenAI guy had come up and said that few thousand days, and I was counting how many flops. Okay, 3,000 days means 3 years, max 9 years. So that's not going to happen because quantum computer is coming. And once the quantum chips come in, the flops and the qubits will probably supersede the way that relational databases operate. So our diagnostics, the whole model of forward integration, we have a professor here who had introduced us to the idea of forward integration 35 years before. We have Professor Farhat Anwar over here. At that point in time, most of the people had been speaking about backward integration, but in IBA, we are speaking on forward integration, but that has not happened in a big way. Why haven't we not purchased up the big brands? Because the brand ecosystem is somewhere where we belong. Without the brand, we don't get the premium. So two things, or maybe three things. First, education. We need to have a crash program for next 3 years. You do it now or you never do it. Because afterwards, it will be data colonization. And no matter how much democratic things have become with clouds, you cannot really compete. Because once AI is there, real AI is there, innovation itself will also be mostly modularized. And the human individual's capability to create something very new would be limited or constrained. Second is, of course, deploying huge compute. Just across, we have NVIDIA chipsets in, I think, the closest we have in Uttar Pradesh, and not in Dhaka. For a country of 180 million people, we don't have any chipset. Qualcomm is there. I think we should keep the guy over here and as a hostage, and then we bring that Qualcomm chips to Bangladesh. And that's the only way to see. But yes, unless we have that compute, what are we going to compute out with? Just writing pseudocodes? I don't think that's going to work. So we need to have compute. Spend $5 billion, in 2015-16, it would have had cost hardly $2 billion for testing and packaging, but now it should be around $5 to $7 billion. That's, I think, reasonable. The opportunity cost would be few hundred, if not trillions. And most importantly, future of our people, the young people that I see on that platform over here, what are they looking at? 4 years degrees? With those degrees, after the 4th year, where would they go? Where would I be going? I mean, I think I can go back to Oxford and say that, okay, I teach history of technology. That's how much irrelevant I would be becoming if I'm not competent. And the third thing is a deeper awareness of, আমরা বাংলায় যেটাকে বলি, মা, মাটি, মাতৃভূমি, মাটি এবং মানুষ. No matter what your identity is, no matter where you come from, if you're a government servant, if you're a public official, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business person, doesn't matter. What matters is this land, mati, this belongs to you. Manush. What kind of people that I see? I see a minister here. I see professors here. I see business people there. I see students here. These are all manush, my people. That awareness. And I think since it's an NRB specific focus, I think I'd like that call to go across to all NRBs that we are looking at you. We want you to look at Bangladesh as yours, that this is your country. Make it. Don't allow it to be broken. So these are the three things that I think I'd like to focus on.
Mashallah, that was very intriguing to hear. Quick question to our 3 NRBs all traveling from Singapore. How do you think we can solve any suggestion, any idea about this crash course or scaling, educating people at a scale within the next 3 years or so? Any ideas? How can NRB support this?
I think number one thing is education. So this is important for everybody, everywhere, right? As Montasir mentioned, right, AI will maybe change many things, but AI still will be the tool. It will not replace human. It will be the tool that will help human to increase their productivity, different way. And to do that, actually, we need to have proper education in a way how to use these tools. I can give my perspective here a little bit. For each generations of the technology movement, let's go with wireless technology. First generation, these big phones. Second generations, the small phones as small as possible. And when a smartphone comes, it's computer on your hand. And this smartphone can do so many things right now, including lot of on-device AI capabilities. And smartphone now have so many applications. When you need someone, you just open that application and try to do the things. I believe next few years, maybe 5 to 10 years, with 6th generation G, this smartphone form factor going to be changed. The applications, the way we are using it, is going to be changed. It will be all AI agent based. Same thing for cloud or the software as a service. Right now, the way this quad things works, right? You, in the database, on top of the database, you have these applications that query things, get the response, make the change, save the change. And that depends on based on the database. It's different way you need to call those APIs, right? So if AI works here, then the whole things will be changed. You don't need to have this layer anymore. That means AI already have all those algorithms integrated that. And you just need to ask the AI what to do, and it will bring the necessary database to respond you. Same thing will happen in smartphones. You don't need to have so many applications. There will be maybe some agent that can handle all of your financial things. You just ask your agent, my bank agent, okay, I need to send this money to that person. After that, give me a report. And AI will do that. He will go background, find necessary things, or run the necessary application and bring it there. To do that, you don't need to do a lot of the things. Maybe you need to do some Python. A lot of the coding will be done by the AI. AI can do much better code than humans. So we don't need to have the coding experience anymore. Our education need to be modernized in a way how to use these technologies, how to use the tools so that you could have that agent, or you can create that agent from now. We can build up a, let's say, smart young generation, 50 people together, and give them use the AI models, different type of models, right? Chat GPT, Llama, and whatever model. Based on that, they create their own agent. That agent could be specialized in each area. And these people, maybe the coding part, they can use the Chat GPT coder or CodeGen. They can create better codes.
So these are all great to hear, SMI. But any idea how can NRBs help the
Exactly.
large
So
population
NRE
here?
can help here. NRE can help here in a way. They can bring up the technologies, they can bring up the tools, and with the public and private sector can connect together through the platforms, as Isha mentioned, right? So on that platform, maybe some of the NRBs and some of the funding, actually, we really need funding, right? A lot of the venture funding, venture capitals, all those people are not very interested in Bangladesh yet. But if we can really show this, the opportunities, the young generation we have here. And
if I may be a little bold, do you think NRBs, or at least many of them, would be willing to volunteer some of their time, partially even, just to contribute?
I think so. I think so. Actually, for NRBs, many years, actually, I left Bangladesh 1994 after my high school, right? It's almost 35 years, right? But still, I come back here every year. I meet my mothers, hear all the relatives, right? I talk to them, try to understand them. They always have a soft corner. They are very, I mean, when this pacifist government was there, and we even cannot talk on the Facebook or somewhere. When we talk, we need to censor a lot of the things. We feel really bad, right? Now, at least last 4 months, we can talk freely. And that way, the NRBs that I really meet in all over the world, everybody has this soft corner. They really want to do something for Bangladesh. But many of them doesn't know how to do that. They don't know what is the right platform. If government or somebody connect them, I'm 100% sure they will be very happy to get connect and contribute some of their free time to support here, to educate here, I mean, the manpower.
Thank you so much. That's very encouraging. Yeah, Ashad bhai.
Can I add here on top of what Esame said? Like, you guys can hear me, right? How can NRBs can help, right? And I find out that the NRBs can help in 3 ways. One is the thought leadership, what we are doing here. We are coming, right? If somebody call us, we sometimes go, like we are traveling for our family, friend. We can go, we can do this kind of session awareness, right? If there's a platform like Brand Forum is a platform and they're bringing us, we can do is just a very volunteer work. I work with in Singapore, like Halogen Foundation, and they're actually, helping underprivileged kids to be more entrepreneur, right? Why you want to be entrepreneur? How can we grow the skill of entrepreneurship? And they have a course curriculum, right? And we, as a volunteer, we also learn and we go have this conversation with them. And interesting thing, we do the mentorship sometime, right? So like I do a mentorship with a kid, right? He's very not good with the education, but he wants to be entrepreneur. So I have a very good discussion with him. So these are the one thing we can do. The second thing I think NBRs can also do is investment, right? Because a lot of NBRs are here. They have their own companies in different part of the world. They can maybe start their office here. Like I see some like Reef's office here, they have an office here. Like so many other companies, right? NBRs, if you can find them, they're running not only tech industry, they might be in different industry also. If you can find those people, bring them in and ask them to invest, or in personal capacity people want to invest, it's a good idea, right? Because a lot of people are sending remittance, and at some point of time you want to feel you want to be connected with your soil, with your motherland, everybody, right? This is something we can't take it away. So investment. And the third thing I think also, how can we influence the organization we work for? Like I work at a big organization, he worked for a big organization. Can we convince this organization to invest in Bangladesh also, right? This can be a fantastic idea because we represent bigger organizations. I know you say uphill task, a lot of things will come, but if somebody take the initiative from the NBR side within their organization, that I work in a big organization, but of course, they are investment in some other big countries like neighboring country and other country. I have seen a lot of investments going on to Vietnam market, Indonesia market. Can we, if you are in a good position, can we have this conversation with our HQ? Not easy, I know. I have done this practice, right? Establishing offices in some of the emerging countries, not uphill. But if we can take that responsibility or take that courage to have this conversation, might be a good idea to bring a lot of companies in
Yeah,
Bangladesh.
we actually have seen India has continuously benefited from all three, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, because of their NRBs. Yeah, so Reza bhai?
Yeah, Oliver. So if I come to your question and to Ehsan bhai's proposal, Ehsan bhai, you said probably like say to develop a platform where everyone can connect, and certainly then you need a cloud, right? So for the cloud, if I go to the platform, which is the soft part of the whole proposal, right? So I think to develop this one, your question was whether NRB can, yeah. So I think this is, we have a lot of companies who are working in those areas owned by Bangladeshis, NRBs, as well as we have local resources also. Don't ignore the finest resources in Bangladesh available. And we have a lot of student volunteers also. So I believe that if there is some platform like Bangladesh Brand Forum who can connect the NRBs and the local talents together, so we believe that we can develop the soft part of the platform. That's very easily we can do. And then the training and the other things also we can do. We have a lot of volunteers, student volunteers. So that's we can do easily. Now come to the cloud part. Probably there are some cost involvement, right? So here probably, I think locally we have, in government, we have a lot of resources, which I believe, so there are some, sure, yeah.
We can also consider how we might utilize those
Their
resources.
resources,
as well.
yeah.
Thank you.
There's just one thing that I'd like to add to that is that if we could come up with an equity-based enterprise solution for that, because what I see is if we'd pitch it as a sales call, that okay, come to Bangladesh. One part is charity, philanthropy, that's okay. But even beyond charity and philanthropy, which is also very important, private equity is more than 80-85% of global wealth and income as well. And that income is not seen. So in this year alone, there would be around $1.8 trillion in private equity moving alone. And over next 30, 40 years of time, there would be a transgenerational movement of wealth. So if you could create projects and enterprises which would be underwritten and subscribed by the NRBs and Bangladeshis, of course, those whoever, because it's a global citizen, and underwritten by the government, that okay, this is an enterprise which is underwritten by the government, but financed by whoever can. And I think that, you see, in an economy, there are two parts. One is the investment gap. The other one is the foreign currency gap. Unfortunately, we don't produce US dollars or euro or anything. We have to get it from the NRBs, expats, and also exports. But in terms of investment, I don't think there is any dearth. But in terms of going to the market, in terms of going to raise capital, there's a huge array of restrictions, so that a garage enterprise in US can launch capital, can raise capital, but in Bangladesh, that kind of an enterprise will be nowhere. You need to show so many types of paper that it would be, by that time it would be lost. 70% of new enterprises always die. But beyond that death and living and reincarnation, if we could bring those individuals to the market and let the market decide So I'm a minimalist in terms of governance, more like an anarcho-capitalist. So I'm not willing to be bounded to my foreign currency holdings or reserves. Foreign currency reserves is just one part of the economic equation. My most important part is my economic competitiveness, my competencies, my comparative advantages. So if I have those advantages, what is preventing me from converting that into tangible businesses, wealth, and income? So if we can show that wealth, income, and business opportunities are there, I certainly believe that not only NRBs, but also any sane person should be coming to Bangladesh. There's no reason why it should not be coming to Bangladesh. I think the reason that it doesn't come to Bangladesh is we, ourselves. So that's it.
Great suggestion. So, Sharifa, we should, take note of this. At this stage, I would like to invite the audience. If any of you have any question to the panelists.
Excuse
here.
me. Hi. My name is Takio. I'm currently living in New York, but I've been an NRB since I was 12. I'm here because I want to ask a question that's a question for hundreds of people, right? And this is mainly to the individual that's sitting in the middle. So, one of the questions is about investments. I'm in finance in New York, and getting individual investments into Bangladesh has to be one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. It's mainly because of paperwork. The second thing is about tech, right? And I want to represent the questions of NRB, not only for the top people, but everybody else, which is millions of people, right? The second thing is technology. Patenting something in Bangladesh has to be the second hardest thing I've done in my life, right? And the third thing, then I ask myself, okay, if I can't bring investments, if I can't patent something here, let me open a charity. Since 8 a.m. this morning until now, I was just going through one table to the other, because opening something in Bangladesh is very hard, even through philanthropic wise. So this is the reason why not a lot of NRBs are getting involved in the country. And I want to ask you, all of the people, how could we solve this problem, which is for hundreds of thousands of Bengalis living abroad and the second generation that do not have a direct connection to this country? Thank you.
Would you like to take that?
I'd like to begin with addressing two of the points. First is, of course, that capital movement. In Bangladesh, I think the problem started with our own behavior. We were shifting money from inside the country abroad in terms of foreign currency. So there were regulations. Some of them were very stringent, let's put it that way, because I'm still in the service. So I cannot really say really bad things about them, but they deserve to be called bad. But I think that that could be bypassed in terms of if we could create an environment where a limited capital movement could be there. And I think that would take care of, let's say, human individuals or enterprises at an entrepreneurial level. And that should not be a big problem, because we have given permission. See, in last 2-3 years time, we have, or 4 years maybe, we have given several dissent notes from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to several other agencies that, okay, we don't agree with many of the things that we have been told. But those were bypassed by SROs. So I think those things need to be discussed in open policy forums so that there is a broad-based discussion. See, these are policy issues. So in terms of policy issues, giving a solution is easy. But once you have given a solution, there could be people not really liking that. So once you bring out that opposition into open air, then the opposition, or let's say the position itself, that it becomes justified. So I think the first one is, you are right, but I think that there is a possible way out of it. And that possible way out, we need to discuss this openly in open public forum, that these are the problems. And there is a 9-point paper that we had sent from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to Finance Division. I think that was in 2021. I sent it myself. So in terms of due diligence, so if we could create a structure of due diligence supported by LLMs or AI, or for that matter, proper documentation, authentication, and legalization, that part can be taken care of. So in terms of at least the pseudo coding of it, it's done. Whether we can have it, maybe we have to discuss this with Minister of Commerce, Finance, and also BIDA. And that could be something that Brand Forum could take an initiative, and then we could also put in our pitch. The third part is either the trouble that you are facing. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has a wing, which I am the Director General for, International Trade, Investment, and Technology. So my office, myself, and the whole Minister of Foreign Affairs will be at your disposal 24/7. I'd invite you to the ministry and come and have a cup of coffee. I believe that the troubles will be much lesser. See, this is a hand-holding process. I cannot really guarantee that the government of Bangladesh, or for that matter, any government in the world, will be able to give very specific results at any point in time. However, we have to try, and that effort must be together. So what I would suggest is that you come down to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, see what we're doing, and then let's find out how best we can navigate across all these hurdles. I understand his problem because in terms of getting just a trade license, someone needs 36 signatures somewhere, 52 signatures elsewhere, and signatures means 52 different offices, which don't really are not really located in the same domain. But what we can do is that we can probably issue a support letter at the list from the ministry if it's a genuine effect or effort, and that's the list that we can do. But we can also find out people, individuals, officials who are willing to help, because in any system there are good people and bad people. In terms of Captain America, those who are shooting at you are bad people, those who are not shooting at you are good people. So I'd expect that you, and not only you, everyone else would like to work with the government of Bangladesh. And if there is anything that the Minister of Foreign Affairs can do, the doors are always open. And I say 24/7. It's not that just you come at 9 o'clock and leave at 5. No. If you want to stay, come work inside the ministry.
আমি একটু ছোট করে অ্যাড করি ভাই, আপনার প্রশ্নগুলোর জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আসলেই দুঃখজনক, এরকম হওয়ার কথা ছিল না, কিন্তু ওয়াইল্ড মুন্তাসির ভাই যেরকম বললেন, আমরা এগুলো সলভ করার জন্য এবং বর্তমান যে ওয়ার্ক কারণ আছে সেগুলো করবো। একটা ছোট্ট জিনিস ভাই, আসলে আমাদেরই দেশ, যতদিন পেটেন্ট হবে না আমি কি কাজ করবো না? সো লাইসেন্স ছিল না দেখে কামাল ভাই কি তখন বিকাশ দিচ্ছিল না দেখে কি ওনার এফোর্টটা শুরু করেননি? আমরাও আমাদের আলহামদুলিল্লাহ 65টার উপরে এআই প্রোডাক্ট একটাও পেটেন্ট করতে পারিনি। গেলেই আসলে খুব খুশি হয়ে এসে ওনারা একদম ঘুষের লিস্ট দিয়ে দিতেন, এতটুকু এতটুকু। তো আমরা তাই বলে কি ইনোভেশন করবো না? এখনো কতগুলো গার্মেন্টস এর সাথে নতুন করে কাজ শুরু করছি, করব। নিজের দেশ হয়তো আমি উজবেকিস্তানের জন্য হয়তো করতাম না, ওখানে আমি হয়তো পেটেন্টের জন্য খুব ফার্ম থাকতাম, তারপর করব। ওটাই জাস্ট একটু বলবো সবার জন্যই, আমাদের দেশটা যেই জায়গায় যেখানে আছে সেখান থেকেই ওই ভালোবাসা নিয়েই আগানো। অবশ্যই এগুলো ইনশাল্লাহ এগুলো সলভ হবে, বাট সেটার জন্য ওয়েট না করে এর মধ্যেই যতটুকু করা দরকার, যতটুকু করতে পারি ইনশাল্লাহ করতে থাকি। আমি অনুরোধ করবো আপনাকে যে আপনার এফোর্টটা প্লিজ কন্টিনিউ করেন। উই নিড মোর অ্যান্ড মোর পিপল লাইক ইউ। Anyone next? Would any of
হ্যালো, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি মোহাম্মদ মোস্তফা, আমি বর্তমানে ইস্ট ওয়েস্ট ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আন্ডারগ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্ট, and I'm also doing volunteering. So I have a one question and one advice. So if I go for advice, so advice টা আমার হচ্ছে প্যানেল ডিসকাশন 1 or 2 মেবি তখন করার কথা ছিল, তখন তার কোশ্চেনটা নেয়নি। সো অ্যাডভাইসটা ছিল কিভাবে এনআরবি তে কানেক্ট করা যায় অল ওভার দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড। কারণ হচ্ছে আমরা দেখি যে অনেক দেশে আমাদের হচ্ছে এনআরবি আছে, তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে হয় কি তাদেরকে কানেক্ট করাটা খুবই ডিফিকাল্ট। সো এই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা একটা জিনিস করতে পারি, আমরা দেখি যে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল অনেকগুলো ক্লাব আছে, লাইক লায়ন্স ক্লাব, রোটারি ক্লাব। এইভাবে যদি আমরা এনআরবি একটা ক্লাব করতে পারি, ফর এক্সাম্পল এনআরবি ক্লাব ফর ইউএসএ, হ্যাঁ, সো ওইখানে আপনার একটা সেন্ট্রাল কমিটি থাকতে পারে। ইট ক্যান বি ইলেক্টেড অর ইট ক্যান বি সিলেক্টেড। দেন ইউএসএ যে স্টেট গুলো আছে,
ভাইয়া আমরা এটা আসলে অলরেডি নোট নিয়েছি, অ্যাকশন পয়েন্টে আমরা করছি। আপনি একটু প্রশ্নটাতে চলে যেতেন।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, প্রশ্নটা হচ্ছে যে ফার্স্টিং দ্য ইনোভেশন দ্য গ্রাসরুট, যে গ্রাসরুটে যদি আমরা কাজ করতে যাই সেক্ষেত্রে অবশ্যই আমাদের ইউথদেরকে কানেক্ট করতে হবে। তো আই থিঙ্ক আজকের প্রোগ্রামটা ইউথ এনগেজমেন্টটা খুবই কম, আমরা হাতে গোনা কয়েকজন ইউথ আছি। সো আমরা অনেক ডিসকাশনে দেখলাম যে ইউথ নিয়ে কথা বলা হচ্ছে, জেন জি, জেন আলফা। সো যখন আমরা এই ডিসকাশন গুলা করি অবশ্যই আমাদের ইউথদেরকে কানেক্ট করতে হবে। ইউথরা যদি এখানে এই কোশ্চেনটা যে কিভাবে কানেক্ট করতে পারি আর কি গ্রাসরুট প্রোগ্রাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। উড এনি অফ ইউ লাইক টু answer that, respond to that? Alright, আমার মনে হয় ভেরি ভ্যালিড অবজারভেশন। আমরা শরীফ ভাইয়ের সাথে এটা নিয়ে নোট করছি, এবং অফকোর্স আমরা নেক্সট এই ইনিশিয়েটিভ গুলো যখন কন্টিনিউ করব, এই এনগেজমেন্টটা কিভাবে আরো বাড়ানো যায়, আরো মিনিংফুল করা যায়, সেটার জন্য আমরা অবশ্যই সচেষ্ট থাকতে হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। উইথ দ্যাট I would like to bring this discussion to an end. I mean, it was very fascinating, mashallah, with great insights and solid 5 action points. So Rabbani bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Ali bhai. So since you're already seated, So may I please request, so we'd like to present you a token of appreciation. So may I please request Professor Imran Rahman, Vice Chancellor of ULAB, to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to all of our guests, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. For our next session, ladies and gentlemen, as you know that Mohammad Tawhid Hossain, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh is amongst us and is gracing our program as a chief guest for this afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, it gives me immense pleasure and an honor to call upon stage our chief guest for his remarks on this gathering of NRBs and NRB enthusiasts. Please, let's give him a huge round of applause.
শোনা যায়? Okay, before I start my formal speech, which is here, I just want to raise 2-3 points which came to my mind. One thing is that this is a very digital atmosphere, and I feel somewhat uneasy being a sort of an analog person still now. But it's really heartening that our people can speak in such terms and make suggestions really which we thought that it is something alien to us, particularly for my generation. I must warn you about one thing, is that our politics has remained too strongly embedded in the analog system. Although we have hard jargons like, you know, smart Bangladesh, etc., but the decision makers are still largely in the analog mode. So some hurdles will be there getting through them. I'm sure that if you persist, those things will not be a problem. Someone raised about education. Well, the definition of education at different stages is different, but then let me just tell you one incident that my family has set up a high school in our ancestral land with some money from the banks. You know, they have this corporate social responsibility funds. 70 students got into class 6. 70 students got into class 6. They had passed at that time the, you know, the unified exam was still there. It's no longer there. They had passed the government conducted exam of class 5. Out of 70, 20 could not read Bengali well. বাংলা পড়তে পারে না ঠিকমতো 20 জন তারা ক্লাস 6 এ উঠেছে আমি অন্তত আমাদের অভিজ্ঞতা এটুকু বলতে পারি শিক্ষার মান তো এখন কমে নাই অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই বেড়েছে বাট when I was a kid in class 2 or 3 forget about me there was nobody in the class who could not read Bangla. So where we are going is very important. Of course, technology, of course, higher education is very important. But to my mind, even today, I think the most important, if you want to really take everyone along, is the primary education. And it is a complete mess. It is a complete mess. So this has to be taken into cognizance and something must be done with it. Last point is, I'm told that we have one of the highest number of freelancers in the world. There was a term coined in the 90s called India. The term was coined in India called cyber coolies. Coolie, you know, the people who used to work in the tea gardens, Chabaganer coolie. So the Indians created this term of cyber coolies, meaning that they were actually doing the basic, absolute ground level, basic jobs at very low pay. I apprehend that most of our freelancers are also doing their jobs at the very bottom. If we could just upgrade them, I think that itself would have done wonders for the country. Now coming for the formal speech, my these observations are over. Distinguished guests, respected members of Bangladesh Brand Forum, esteemed non-resident Bangladeshis, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to stand before you at this pivotal moment in our Bangladesh history. As we convene today under the theme, Transforming Bangladesh Through Knowledge Remittance, we are reminded of the immense potential of our nation and the crucial role that each of you, our non-resident Bangladeshis, play in shaping its future. Bangladesh is undergoing a profound transformation, guided by the vision of sustainable growth and inclusive progress. These reforms, the current interim government is steadfast in its efforts to bring about meaningful reforms, because this responsibility has been thrust on this government by the young generation who have brought about this revolution. These reforms are focused on enhancing transparency, fostering accountability, and creating a more robust and efficient institutional framework. By streamlining regulatory processes, simplifying investment procedures, and introducing policies that align with global best practices, we aim to establish a fertile ground for innovation, investment, and collaboration. This is where the involvement of our NRBs become indispensable. Bangladesh is not merely looking for financial remittance, we are in dire need of knowledge remittance, the wealth of expertise, networks, and insights that white-collar NRBs possess. Our journey towards a prosperous Bangladesh hinges on 4 critical sectors: investment, technology and innovation, skills development, and nation building. Let me elaborate on each of these and highlight how NRBs can contribute significantly to our shared vision. The interim government is dedicated to fostering a business-friendly environment with reforms that make investing in Bangladesh simpler, safer, and more rewarding. NRBs, with their financial acumen and global networks, are uniquely positioned to drive investment in key sectors such as ICT and digital infrastructure to capitalize on our burgeoning tech talent, green energy to align with global sustainability goals, healthcare and education to uplift the well-being and potential of our people. By partnering with the government and local enterprises, NRBs can unlock untapped opportunities while gaining a foothold in one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The world is rapidly advancing, driven by frontier technologies like artificial intelligence. You have said that someone has already mentioned that it's already been overused, but then, well, we cannot avoid it as well. Blockchain, robotics. To remain competitive, Bangladesh must embrace these innovations. NRBs with expertise in technology can, 1, facilitate the transfer of knowledge and skills, B, collaborate with local startups and businesses to foster a culture of innovation, and C, advocate for the establishment of tech incubators and R&D centers that drive homegrown solutions. Your contributions in this domain can position Bangladesh as a regional hub for technological excellence, opening doors to international partnerships and recognitions. The third area, skills development. Our greatest asset is our people, particularly the youth who form the backbone of our labor force. However, there exists a significant gap between the skills they possess and those demanded by the global markets. NRBs can bridge this gap by 1, designing and delivering cutting-edge training programs, partnering with international institutions to enhance educational curricula, mentoring aspiring professionals and entrepreneurs. Your involvement can ensure that our workforce is not just employable, but globally competitive, making Bangladesh a talent powerhouse. The fourth area is national building, telling our national branding, telling our stories. Here, I think, is the most important role that you can play. The story of Bangladesh is one of resilience, innovation, and boundless potential. Yet, the global perception of our nation often falls short of this reality. The interim government, unfortunately, have been confronted with a misinformation and disinformation campaign in a part of the media in our region, based mostly on falsehood. We have to develop a narrative based on the truth and propagate it worldwide, confront the misinformation and disinformation that is going on against our country. NRBs, as credible and influential ambassadors, can play a pivotal role in reshaping this narrative. You can, 1, highlight Bangladesh's progress in sustainability, digital transformation, and socio-economic development. B, forge alliances with global media and organizations to amplify our achievements. And C, advocate for Bangladesh as an investment destination and innovation hub. Together, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Bangladesh Brand Forum, we can craft and disseminate a cohesive narrative that inspires confidence and admirations worldwide. Bangladesh stands at the crossroads of immense challenges and unparalleled opportunities. Your involvement is not just desirable, it is essential. That's why your experience in diverse international contexts equip you to introduce best practices and innovative solutions. 2, your connections can open doors to collaborations, investments, and global recognition for Bangladesh. And C, as respected professionals, you have the influence to reshape perceptions and advocate for Bangladesh on global platforms, thereby creating credibility. The interim government recognizes your potential and is committed to provide the support and frameworks needed for you to contribute effectively. This includes establishing institutional mechanisms to facilitate structured NRB engagement, creating platforms for dialogue and collaboration between NRBs and local stakeholders, offering incentives for investments, mentoring programs, and knowledge-sharing initiatives. For NRBs, this is an opportunity to give back while gaining recognition, influence, and financial returns. By contributing to Bangladesh's progress, you also enhance your own legacy, connecting your global achievements with the aspirations of your homeland. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with Bangladesh Brand Forum and other partners, is committed to transforming Bangladesh into a nation that thrives on knowledge, innovation, and global partnership. Together, we can achieve the vision of a prosperous, inclusive, and respected Bangladesh. Let us embrace this opportunity and with determination and unity. The world is watching and the future is calling. I thank you all.
Sir, if you'd like to, sir, if you kindly stay on the stage.
Oh, yes,
I'd like to request the founder and the managing director of Bangladesh Brand Forum, Mr. Shariful Islam, to kindly present a token of appreciation to our honorable chief guest.
I just wanted to say one thing. This academy, this is a purpose-built building for the academy. We are thinking of expanding a little bit upwards because there is provision for that. I was the first worker of this academy way back in 1997. 1996, end of 1996. The first course started in 1997. And that was in this historic building on the other side. But facility-wise, very small. It was basically a residence of a VIP. That's all. We have done this. We have created some facilities. And we are really bent on using the facilities to, make it more useful to the community. And on similar occasions, when there is any such occasion like this, I can tell you that the Foreign Service Academy would be forthcoming to offer this space so that some good things can happen. Any good meeting can happen. Thank you.
I like so many microphones in front of me. It makes me feel like a VIP. Now, but the last session for today, but just to give you a recap of what happened throughout the entire day, for many of you who probably joined half an hour ago or after lunch, we've had 3 keynote speakers. Up until now, we've had 3 panel discussions, and then we're going to have another one now, the last session for today. So all throughout the day, through 3 keynote speech, 4 panel discussions, we've tried to unravel how NRBs can contribute to the development journey of this nation. And as we are heading towards a new Bangladesh, as we are trying to reform and restructure our mindset, our institutions, I think it is very imperative to work hand in hand, to join forces as much as possible and find ways to get support from NRBs in a number of areas which we talked about today. The last panel discussion of the day, and for that the topic is crafting a cohesive narrative, aligning public and private efforts for Bangladesh's nation brand. The session would be moderated by none other than Mr. Shariful Islam, founder and managing director of Bangladesh Brand Forum. And the panel members of this panel are Professor Dr. Syed Farhat Anwar, Vice Chancellor, BRAC University, and immediate past president of Asia Marketing Federation. Ashikur Rahman, consultant, the World Bank USA. Professor Imran Rahman, Vice Chancellor, University of Liberal Arts, Bangladesh. Kamal Kadir, founder and CEO of bKash Limited. Silvana Q. Sinha, founder and CEO of Prava Health. And Abdullahil Rakib, managing director, Team Group. May I request all of them to please come on stage, please. And can we have a huge round of applause for our
Thank you so much. We'll be brief. We'll try to be exactly on the point, and I'll straight away start on. So basically, first I would request everyone to just give a small intro on themselves, and then we'll straight away dive into the whole conversation. Ashik was my colleague in Unilever. So one of my mission is to give him what in Bangla we call chipa. So Ashik.
Thank you, Sharif. Sharifa has this habit of always putting me in a very precarious situation, but I appreciate him for that. First of all, I'm very, very honored to be part of this effort, and especially I'm very honored to be part of this particular panel. I feel like I'm probably the junior in this panel, but just to give a very brief intro. My first half of my career is basically in the brand marketing space, where I work in companies like Unilever, Grameenphone, and Marico. Right now, I'm working for the World Bank. This is a slightly different area, which is in public financial management and governance. But in my inputs, I will try to build a bridge where, branding and especially issues like governance can be useful for a country branding experience. So with that, I'll pass on. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon. Imran Rahman. I'm currently the Vice Chancellor of a private non-profit university called University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh. এখানে almost 18 বছর হয়ে গেল দেখতে দেখতে। Prior to that, I was at IBA, Dhaka University, so surrounded by alumni all over for almost 22 years. In between somewhere, I co-founded and ran a merchant bank for about 6-7 years. That's it basically. And I'm also on my days off and as a second potential career in case I lose the present one, I play in a band called Renaissance.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me in, I think, what is a men's club? I think I may be the only woman who is on the stage today, so I'm very honored to represent the women NRBs on this platform. I'm Silvana Kader Sinha. I'm the founder and CEO of Brava Health. I actually was born and raised in the United States, and I'm an American lawyer by training. Worked in international law and development at big law firms, management consulting, and the World Bank, actually. For many years before, I became obsessed with the problem of healthcare about a decade ago when I moved here to build my company. So, very excited to have this discussion. And I think as someone who literally moved here for the first time in my life, I'm very bullish on the opportunity we have here in Bangladesh.
Thank you. Rakib bhai.
Hi. I'm Abdullah Rakib, Managing Director, Team Group. It's about a family of about 23,000 people, investment in textile, textile, pharmaceuticals, real estate, and IT. I'm trying to also focus in terms of sustainability and digitization. I'm also an ex-senior vice president BGMA. So in terms of association platform, trying to understand how to collaborate, negotiate, and represent the industry as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me. আমি মূলত একজন শিক্ষক এবং student of marketing and branding. That is where I am at the present, and আপাতত একটা দায়িত্ব দেওয়া আছে the Vice Chancellor of BRAC University.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমার নাম কামাল কাদের, আমি বিকাশের প্রধান নির্বাহী কর্মকর্তা। I have no experience in nation branding, but I've been running a company for last 14 years, which is a very strong brand in the country. Perhaps that qualifies Sharif Bhai to suggest me to come here today. Love to be part of this discussion, and I think it's important that how we really see a nation's brand. If from a discussion like that, obviously we cannot solve the whole concept, but if we can at least start developing a perception of how we should see it, that would be very fruitful.
Thank you so much, Kamal Bhai. So I'll actually start with you, Kamal Bhai. Also, first of all, I think I would like to congratulate once again for being the most loved brands of Bangladesh for the last, at a stretch, 6 times. So that itself, I think, is a great achievement, and also basically a testament to how a company can truly thrive focusing on branding, not just at the outside, but internally. And when we talk about nation brand, I think the most complex part, because nations are so many components together build the perception of a country. Now, because of your company engagement, you also have to engage globally many times. So our discussion, basically, we try to focus on 2 very specific area. One is, in the conversation, it would automatically come, how do you look at nation branding from each of our vantage point? But very importantly, into creating, and we all sort of agree that Bangladesh image globally to our all key stakeholders are much inferior to what we are really. And that's our whole mission, is how can we reduce that gap? In reducing that gap, what role NRB can play? That's a very specific focus of this conversation. And second, how we can sort of engage them. Can we come up with a framework? Can we come up with a very specific action, a model or something of an idea through which we can actually reach out to globally and say, this is how we want to engage you if you're interested into creating a better narrative for Bangladesh. So to start off with, in your engagement, so if we look at Bangladesh narrative, Bangladesh image globally, so because you had to interact in different type of stakeholders, both from an investor to sort of collaborator and different type of, so how do you see, what have you experienced in terms of Bangladesh narrative or Bangladesh brand in those interactions?
Sure, thank you. First of all, I would like to apologize. One of my very close colleagues passed away last year on this day. Tor milad ache ajke. To ami maybe I would in one go I'll try to capture some of the points that you mentioned. Well, I'm a technology practitioner. Of course, I run a commercial company where brand is very important. Now, let me make a few points first. একটা হচ্ছে যে যখন আমাকে প্রায় ঢাকা শহরে প্রায় আমাকে লোকজন বলে যে কামাল জানেন আজকাল কিন্তু আমরা সবাই বলি কি বিকাশ করো, এন্ড মানে এমন পপুলার হয়েছে জিনিসটা, আমরা সবাই শুধু বলি বিকাশ করো। I like hearing this thing, and it's very nice. But what makes me think that customers are thinking that it happened automatically? যে জনগণ করতে করতে এটাকে ভালোবেসেছে এবং ভালোবাসার ফলে তারা ওই শব্দটাকে ব্যবহার করছে। But it actually at all doesn't work that way. Okay, it was a very rational and systematic exercise of 14 years. যে কিভাবে এটাকে জনগণ ওইভাবে যেন বলে। ওকে, তো what I'm trying to say যে nothing happens accidentally. So একটা ব্র্যান্ড, নেশন ব্র্যান্ড, আপনি বলছেন আরো কমপ্লেক্স একটা ইস্যু। ওকে, তো একটা নেশন ব্র্যান্ডিং তো মানে সেই কমপ্লেক্সিটির মধ্যে মানে ঢোকার আগেই অনেক রকম ওয়ার্কশপ করা উচিত। বাট কিছু পয়েন্ট যদি আসে মাথায়, সেটা হচ্ছে যে মানে ব্র্যান্ডটা আমরা করি মানে কেন? বিকজ উই ওয়ান্ট টু অ্যাট্রাক্ট পিপল। এখন দেখা গেছে মানে কমার্শিয়াল কোম্পানিতে খুব স্ট্রেট ফরওয়ার্ড অবজেক্টিভ, নেশন হ্যাজ মেনি কাইন্ড অফ অবজেক্টিভস, বাট even countries like Bhutan, they thought, let's be a bit radical. ওকে, আমরা এইসব ইকোনমিক টার্মে যাব না, আমরা যাব হ্যাপিনেসের দিক দিয়ে। বাট my apology to any Bhutanese if they disagree with me, but recent report says that thing didn't work. Okay, and actually they are trying to attract economic investment in a far more straightforward way. Okay, because ultimately people are looking for, আমার এখানে কি রিসোর্স এসেছে কিনা। আপনাদের একটা টার্মের সাথে আমি একটু ডিসএগ্রি করি, যে এই যে বলছেন নলেজ রেমিটেন্স। I think I understand the spirit behind it. স্পিরিটটা হচ্ছে যে আমি এতদিন বিদেশ থেকে টাকা পাঠিয়েছি, যদি বুঝে থেকে শরীফ ভাই কারেক্টলি, এখন আমি নলেজ পাঠাবো, ঠিক আছে। সুতরাং আমি যদি মধ্যে থেকে শিখে, আমি দেখছিলাম আসার পরে, সুতরাং বিদেশ থেকে শুধু টাকা না, নলেজও আসবে। ওকে, এটাই হয়তো স্পিরিটটা ছিল। ওটা রিয়ালিটি হচ্ছে কি যে মানে unless somebody is not in the middle of non-gainful employment, যে তার প্রোডাক্টিভ লাইফের মধ্যে আছে, ভেরি আনলাইকলি যে সে তার চাকরি বাকরি ছেড়ে দিয়ে, তার পেশা ছেড়ে দিয়ে he will move to Bangladesh today শুধুমাত্র ভালোবাসার টানে। He would be always saying যে there has to be an opportunity for me, আমার তো ফ্যামিলি আছে, আমার তো ক্যারিয়ার আছে, আমি অনেক কষ্ট করে আমেরিকা এটা দাঁড় করালাম বা ইংল্যান্ডে দাঁড় করালাম, হাউ ডু আই গো ব্যাক। সো দ্য রেমিটেন্স যখন যাচ্ছে, ও কিন্তু টাকাটা পাঠাচ্ছে বাংলাদেশে ফ্যামিলিকে রান করার জন্য। এখানে ঠিক উল্টো, ও যখন বাংলাদেশে ফিরে আসবে, কথাবার্তা পছন্দ করছে না, লাইন কেটে দিয়েছে। So what I'm trying to say, we have to create an opportunity here. Okay, তো এখন সেই প্রসঙ্গে আমি দুইটা এক্সাম্পল দিই আপনাকে। একটা হচ্ছে one of our investors is SoftBank, very large, which is the largest technology investors in the world. তো সবাই ভাবে এদের মনে টাকা পয়সার কোনো অভাব নাই। তো রিয়ালিটি হচ্ছে আমার 3 জন বোর্ড মেম্বার সফটব্যাংকের, 2 জন বোর্ড মেম্বার, একজন অবজারভার, ফিরে যাওয়ার সময় কেউ তাদেরকে বলেছে যে তোমরা এখানে একটা মানে এয়ারপোর্টের পাশে হোটেলে একটা go have dinner. তো ডিনারে গেছে, they had some salad, they had I think octopus steak, and কেউ তাদেরকে ফুসলাইছে যে একটা ওয়াইন নিতে পারেন। ওকে, and ওরাও নিয়েছে একটা বটল অফ ওয়াইন। তো যখন বিল এসেছে 66,000 টাকা। The SoftBank may have made $250 million investment in bKash, but our board member to attend a individual dinner, তার মানে $660 মতন। তো আর এখন তো ডলার রেট চেঞ্জ হয়েছে, তখন মনে হয় it was coming like $750. $750 কিন্তু ওর কোম্পানি অ্যালাউ করে না। ওকে, so he requested me যে কামাল, can you put a little signature saying যেটা আসল, তাহলে আমি আমার মানে কি যেন নাম, আমার ওই এক্সপেন্স ক্লেম করতে পারি। তো এটা তো বাস্তবতা, ঠিক আছে। তো কেউ একটা মানে সে জাপানিজ কোরিয়ান একজন ভদ্রলোক হয়তো ওয়াইন খাওয়া পছন্দ করে, ওয়াইন বিক্রিও হয়েছে হোটেলে, সে ইলিগালি কেনেনি, কিন্তু মানে এমন কোনো দামি ওয়াইনও না, ঠিক আছে। কিন্তু এমন ভাবে সবকিছু আছে যে ওটা কিন্তু একটা খুব খুব টেরেবল একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, ঠিক আছে। আরেকটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, আমি নেগেটিভ কথার মধ্যে থাকতে চাই না, তারপর পজিটিভে চলে যাব অবশ্যই। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের বা আমার একজন ইনভেস্টর একবার হংজো থেকে এসেছে, আলিবাবা। তো সে আমাকে মানে পরের দিন না, ওই মুহূর্তে না, পরের দিন পাঠিয়েছে রাত 3টায়, রাত 4টায়, রাত 5টায়, ভোর 5টায় এবং 5:30টায় তার ঘড়ির ছবি, যে সে ওই ইমিগ্রেশনের লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, অনেক লোক পার হচ্ছে আস্তে আস্তে আস্তে আস্তে আস্তে। সো দিজ আর নট গুড এক্সপেরিয়েন্সেস। এখন এইগুলা যদি আমরা মেনটেন করি, ওকে, তাহলে কিন্তু আমরা ব্র্যান্ড ঠিকভাবে ব্র্যান্ড রিপ্রেজেন্ট, মানে বাংলাদেশে অনেক ব্যাপার আছে যেগুলো আমরা তুলে ধরতে পারবো না। আর একটা ব্যাপার বলি যে বাংলাদেশে ধরেন আমরা যখন ব্র্যান্ডের কথা বলছি, আমি মানে কমার্শিয়াল দিক থেকে বলি, নাথিং হ্যাপেন্স অটোমেটিকলি। তো আমরা তো ব্র্যান্ড ইকুইটি স্টাডি করি সারাক্ষণ, এবং আমরা বোঝার চেষ্টা করি গ্রাহক কোনটা চাচ্ছে আসলে। তা আমরা যখন বাংলাদেশের ব্র্যান্ডিং করব, আমাদেরও দেখতে হবে যে গ্রাহকরা কি চাচ্ছে। ওকে, তো যেমন ধরেন গ্রাহকরা চাচ্ছে একটা বাংলাদেশের একটা এক্সপেরিয়েন্স করতে। তো ধরেন বাংলাদেশের কম্পিটিটিভ অ্যাডভান্টেজ কি বর্তমানে, কোনটা দেখায় সে বিদেশের সাথে নিজেকে ডিফারেন্সিয়েট করতে পারবে। মানে আপনি যদি আজকে মরক্কোয় যান, মরক্কো লোকজন আপনাকে নিয়ে যাবে একটা মেডিনার মধ্যে দিয়ে এই গলি থেকে ওই গলি, ওই গলি থেকে ওই গলি, ওইটাই কিন্তু একটা সুইডেন থেকে আসা লোকের জন্য একটা ইউনিক এক্সপেরিয়েন্স। তো বাংলাদেশে একটা লোককে যদি আপনি ওল্ড ঢাকাতে নিয়ে যান, তার জন্য হয়তো এটাই একটা ইউনিক এক্সপেরিয়েন্স হবে। তো ওইটা অ্যাসেস না করে তাকে যদি আমি একটা মানে বেশ মোটা তাজা সোফার গদির মধ্যে বসিয়ে বলে যে ভাই এই তুমি থাকো, মানে দেন উই আর নট অ্যাকচুয়ালি অ্যাড্রেসিং হিজ নিড, বিকজ ও কিন্তু সোফার ভালো গদি অনেক জায়গাতেই পাবে পৃথিবীতে। তো উই হ্যাভ টু ফাইন্ড হোয়াট হি ইজ লুকিং ফর। তা আমাদের এখানেও আমরা যখন একটা দেশের ব্র্যান্ডিং করছি, আমাদেরকে বোঝাতে হবে জনগণের কাছে যে তুমি এইখানে আসলে আমার এই ইউনিক জিনিসটা পাবা, এই জিনিসটা তুমি পাবা যেটা পৃথিবীর অন্য কোনো জায়গাতে পাওয়া যাবে না। আর আপনি বলছিলেন মানে এই কিভাবে এই ইনভেস্টরদের সাথে কাজ করা হয়েছে বা কিভাবে করা যেতে পারে। দেখেন বিকাশ তার ফান্ড রেজিং এর সময় as an entrepreneur I went to Prime Bank, and that was my beginning of building a partnership bKash সংক্রান্ত। বাট তারপরে বিকাশ চারটা আরো ভেরি প্রমিনেন্ট ইনভেস্টরের সাথে কাজ করেছে। একটা ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংক আইএফসি, আর একটা বিল অ্যান্ড মেলিন্ডা গেটস ফাউন্ডেশন, বিল গেটসের, তারপরে আছে আলিপে, আলিবাবার অ্যাফিলিয়েট, অ্যান্ড দেন সফট ব্যাংক যার কথা বললাম। বা সৌভাগ্যক্রমে, এবং এরপরে সৌভাগ্যটাকে কোয়ালিফাই করব, এই চারটার কাছে কিন্তু তারা এসেছে বিকাশের কাছে। আমাকে এই প্রশ্ন আগেও একবার করা হয়েছে, যার জন্য আমি একটু গুছিয়ে বলার সুযোগ পাচ্ছি যে কাদের কোথায় পেলাম, এদেরকে দেখে পাওয়া গেছে বাংলাদেশে। তো বিষয়টা হচ্ছে আপনি যদি একটা ট্রান্সপারেন্ট অর্গানাইজেশন দাঁড় করান, যদি এখানে স্বচ্ছতা থাকে, যেখানে নিয়তটা ঠিক থাকে এবং অ্যাকাউন্টেবিলিটি থাকে, ক্যাপিটালের কোনো অভাব নেই পৃথিবীতে। There is no shortage of capital in this world. There is shortage of confidence. তো অনেক জায়গাতে আছে ব্যাংকে টাকা রাখলে টাকা কেটে রাখে, পৃথিবীর অনেক দেশ আছে। So they are looking for places where money should be invested, but you have to give them the confidence. এখন যদি কনফিডেন্স না দিয়ে আমরা যদি মানে I'm sorry, excuse me for saying this thing, the former Japanese ambassador, তার সাথে যখন দেখা হলো আমার ওই ইনভেস্টমেন্ট হওয়ার পরে, তো ও কিন্তু আমাকে যেহেতু একটু পরিচয় হয়েছিল সেজন্য ওই সুযোগে বললো যে কামাল, মানে তুমি এসছো আমার কাছে ইনভেস্টমেন্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে, তারপরে তোমার সাথে পরিচয় হলো, অন্যরা সবাই আমার কাছে এসে বলে যে আমার জন্য জাপানিজ ইনভেস্টমেন্ট খুঁজে এনে দাও। ওকে, বাট ওটা তো আমার পক্ষে সম্ভব না, ওইটা তো তোমাদের করতে হবে। I'm just a facilitator. Okay, তো what I'm trying to say is there's a tremendous opportunity এদেশে তো আছেই। মানে আপনি যদি মানে একবার এক বিদেশের সাথে কথা বলার সময় বলছিলাম যে মানে সফিস্টিকেটেড প্রোডাক্টে যাওয়া দরকার নেই। আমি এর আগে শুনছিলাম এআই টেআই অনেক কিছু নিয়ে আলোচনা হচ্ছিল। ইভেন ইফ ইউ টকিং অ্যাবাউট মানে এগ, ডিম, বর্তমানে ডিমের কি ডিমান্ড আছে 180 মিলিয়ন দেশের জনসংখ্যার, কি পরিমাণ সাপ্লাই আছে? আপনি যদি 1% জনগণকে দিনে একটা ডিম খাওয়ার সুযোগ তৈরি করতে পারেন, দেখা যাবে $100-200 মিলিয়ন বিজনেস তৈরি করা যাচ্ছে। ওকে, তো এরকম অনেক কিছু বাকি আছে বাংলাদেশে এখনো, যেগুলা ওই সঠিক নিয়ত নিয়ে সঠিকভাবে যদি আমরা তৈরি করতে পারি, তাহলে ইনভেস্টরের অভাব হবে না। And of course, I am not discouraging us to work on AI and other things. ওগুলো তো অবশ্যই করা গেলে তো খুব ভালো। আর ওগুলোর ভালো জিনিস হচ্ছে once it gets developed in San Francisco, you can transfer it very easily to Bangladesh. Okay, because digital things work. But আমি ফান্ডামেন্টালি বলবো যে মানে অ্যাকাউন্টেবিলিটি জিনিসটা, যে তথ্যটা তুলে ধরছি সেটা সত্যতা আছে কিনা। ধরেন একটা ভালো ইনভেস্টমেন্ট যখন হয়েছে, ডিউ ডিলিজেন্স হয়েছে 6 মাস ধরে, তো 6 মাস ধরে ডিউ ডিলিজেন্স হওয়ার পরে তখন কিন্তু আর সোজা বাংলায় বলছি মানে গুলগাপ্পা কাজ করে না। ওকে, তো সুতরাং যদি ওইগুলো মেনটেন করা যেতে পারে, ওকে, পৃথিবীতে ক্যাপিটালের তো অভাব নেই। ওকে, এটা আমি ইংরেজিতে বলে মানে ভুল করলাম, রবীন্দ্রনাথ বলেছিল কথাটা, যে পুঁজির কোনো ঘাটতি নেই, ঘাটতি আছে ভরসার। ওকে, তো বাংলায় বললে কবিতা কবিতা মনে হয়, কিন্তু ইংরেজিতে বলে মনে হয় ফাইন্যান্স নিয়ে বলছি, যে there is no shortage of capital in this world, there is shortage of confidence. Okay, so I think we need to generate the confidence, and then in a country of 180 million people, একই ভাষা একই দেশ, আমি আজকে ভোর 4টার সময় নড়াইলে গেছি, ঢাকা শহরে ফিরে এসেছি 2 ঘন্টা কাজ করে 12টার মধ্যে। ওকে, তো এটা তো আনবিলিভেবল। এরকম খুব কম দেশে এই যে ঢাকা থেকে নড়াইলে গেলাম এবং নড়াইল থেকে ঢাকায় ফিরে আসলাম, আমি যদি জনসংখ্যার স্পেস কাউন্ট করি, নিউ ইয়র্ক থেকে বলিভিয়া যাওয়ার মতন অবস্থা হয়ে যাবে। এরকম কনসেন্ট্রেশন অফ মার্কেটে, আর যেখানে অলরেডি 2,500-3,000 টাকার মতন, 2,500 টাকার উপরে মানুষের পার ক্যাপিটা ইনকাম এসেছে, অপরচুনিটি ইজ ডেফিনেটলি দেয়ার অ্যাজ লং অ্যাজ উই ক্যান মেইনটেইন আওয়ার কাস্টমার্স কনফিডেন্স। I stop here.
No, thank you so much, Kamal bhai. আমি এখন basically I'll go to each of the panelists, এবং where I would like to hear from you. Again, you can expand on that, but the core area that I'd like to hear from your lens, when we talk about nation branding বা বাংলাদেশের কনটেক্সটে আমরা জানি যে there is a gap in terms of the progress that you have made as a country, and also the nation, the global perception or narrative of Bangladesh. How can we reduce the gap in your context? Which area you feel are low-hanging fruits? We can start immediately. And second, where NRBs can play a role. So because our whole conversation actually is revolving around NRBs. So if we can hear everyone's perspective, starting with Sir. Apnar kache theke.
Thank you, Sharif. I'll pick from where you ended. আমরা তো এখন বলছি যে we can say certain things যেটা হয়তো আগে বলতে পারতাম না। Now, I'll therefore be very blunt in terms of where we are and what we should do. আমরা NRBদেরকে blame করি on a regular basis that they're not interested in us. But we forget that we confuse the NRBs as well. How many times in our 50 years life আমরা বলেছি যে আমরা আবার নতুন করে শুরু করব? এটা তো আর শেষ হচ্ছে না। So we've got to very clearly call spade a spade. Even I wish the advisor was here. We've been listening to the same old story that আমি নতুন অমুক policy change অমুক করতে হবে and adjustments certain করতে হবে for time, God only knows for how many years. So we are confusing our NRBs in terms of whether they should come here or not. This is where I take, because I've been working with nation branding for the last 20 years. And therefore, these are the things that I'm hearing. Act. Number two, let me pick from what he said, that when you talk in terms of a brand, and nation brand is even more complex, you're making a promise which you want to keep. If you don't keep your promise, then you cannot create a brand, period. So there is no second thing to it. So the trust will have to come at that particular level. Now we're talking about, for example, the knowledge remittance. There was another term which was used, particularly when we talk in terms of technology, or যেটা বলা হচ্ছিল যে যেটা আমাদের ইভেন অ্যাডভাইজারও বলেছেন এবং আমি আগেও সেম থিং আমি শুনে আসছি, যে আমাদের রেমিটেন্স টাকা হয়তো বা আমাদের হোয়াইট কলার থেকে আসবে না, বাট নলেজ আসতে পারে। আমরা ভুলে যাচ্ছি যে আমাদের মূলত টাকা আসছে কাদের কাছ থেকে? যারা লোয়ার এজে আছে, ওদের কাছ থেকে আমাদের টাকা আসছে। And if I talk in terms of our white collar, if it happens, in most of the cases, the money goes out. It does not come in. They're selling their property, everything, and they're going out. Which means what? They're burning their boat and they're going back. That is the majority of the case. I'm looking at minority who are sitting here. These minority have come for what is a question that we never ask. Last 20 years, I've been going and discussing with the NRBs. They've just come up and tell me one thing. আমার জন্য কি আছে? সোজা কথা। এখন আমার জন্য কি আছে দুভাবে করা যেতে পারে। একটা হতে পারে পিপল লাইক হিম, যারা চিন্তা করেনি, এসে বলেছে আমার জন্য এখানে আছে, আমি জানি ওই যে 18 কোটি দেশ এইখানে থাকবে না, এটা হতেই পারে না। এটা হচ্ছে একটা পারসেপশন। আর আরেকটা হতে পারে আমি আসবো and first tell me what there is in what are they are not drivers. They're going to come in here as passengers. So we've got two things: passengers who are NRBs and drivers who are NRBs, and we differentiate between them. And you cannot offer them the same thing all the time. So এই জায়গাটা we have to understand. আমাদের nation branding এর number one agenda বলা হয় to look at people. That is the first thing, people. And when they say people, they define it in two ways: internal people and external people, দুটোই। তার মানে যারা আমাদের দেশে যারা আছে, যারা চলে গেছে, they are supposed to be our ambassadors. আমার প্রশ্নটা হলো যে ওদের যে কনফিউশনটা যদি থাকে যে আমার দেশ কোথায়, if they fail to define their country, how can they be our ambassadors? They can never be our ambassadors. So number one point আমাদেরকে আসতে হবে সেখানে হলো আমাদের কমন গ্রাউন্ডটা কি। We don't create silos, political silos create korte, we are actually moving nowhere. So we got to get rid of this political silo. Political siloটাকে যদি দূর করতে পারি somewhere at একটা standard একটা particular জায়গায়, তাহলে we can speak. এখন second হচ্ছে what is in it for others to come up and do it. In technology driven countries, again coming to what you said but breaking it down further, আমাদের 18 কোটি পপুলেশন, কটা দেশে এই পার্টিকুলার পপুলেশন আছে, এই মার্কেট সাইজ, ইউথের মার্কেট সাইজ, একটা ছোট্ট একটা উদাহরণ দেই, which is the largest university, youth যেহেতু আমরা কথা বলছি, which is the largest university of the world? It is Open University of India, which has a total of 50 লক্ষ ছাত্র। Second largest university of the world কোনটা? National University of Bangladesh, ছাত্র সংখ্যা 26 লক্ষ, যেটা কয় দেশের সমান হতে পারে? কটা দেশ, যেগুলো আমি এক্সাম্পল আমরা প্রায় শুনি, এইখানে আমি যাচ্ছি বিকজ ওখানে প্রসপেক্ট আছে, আমার খালি ন্যাশনাল ইউনিভার্সিটি ওই দেশের পপুলেশনের সমান। Another dimension which is again very important, again particularly for technology. So for such a large country, the most densely populated country on earth, this is what we are. Any technology experimentation, this is the best ground. There cannot be a better place on earth. So we forget, these are the issues that we forget, that there are issues that we have to actually highlight. But at the same time, we also have to come up and say that no, enough is enough. No more coming up and saying that ওরা খারাপ ছিল আমি ভালো করব, ওইটা দিয়ে আর ভালো হয় না, কারণ আমি তো ইমপ্রুভ করছি না, আমি তো স্বীকার করছি না যে আগের এই জায়গায় ভালো ছিল, এর থেকে আমি এম গোইং টু টেক দ্য নেক্সট স্টেপ। এই নেক্সট স্টেপ যতদিন আমি নিয়েছি ততদিন পর্যন্ত it is going to be very, very difficult. And even sitting here, we have to be very, very loud and say, give me the next step. Don't repeat what has already been done. I want that next step. When next step যদি দেয়া যেতে পারে, I am sure the NRB is going to come. But don't come up and say they're going to again. Last week, I was sitting with an architect, Yasmin from Pakistan. She was here. She's 80 plus. I was telling you about her. উনি একটা কথা খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা বলেছেন, and this is a lesson for me, and I'm ওনাকে কোট করছি। উনি বলছেন, charity is the other side of poverty. So আমি এখানে যখন সিক করব যে আমার কাছে এসে চ্যারিটি দাও, তাহলে that is I'll remain poverty আমার রিস্ট্রিকশন আমি থাকবো। So that is not an answer, that is not a way out, that ওনারা এসে আমাকে দিবেন আর আমি এখানে খালি বসে বসে নিতে থাকবো। That will not work. That is a model which is never going to work. So you've got to get out of that particular model.
Rakib bhai, thank you. আমি রাইবার সাথে কানেক্ট করি, লাইক কামাল ভাই বলছিলেন যে বিকাশ একটা কনফিডেন্স, যে আফটার হ্যাভিং দ্যাট কনজিকিউটিভ পারফরমেন্স মানুষের মাথায় ঢুকে গেছে যে বিকাশ করতে হবে। সো দ্য ব্র্যান্ডিং ইজ এ কমিটমেন্ট, অ্যান্ড লাইক আদার কলিগ সেই দ্যাট দ্য কনফিডেন্স হ্যাভ টু বি বিল্ট। বাংলাদেশের ব্র্যান্ডিং বাংলাদেশ ইন টার্মস অফ কানেক্টিং NRBs, আমি বিশ্বাস করি যে, আমি দুটো ছোট্ট স্টোরি বলি। সেটা হচ্ছে যে বছর 4 আগে আমরা আমাদের একটা অর্গানাইজেশনের ট্রান্সফরমেশন নিয়ে কাজ করছিলাম। তো আমি আমার দুটো ফ্রেন্ডকে আমেরিকাতে কানেক্ট করি যারা ওখানে আমেরিকান কোম্পানি ট্রান্সফরমেশন কনসালটেন্ট। তো ওদেরকে কথা বলে মোটামুটি তাদের সাথে একটা কন্ট্রাক্টে যাই, যে আমি খুব জোর করে কনফিডেন্স নিয়ে বলে ফেললাম যে তুমি কত পাও। সাহস করার চেষ্টা করলাম যে বাঙালি কোম্পানি ওদেরকে এমপ্লয় করতে পারি কিনা। তো ও বললো এরকম পাই। আমি বলছি তুমি যদি 2 বছরের জন্য তোমাকে টোটাল টাকাটা দিই তুমি আসবা, তারপরে তুমি দিতে পারবা? আমি সাহস করলাম। তো আসলো, 2 বছর আমাদের সাথে কাজ করলো। অ্যান্ড সাকসেসটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের ট্রান্সফরমেশন ইজ নেভার ইজি দো। সো ওরা চেষ্টা করেছে, আমরাও চেষ্টা করেছি, প্রগ্রেস। বাট যেটা সাকসেস হয়েছে, ও এখন বাংলাদেশে ট্রান্সফরমেশন কনসালটেন্ট হিসেবে কাজ করে, অ্যান্ড হি লিভ ইন বাংলাদেশ নাও। So this is where you connect the dots, that there are many isolated energies, static energies, and other efficient energies in every level where Bangladeshis are having white collar classifications and they are performing. In our transformation journey for Bangladesh chapter 2, if we think we really need to transform and we really need to consistently keep doing it, we need to come with an investment, either the private sector or public sector. Either this is the government in terms of capacity building, in terms of shifting the mindset. We really need to bring those energy who can contribute with a give and take scenario. Of course, we have to attract them. We have to have the map where we understand their strength and our need, and whereby we connect and we have a plan. We have a 5 years plan or 10 years plan to change the mindset towards building a commitment where Bangladesh commits some things and we establish that image. Talk about textile. We are from textile. We see a lot of wrong image being established over the period. And talk about even Rana Plaza, we saw after 2014, the industry has invested into a resilient way that by 3 to 4 years, even in European Parliament, Rob Weiss, who was the then Accord chief, he had to really agree and declare that Bangladesh is one of the safest production hub. But having said that, we still have our journey on. We have challenges in labor sector. We have challenges in many other where we need to, on efficiency, where we need to perform. But when we see that those ambassadors sitting in different corner, we also have a lot of good stories to share. Talk about green revolution, talk about a lot of ESG project which can be showcased and change the image of Bangladesh about the industry and the country. We talk about cheap labor. It's not about cheap anymore. It's about efficient labor. So I am sure that if we can connect all those NRBs who can actually be our ambassador, be it voluntary, be it on a payment system, I think nothing is free. Like I say that it have to be monetized. The things have to be nothing free, or like charity is already a poverty. So we should forget about that mindset that NRBs will come and they will have a motherland mindset that I'm coming here to give it back. No, there's nothing give it back. If they have, that is a bonus. But I think we should focus on a business plan where we bring that energy to according to our need and utilize this energy to accelerate that efficiency. Thank you.
Silvana, you basically were based in USA and then you came to Bangladesh. So from a context of nation branding or the image of Bangladesh, before you came to Bangladesh and after coming here, where did you witness a big sort of perception sort of which was wrongly maybe built in your mind and you felt it's completely different? Which area was basically stood out most to you?
So you asked the question why, right? So I think I'll answer that question and then I'll say how my experience has evolved over the years. So I never thought I would live in Bangladesh, honestly speaking. I never imagined it. I was I was 37 years old when I moved here, and I was single, and all of those factors, I didn't think it would be a place that I would want to build a life. But I became obsessed with the problem of healthcare after having a very jarring experience with my mother in one of the fancy private hospitals here in Dhaka when we were visiting for a family wedding. And I studied the opportunity, and I was inspired by two things. I thought it was very clear that there was an opportunity to have impact, to have a substantial impact by creating a world-class healthcare system that patients could trust and afford. And I also saw a substantial financial opportunity. I saw that healthcare systems at scale in Asia trade 2 to 3 times that of healthcare systems at scale in the United States, simply due to excess demand in these markets. So I saw those two things. I also studied the market. And my grandfather, my dada, founded Acme Laboratories, which is the oldest pharmaceutical company in this country. It founded in 1954, same year as Rahim Afroz. There are many brands that were built around that time, right? And they had stood the test of time. And I looked at those businesses and how they had built themselves up and how they had survived over many decades. And all of them had done it by maintaining arm's length relationships with the government, by being friendly but not too friendly, and they were able to survive and thrive in that environment. And so I thought, although, you know, perhaps I might not have the best relationship with the government, I might not have a bad relationship with the government, if I could build a brand, I could stand the test of time. So I studied all of the things. It really took a year before I made a decision to move here. But on the fundamentals of the economy, my work in business always was in frontier and emerging markets. I knew academically, professionally, that Bangladesh was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. I knew it was a huge consumer marketplace, a huge population, a large middle class that was driving the growth. I knew those things, but what I learned very quickly as I started pitching my business to raise capital was that very few people knew that in the mainstream investment world. And so I found, I mean, Kamal Bhai, you said you don't know much about nation branding. I feel that half of my pitches for the first several years were simply on the country. I had investors in Silicon Valley say to me, "Are you sure you aren't talking about Bangalore?" I mean, it's just crazy. This is the 8th largest country in the world. People don't even know where it is or can't even place it on a map, you know? And so I found a substantial part of my pitches being educating people on the market and getting, you know, it takes time to change people's perceptions. This is a country that a generation ago in the 1970s was referred to as a basket fight by the US Secretary of State, right? And so people still have this perception of Bangladesh as this poor country, this helpless country. And then we had the refugee crisis, right? And so all of these negative things generate more press than a very fast growing economy and a robust middle class driving the growth, right? So I found even my own friends, when I decided to move here, really were like, what are you doing with your life, you know? But I have seen that shift over time. I do think that perception has changed, but I think still, even in Singapore, you know, which is a 4.5-hour flight, right? Temasek, the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, have still never invested in Bangladesh, right? They have an office in Mumbai. They have huge investments in India. And when I've met the chairman of Temasek and I asked him why, and it was admitted to me, really a lack of curiosity. We just don't know about the market. And I think if we look at countries like Pakistan and India, we see the NRBs who are prominently placed in banks, in funds, in private equity and venture capital funds, in sovereign wealth funds, right? They are actively and aggressively promoting the opportunity in their countries. Our country is not as old as those countries, right? We need to see more of that in the NRB communities. But to the point that others have made, we need to provide them with the toolkit to educate others. And I think that, you know, you said, I think we have confused the NRBs in many ways, right? We need to, you know, we need government leadership to help us to understand what are the main talking points that we want to communicate about our market and what is the goal of the branding. For me as an entrepreneur, my goal is to raise capital, which I think is a positive thing to help integrate Bangladesh into the global economy and to help us to grow our own economy. I've not always been convinced that that was the goal of the leadership of this country, but I'd like to believe that it is. I'd like to have an open conversation about that with the leadership to understand what are the goals and how can we really partner to achieve those goals. In the health sector in particular, you know, if we want to achieve the growth that we aspire to, you know, the 26th largest economy by the end of this decade, we need to have a healthy population. And so we do need, I believe, more investment in basic health services. As the country graduates into middle income status, we see more people, even out of the masses, 35% are accessing healthcare for the first time in the private sector. And the middle class certainly doesn't really want to access the public sector for care. And so would love to see more leadership on that. I think, but again, it does require real intent in terms of what our goals are of building the brand.
No, thank you so much. Imran sir, one of the point that basically keeps on coming back is in terms of nation brand is delivering on the promise, so which is basically creating a both backend system, but also very importantly people who would be delivering the promise through different institutions. And this is where an area maybe we lack quite a bit. And you have been in the education system for a long time, heading a large private university. In that context, where do you think a gap exists in creating that backup system so that we can deliver whatever the country promises? What in your opinion, we need to handle immediately?
I don't think we can do anything immediately because everybody knows what the challenges are, by the way. It's not new. I remember you guys did that 7-8 years ago. You talked about nation branding. So সবাই কিন্তু মোটামুটি জানে what are the challenges in the way of how the external countries perceive us. আমি একটা ছোট্ট এক্সাম্পল দিই। আমি যখন IBA তে ছিলাম, আমি আর Farhad, we were long-term colleagues in IBA. And IBA didn't brand itself, right? We didn't need to brand itself. Yet IBA is recognized as, to this day, I would say, the leading business school of Bangladesh without branding itself. Why? Because bhitore the base was strong, you know, it just wasn't just empty words. So আমি যখন private university আসলাম তখন আমাদের it was about 4 years old, the university. So we used to say in the ads, state of the art, pictures of famous professors, eta. But you know, the guy who sees this, say, who are these professors? I've never seen, don't know about them. And সবাই তো বলে state of the art. So বললে তো হবে না, right? It takes time for the message to come across and percolate within the society that the university is actually good in terms of its academic rigor, you know, its choice of faculty, and it's research based, etc. etc. তো সেটা আমি বলতে চাচ্ছি যে এই ইউনিভার্সিটিতে তো we are in control, right? At ULAB, I'm the vice chancellor, so I'm completely in control of everything. Even then, what I say, কেউ পাত্তাই দিচ্ছে না, right? It is সবাই বলে. Imagine how much more complex it is when a president or prime minister of a country does that, because that's like they can say whatever they want, you know, it's not going to happen. The narrative, the visuals that external people see, let's say over the last 15 years, they've seen some good things about the infrastructural growth, etc., but they've also seen things which really didn't, I'm sure, will not draw them to Bangladesh. The corruption, the you know, the political killings, eta, ittadi. So you know, no matter what you say, they're going to look at that. Even post August 5th, look at the visuals that was screened across the world, right? They're saying the alleged or accused are being attacked. Remember, they're guilty until proven. The attack on them, mob, eta hocche, onek problem hocche. So these narratives will stick in their mind, even though maybe, you know, 6 মাস পরে এগুলি অনেক safer হবে. Once they've seen these things, they'll stick in their minds. So actually, the challenges are really inwards. We have to fix the thing that everybody is talking about the challenges of doing business in Bangladesh. This is it. Just fix those. And you need, you know, we don't have enough Kiatsungs who will come and invest in Bangladesh no matter what happens, right? Most people are not going to, you know, take so much of a challenge for them, just like anybody else. So তারা একটা minimum একটা level দেখতে চায়, and they want to compare us with other destination, at least investment destination countries like Turkey, like Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, or whatever you want to call it, even Sri Lanka, এবং ওখানে একটা comparative decision নেবে. So actually the challenges are well known. I don't think we'll waste a lot of time trying to build a narrative about what we are and trying to sell that narrative to the because nobody's going to believe that.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I think brands. That's from the brand context. We always say basically brands are created in people's mind, and people actually form their narrative. It's never dependent on whatever we want to tell. Ashik, you have for a large part you have been in Bangladesh, and then basically you are now in USA. So from Bangladesh, when you were working in Bangladesh, you had sort of an idea of Bangladesh and how people perceive. And when you are there, then you also are experiencing sort of the other side of the story. Between where did you sort of witness the gap, or what has been that experience as far as the nation brand or nation's perception is concerned?
Thank you, Shoaib bhai. আমি যদি আমার brand management experience থেকে if I draw a little bit, sometimes what we used to talk about in brand management is this whole pyramid of like, how many people actually know about your brand, how many people actually use, how many people see the benefit of using your brand, and ultimately how many people feel like, bonded to your brand. I think in a way, Bangladesh sometimes faces the biggest challenge of it all. Not many people actually know about us, or they don't, just like I think Silvana was mentioning that, like, they cannot probably point. Now that can come as a shock to us because we live in such a densely populated, monocultural, very sort of homogeneous country that বাইরের একটা মানুষ আমাদের দেশ সম্বন্ধে জানবে না, এটা that can seem a big surprise to us, but unfortunately that is the case. আমি এখানে যেই জিনিসটা অ্যাড করব একটু সেটা হচ্ছে শরীফ ভাই যেটা বললেন একটু আগে, positioning your brand is very, very important. One of the like basic rules in marketing is that if you don't position yourself, then definitely someone will, because you will have a positioning. Someone either don't know about you or they will get to know about you from someone else. আমার এখানে যেটা মনে হয় সেটা হচ্ছে along with the whole thing about like how do we sort of communicate the Bangladesh brand to people, what we should keep in mind is that given this current circumstances, there will be many alternative narratives about the Bangladesh brand itself, and we should be very, very cognizant about it. ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংকে প্রায় একটা জিনিস বলা হয় যেটাকে বাংলাতে অনেক সময় ট্রান্সলেট করা হয় ভাবে যে টেকসই উন্নয়ন বা সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট। I would want to take a bit of liberty there by borrowing that word by saying we should have a resilient brand, something that can stand sort of like, in some ways interference from others who would like to superimpose different images or perceptions about the Bangladesh brand onto the world audience. Lastly, আমি যেটা বলবো একটু শরীফ ভাইয়ের প্রশ্নের থেকে একটু বাইরে যে সেটা হচ্ছে how can NRBs help in this thing? প্রথম যে জিনিসটা আমি বলবো আমাদের এখানে যারা আছেন policy makers and other officials who would be working on this, I'm sure, সেটা হচ্ছে please don't assume too much about NRBs, like, that they will selflessly always come to, like, help out the Bangladesh brand and so much. Their life sometimes, I'm not sort of defending anyone or sort of accusing anyone, but they do have their own lives to run. And when you're asking them to also promote the Bangladesh brand, it's one more extra thing that, of course, many of them will do. But remember that some of them probably will not care or probably will not do what we were asking them to do. Let me give you one small example here. And that's something that I would ask the future policymakers who would be working on this to be cognizant of. First thing is that the previous country branding efforts that I have seen or at least experienced, as an NRB, there is so much of for lack of other words, I will say political propaganda there, that repels NRBs a lot. So when we are building the Bangladesh brand positioning, we should have a strategy so that it can stand the test of time. And like, just by regime changes or any other changes, it does not get deflected. Because right now, I can tell you is that the biggest question that I'll probably face from colleagues or like, in general, people who know about Bangladesh is that, so what has like, what is changing about Bangladesh? What has been, because they have heard a different narrative now. And then for me, task 0 will be to basically explain why this change is happening. And then I'll have to build on the Bangladesh brand after that, like, why this change was necessary and so on. So I think what probably will help here is that, and I would probably say that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a huge role to play, that is that if we could have, just like Sharif Bhai has put it in the theme, a cohesive narrative is very, very important. And what is also important is that that narrative stays relatively stable for the next at least like, slightly longer term, 5 or more years. That I think is necessary for recruiting NRBs to propagate the Bangladesh brand. I would want to end with one small pitfall that I would like to point out, is that we should be very cognizant about what kind of brand, like what do we want our branding to do? Is it a tourism branding or is it an investment branding? And which one do you need? And please, with all due respect, we should not be saying that, oh, we need something that can do both. No, that will not happen, I'm sorry to say. If investment, I think the previous panels focused a lot on that. If that is our goal now, we should focus on that. One, interesting example is like, what India did. Like for their tourism, they have a separate branding platform, which is, I think, Incredible India. And for investment and so on, they have a Make in India concept. So we can probably do something like that. But I think given the limited resources right now, we need to focus on one particular area. And then that needs to be translated into how we can engage with the NRB to propagate that brand. And please do not confuse campaigns with brand positioning. I know having a brand campaign for the country is very, very attractive. It gets us all emotional, like fired up. I remember seeing some of these images in the previous country branding. As a Bangladeshi, it makes you feel so good. But unfortunately, the audience is actually not us. They will not see the country through the tinted glasses that you are seeing. You have a lot of patriotism and pride in your heart. So that's why it will make you emotional. But the audience will not see it like that. They will see that ad mixed up with all the images that they will be exposed to on the internet, on newspaper, on everything. So I'm again coming back to the fact that we need some sort of resilient branding, which should be based on solid foundations, which will be able to deflect the other kind of interference, the other kind of like, information campaigns that we are seeing that is working against the Bangladesh brand image. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ashik. I think you've delved into the core fundamentals of the branding quite a deep. Now, basically, we'll try to sort of close with closing remarks for everyone very briefly in terms of what, as I was saying, we'd like to sort of end with some action-oriented focus. That how can we engage? What are your thoughts in terms of engaging the NRB into creating Bangladesh brand, whatever that brand sort of a narrative becomes or shapes up by whenever the policymakers do it. So if I can hear.
একটা জাস্ট অ্যাড করি যে সিন্স উই হ্যাভ আ ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংক রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ হিয়ার, আজকে সকালের ঘটনা আমি বলছি। আজকে সকালে ইজ ওয়ান অফ মাই ফ্যাকাল্টি মেম্বার্স, হি ব্রট মি একটা কন্ট্রাক্টের পেপার যেটা আই এম সাপোজ টু সাইন, এবং সেই কন্ট্রাক্টটা হচ্ছে তোমার জন্য ভেরি রেলেভেন্ট, যে বাংলাদেশে যে গ্রিন ফ্যাক্টরি আছে এইটা রিসার্চ করে আমাকে প্রমাণ করে দেখাতে হবে, এবং সেই প্রমাণ করে দেখাবার পর তারা মনে করবে যে বাংলাদেশে আমাদের অ্যাপারেল সেক্টরেতে গ্রিন ফ্যাক্টরি আছে। This is coming from World Bank. And why? Because someone has put in there, যে না, someone in some competing country, যে না, বাংলাদেশ যেটা গ্রিন ফ্যাক্টরি যেটা তারা বলছে, probably it's not there. Do I need to prove that? You see, we've got to call spade a spade. So our representatives in various places, including our inside, এখানে গভর্নমেন্টের একটা দায়িত্ব আছে বলা যে I am not going to undertake such a research. আমি জানি যে আমার এখানে we are the leaders as far as green factories are concerned. You see, the point is the mindset of our individuals. Another point, Asia Marketing Federation এর কথা we've been discussing. I wish I could read it out. এখন ফোন বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি. One of my other colleagues in the Asia Marketing Federation, who also happened to be the board member of the Asia Marketing Federation, or board, he's coming up and saying that all said and done, we know Bangladesh is right now facing certain hiccups, but we have absolutely no doubt that they're going to come back because they've proven it over the years of time. You see, the point that I'm trying to make is that there are many such positive stories which I have to just remind people, not tell them. আমার বলার তো দরকার নেই, বারবার যদি আমি বলি যেটা তুমি বলছো আশিক যে আমি অমুক করেছি তমুক করেছি, that is not nation branding exercise. But remind Cora, these are the things that we have. Is it true? Yes. Can you take advantage of that? Of course, yes. Ektu age, the point that she was trying to make. She came in here, she saw a prospect. She invested, she stayed back. So these are facts. Facts needs to be highlighted and backed up. ওইখানে যদি আমার আবার পলিটিক্যাল এজেন্ডা এসে যায়, তাহলে I'm digging my own grave. And time and again we are doing that. Time and again বলছে ও করেনি আমি করব। আর এইটা যদি আমরা কন্টিনিউ করি তাহলে we'll be digging our own grave. And this is exactly where we need to come up, outline the stories. Now, who is going to tell the story? Is the government going to tell the story? The government যদি story বলে, again it is going to be a political agenda. So political agenda আমার করে তো লাভ নেই। আমাকে বললে এমন ভাবে স্টোরিটা বলতে হবে যে না, আমি ওভার দ্য হিস্ট্রি আমার দেশ এই জিনিস করতে পেরেছে, which is very very unique for us. People will listen. So তোমার সাথে আমি ডিসএগ্রি করি এক জায়গায়, সেটা হলো যে বিদেশিরা সবসময় আমাদেরকে খারাপ বলে। নো, দে কাম আপ এন্ড আস্ক দ্য বেঙ্গলিজ, বাংলাদেশের যারা আছে ওদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করে তোমার দেশের অবস্থা কি। তখন যখন আমার কাছ থেকে ফিডব্যাক যখন নেগেটিভ পায়, that is when they develop that particular negative concept. Look at the media. What is the role of a media for this particular country? Neutral. They will look at only the negative parts and portray that particular negative part. And the world will not come up and hear and see it. They will look at the media and see this is what they're saying, and they'll go ahead with it. Same is also with all due respect to our NRBs. Ask all of us within ourselves. আমরা যখন ডাইনিং টেবিলে আমার নিজের বাড়িতে আমেরিকাতে বসে আলাপ করি বাংলাদেশ সম্পর্কে, কতটা পজিটিভ বলি আর কতটা নেগেটিভ বলি? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves and start talking about promises which we can keep, on which we are able to keep. And there are many such promises that we have kept. And we want to highlight those only. Prava is a case. Pravar ব্যাপারে, if you remember, আমাদের COVID-এর পরে there were certain negative things regarding Prava, remember?
I definitely remember.
Yeah, I know you remember that. So তখন we had to work on that particular area. যে না, হেলথ সেক্টরে এমন একটা দেশে যেখানে ওরা কাজ করে they have achieved, particularly during COVID, the achievement that we had, did we ever portray that later on? We were the best.
Right.
And we did not portray that. And why could we do that? One of the advantages was, of course, we did have the density as a dividend. We don't tend to take density as a dividend is something that we forget. So these are certain things I believe that brand forum এর মতন জায়গা থেকে করলে ভালো হয়, কিংবা প্রাইভেট সেক্টরও অ্যাজ এ হোল করলে অনেক সময় মনে হবে যে না, প্রাইভেট সেক্টর তার নিজের গল্প বলছে, না তা তো না। আর মিডিয়ার ওই পজিটিভ রোলটা একটা নিতে হবে। মিডিয়াকে বুঝতে হবে যে আমার দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ ডিপেন্ড করে আমার গ্রোথের উপরে। আমি যেরকম এখন যদি এখন আমরা চিন্তা ভাবনা করছি, আলাপ করছি যে শুড উই গো টু দ্য নেক্সট লেভেল অফ ইকোনমি, why should this be a question? We don't have a choice but to. Why should we ask whether we should or not, as if we are planning to go for a reverse gear amra jabo? Eigula basic issues I think they need to address.
In fact, I'll just read out the line that basically Star was said. This was Professor Huiden. He was mentioning. So he basically said in a statement, with the rich resources and the many and varied talents that it has, Bangladesh will be a very successful economy and will, in a relatively short period of time, be amongst the top 10 economies in the world. I'm confident of that. So that's the message that you were trying to read it out.
This is a third person,
Yeah.
a professor, our friend,
Yeah.
বলে না ও কিন্তু সব দেশের হয়ে সে আইডেন্টিফাই করে বলছে কোন দেশ গ্রো করতে পারে এবং this is something which we have been hearing across the board. চায়না যাই যেখানেই যাই না কেন সব জায়গায় কিন্তু এই পার্টিকুলার জিনিসটা আসছে এবং এই জিনিসটা আসার প্রেক্ষাপটেই আমাদেরকে মনে রাখতে হবে যে আমি আরেকটা দিস ইজ অ্যানাদার ফ্যাক্ট রাইট আফটার এই গভর্নমেন্ট আসার পর আমাকে বিদেশ থেকে একজন ফোন করে বলছে এখন জিনিসপত্র ভালো হয়ে যাবে। তো আমি বললাম যে কোন জায়গায় বলছো? বলে কোটাটা অ্যাটলিস্ট এখন তো ওই আমেরিকানস এখন কিছু কিছু জিনিসপত্র দেওয়া শুরু করবে যেটা আগে দিত। দে হ্যাড নো আইডিয়া দ্যাট আমাদের আমেরিকার এন্ট্রিতে উই নেভার এভার হ্যাড এনি সর্ট অফ কোটা অর এনি সর্ট অফ আমাদের কোনো রকমের কোনো কিছুই ছিল না যেটা কম্পিটিং এর ছিল। সো আমরা তো আমাদেরকে মনে রাখতে হবে যে ইভেন অ্যাপারেল সেক্টরে দ্য চ্যালেঞ্জেস দ্যাট দে ফেস হ্যাভ উই এভার পোর্ট্রেট দ্যাট? আমরা করেছি লেবার প্রবলেমগুলোকে হাইলাইট করেছি, এইগুলোকে হাইলাইট করেছি, সাকসেস স্টোরিজ করিনি। সেম ইজ ট্রু ফর হেলথ সেক্টর। গতকাল আরেকটা কথা বলেছি, আমি শেষ করছি আর কি। দিস ইজ another story. This is from Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins এখন they are studying on, of course, nutrition নিয়ে স্টাডি করছে, স্টান্টেড গ্রোথ নিয়ে তারা স্টাডি করছে, বিকজ দ্যাট ইজ দি ওয়ার্স্ট পসিবল সিনারিও। আমার লাইফ এক্সপেক্টেন্সি বাড়লো কি বাড়লো না, দ্যাট ইজ নট ইম্পর্টেন্ট, আমার স্টান্ট গ্রোথ হচ্ছে কিনা সেটা হলো ইম্পর্টেন্ট। সো ওয়ান অফ দ্য কান্ট্রিজ যেটা স্টান্ট গ্রোথ যেটা হচ্ছে হলো আমাদের দেশে। বাট দ্য সলিউশন দ্যাট হ্যাজ কাম আপ ফ্রম আওয়ার পার্ট অফ দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড। তাও একেবারে রংপুরে একটা অজপাড়া গায়ে ওইখানে রিসার্চ করে বের করে দে হ্যাভ ডান দ্যাট। সো জনস হপকিন্স থেকে বলছে, দে আর সেইং দ্যাট we think that this is not the first time that Bangladesh has come up with a solution. If we remember right, there was something called Orsaline, which also took birth in this particular part of the world. Imagine they are talking about it, but we are not. These are the things that we need to also start talking about.
Rakib bhai, very briefly, how can we engage NRBs in what areas as far as working on our Bangladesh brand, the nation brand? Very briefly.
Thank you. I think it's if I'm like positive about what the change now is happening. Talk about Bida having Ashik there, and then talk about all those revolutionary changes what happening under the leadership of Nobel laureate Professor Yunus. I think he himself is an ambassador to talk sense and then to change that sense, and then having that another consistent combat operation in terms of changing the mindset and changing the entire bureaucracy or policies to have that change and confidence into the NRBs to come back and to contribute. You remember that in textile, they say that we spend billions of dollars to recruit foreigners. And if we can do that, if we can identify those energies who are also located into different retailers' offices and having that mindset, if they can come back and have that energy utilized into our supply chain or into our ecosystem, that can shift, that can actually add values. And I'm sure that NRBs having a good compensation, at least a reasonable package, if we can really turn around that they come back and get employed here or get a reasonable size of business to start, and if government can give them a recognition stroke some advantage in terms of tax or in terms of financial benefits, I think that can be a turning around point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Silvana, again, how can we engage the NRB? In what area? Any specific ideas that you may have?
Well, I mean, I think it's a big question. I mean, I have a lot of ideas. I think that Bangladesh Brand Forum can take leadership perhaps to help us to engage the NRB community more meaningfully. There are some very successful NRBs all over the world doing fascinating things. And maybe they're not going to come back to Bangladesh, but what they can help us is with storytelling. On the coming back to Bangladesh point, I will say my experience and my plea. Any job I had, whether it was at the World Bank or at BCG or at a major law firm, when I left that job, someone 90 to 110% as good as me came and took my job, replaced me. But what I have been able to do with Prava, I believe I was really uniquely positioned to build bridges, to really use my global networks to really bring a vision of world-class healthcare to this country in a meaningful way. And so there is a really unique opportunity for impact that's incomparable to anything I've experienced in all the other wonderful experiences I had in my career.
Thank you. Sir, again, same question. Your final.
Actually, maybe if I could focus on my area, which is tertiary education by university education. So Bangladesh is really not known as a destination country for education. বাইরে থেকে তো খুব কম ছেলে মেয়ে এখানে পড়তে আসে, কিন্তু তবুও কয়েকটা ইনস্টিটিউশন কিন্তু is capable of attracting, but it really being at least regional. একটা হচ্ছে আমাদের own IBA. তো how many of you know that IBA যখন বানানো হয়েছে 1966-এ, it was before the IIMs. So IBA predated the IIMs, but then look where we are now and where the IIMs are now. So ওখানে so you know, because it's a public sector institution, ওখানে তো অনেক কিছু করা আছে. One of the things, if you want to be international and brand yourself abroad, then you also have to have an international faculty body before you have international students. তো ওইখানে তো অনেক ডিফিকাল্ট, ইউনো আমাদের ইউল্যাবে আমাদের বিদেশি টিচার আছে, ব্র্যাকেও আছে, এটা যে কত ঝামেলা এনাদেরকে আনা, রাইট? ইটস রিয়েলি ভেরি ভেরি ডিফিকাল্ট। অ্যান্ড যেসব ছেলে মেয়ে এখানে পড়ছে বিদেশি, most of them, if I'm not mistaken, study medicine. A lot of them study medicine because এখানকার medical collegeগুলি are affiliated with the royal colleges. So, you know, ওদের নিজেদের দেশে ক্যাপাসিটি প্রবলেম আছে, সে এখানে চলে আসে। অ্যান্ড আমার পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে এখানে যে তাদের স্টুডেন্ট এক্সপিরিয়েন্সটা মাস্ট বি প্রিটি চ্যালেঞ্জিং, প্লাস তাদের ভিসা নেওয়া, ভিসা রিনিউ করা, প্রত্যেক বছর বোধ হয় এদের রিনিউ করতে হয়। দিস আর স্মল থিংস দ্য গভর্নমেন্ট উইল জাস্ট স্টেপ ইন and make it easier for foreign students to come and study here and live their lives here. So these are very, even BUET, for example, is a world-class institution. But how many foreign faculty are there in BUET? I don't think there are any. Again, NRB te koto famous NRB ache in academic and research. Koto. I mean, these are countless. But maybe some of them can be found a place within the private universities because some of the bureaucracy come. But God help them if they want to get a sabbatical or even come and teach pro bono in a public university. এটা তো অনেক সমস্যা। So these are very small areas that we can যেগুলি already ভালো institution আছে, তাদেরকে next step এ নেওয়ার জন্য সরকার can look at them and see what kind of encouragement, support they can be given. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ashik, your final thoughts. What
Okay,
can
very, very briefly. আমার মনে হয় যেটা ইমিডিয়েটলি করা যায়, and আমার মনে হয় the main channel এখানে the players would be, in my opinion, would be Ministry of Foreign Affairs associated with independent bodies like, for example, Brand Forum. আমার মনে হয় যে জিনিসটা শুরু করা যায় যেভাবে, সেটা হচ্ছে যে যদিও আমরা বলছি ব্রড স্ট্রোকে এনআরবিদের কথা, বাট there are different profiles of NRB. সবার ক্ষেত্রে হয়তো আমাদের কি communication আমরা outreach করব, that would be different. Like for example, the embassy in, let's say, Washington DC or consulate in Miami, they will have to cater to a particular type of NRBs, whereas the embassy in UAE will have a different profile of NRBs. কিন্তু আমার মনে হয় what we should have is what is there on the topic, cohesive narrative. Right now, আমার মনে হয় that is the primary thing to do. How can we build a cohesive narrative so that when the embassy reaches out to NRBs, the NRBs can go back, tell their family or the colleagues, whoever their touch points are, a consistent and cohesive story about Bangladesh and what's happening over there. That I think is foundational right now. Probably we will have to resist the temptation somewhere to go for a full-fledged campaign or something like that. But first, any positioning needs to be built on that cohesive narrative. That's all I think.
Thank you so much. I would love to. This is my favorite topic. I would love to sort of continue for a long time, but I guess it's been a long day. But we are also hearing a lot from different NRBs who have also joined from different parts of the world. This is just the beginning of a conversation from our side. We already have actually 5 to 6 project ideas which has been generated out of today's conversation. And inshallah, within a month, we will be announcing them, whereby each of them will provide opportunities for NRBs to engage on those specific areas with Bangladesh as far as the topic is concerned, which is knowledge remittance. I'm sure together and collectively we'll be able to realize the potential of Bangladesh. I thank to all the panelists, distinguished panelists, for your thoughts. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your insights. And thank you everyone who has been here since beginning or at different times of the day, hearing and also sharing your inputs. I think there is one question. Okay, can we have a microphone there, please? We have one query, and yeah, we'll be happy to.
Thank you so much. I'm Mamunur Rahman, founder, CEO, Expo Pro, which is a private trade and investment promotion organization. Sorry for my voice as I've got cold. Actually, I have in comments. Wonderful. That I was there almost from beginning, and I have one single comments that everything is good. Whatever we are doing, we can build. We can build a good perception, whatever the image that we're building. But I think one is missing, that the total experience. I mean, the experience point. What I'm meaning, যে আমাদের একটা জিনিস আমরা খুব সুন্দর করে করি, বাট পুরাটা কিন্তু আমরা ওইভাবে যত্ন নিই না। কোথাও না কোথাও যে ছোট্ট একটু গ্যাপ থাকে, ওই গ্যাপটাই টোটাল এফোর্টটাকে নষ্ট করে দেয়। আই ক্যান গিভ অ্যান এক্সাম্পল। আমরা কক্সবাজারকে ট্যুরিস্টদের জন্য এত ভালো করে ডেভেলপ করেছি। হ্যাঁ, ট্যুরিস্ট কোথায় এসে নামছে? ঢাকায় নামছে, এয়ারপোর্টে। আপনি দেখেন এয়ারপোর্টে আমরা অনেকদিন ধরে বললাম যে না, ওটাকে ভালো করতে হবে, যাতে আপনি নামার সাথে সাথে ইউ ক্যান হ্যাভ এ গুড এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। আচ্ছা, আপনি ওটা ঠিক করলেন, বের হয়ে জ্যামে পড়ে গেলেন, শহর থেকে বেরোতে পারছেন না। হ্যাঁ, তাহলে খেয়াল করুন, আপনি কিন্তু অনেক ভালো কাজ করেছেন। মানে টোটাল ডেভেলপমেন্টটা বা টোটাল এক্সপিরিয়েন্সটা যেন একরকমই হয়। অর্থাৎ আমি শুরুতে যে অভিজ্ঞতাটা পাচ্ছি, শেষে যেও আমি যেন চলে যাওয়ার সময় একই এক্সপিরিয়েন্স পাই। হোয়াট এভার। তাহলে আমার সম্পর্কে যে ইমেজটা, বা আমি আই ক্যান ওয়েলকাম ইউ, মাঝখানে আমাদের কিছু ইমেজের সমস্যা হচ্ছিল। আমরা এখান থেকে কিন্তু বলেছি যে আপনারা আসুন, দেখুন, মানে উই হ্যাভ দ্যাট কনফিডেন্স, হ্যাঁ সবকিছু ঠিক আছে। তো এইটা যখন আমরা পুরোটাকে ঠিক করে দিতে পারবো, তখন কিন্তু অটোমেটিক্যালি আমাদের ওই কনফিডেন্সটা চলে আসবে, যেটা আমরা বলছি যে আমি বাইরে থেকে আসলে সবাই আসবে না, কিন্তু একজন যদি আসে এবং সে যদি একটা কোথাও মানে আপনার যদি একটা খারাপ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স নিয়ে ফিরে যায়, এবং সে যেটা বলবে সেটাই কিন্তু অনেকটা অন্যদের ভিতরে স্প্রেড করবে। আর যদি এখান থেকে বলে যে না, আমরা শুনি না যে ওখানে যেও না, গন্ডগোল হচ্ছে, কিন্তু কেউ একজন ঘুরে এসে যদি বলে না আমি তো গিয়েছিলাম, কোনো সমস্যা হয় না, এভরিথিং ইজ ওকে। সো এই জায়গাটাই মানে টোটাল ব্যাপারটা নিয়ে একসাথে কাজ করা, যাতে পিসমিল করে বা বিক্ষিপ্ত হবে আমরা যেন ওইভাবে না করি, বিশেষ করে ইমেজের ক্ষেত্রে যে কাজগুলো আমাদেরকে ক্ষতি করে। জাস্ট এটা স্মল কমেন্ট।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি, ইউ আর অ্যাবসলিউটলি রাইট। কনসিস্টেন্স। আমাদের সামনে আরেকজন আছেন।
ধন্যবাদ ভাইয়া। আমি জাস্ট বুয়েট থেকে পড়াশোনা করেছি, তারপর বাইরে ছিলাম, আবার দেশে চলে আসছি। আমি জাস্ট আমার একটা মানে কথাই বলবো যে মূলত মায়াটা কাজ করে ভাইয়া গরিব মানুষগুলার, বিদেশের শ্রমিক শ্রেণীটা। আমাদের মতো যারা একটু পড়াশোনা শিখি ভাইয়া, এরা বাইরে বসে উল্টা বলে দেশ কত খারাপ, আর এরা ভাইয়া দেশের সম্পত্তিটা বিক্রি করে ওইটাও পারলে নিয়ে যায়। ঠিক আছে, আজকে ভাইয়া সারাদিন আমরা মোটামুটি শিক্ষিত মানুষজন ছিলাম। একটু ভাইয়া এই যে যারা আপনি যেহেতু আসলেই চাচ্ছে দেশের ব্র্যান্ডিং ভাইয়া, টাকা ওগুলি পাঠাবে, শেষ বয়সে ওনারাই বাংলাদেশে আসবে, অলমোস্ট লাশ হয়েও আসবে। ভাইয়া ওনাদের একটু প্রতিনিধি রাখেন, তাইলে ভাইয়া ওনাদের মুখ থেকে শুনলে অ্যাকচুয়ালি মানে মনে হয় ব্যাপারটা সিনক্রোনাইজেশনটা ঠিক হবে। শিক্ষিত কুলির কাছ থেকে খুব একটা আশা করিও নাই এখনো ভাইয়া, অ্যাটলিস্ট এই মুহূর্ত পর্যন্ত করি না। সিলভানা আপুর মতো খুব কমই যে বিদেশে হয়েছে এবং তারপর মায়ের অসুখ দেশে চলে এসেছে এবং থেকে গেছে, মানে খুব অল্পই পাই। ধন্যবাদ, এতটুকুই।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি সৌমিত্র, হেড অফ কর্পোরেট বিএসআরএম। আমরা বললাম যে এত সুন্দর সুন্দর কথা বলছি বা অনেক রকম টেকনিক্যাল কথা বলছি, ব্র্যান্ড ইমেজের কথা যদি বলেন, যদি কক্সবাজারের কথা চিন্তা করেন, সারা এরিয়াটা ময়লায় ভর্তি। এটা করতে গিয়ে আমাদের খুব কঠিন কাজ হয়। তো এরকম ছোট ছোট অনেক কাজ আছে, আমি বলবো যে ওই কাজগুলো আমরা করি না কেন? কারণ এত সুন্দর একটা সি বিচ, ওটা একটা পুরো ডাস্টবিন হয়ে আছে, এক্সটেন্ডেড ডাস্টবিন। আমার কথা হচ্ছে আমরা এগুলো অনেক বড় বড় কথা বলি, এই কাজটা করতে রিসোর্স লাগে না, শুধু ইচ্ছেটাই যথেষ্ট। ক্যান্টনমেন্ট পরিষ্কার আছে, বাড়িধারা পরিষ্কার আছে, কিন্তু কেন কক্সবাজারের সি বিচটা নয়, বা সারা বাংলাদেশ নয়, বা কিংবা আমাদের এয়ারপোর্টের টয়লেট নয়? তো এইসব ছোট কাজগুলো তো করা দরকার। ধন্যবাদ।
এখানে একটু মাইকটা।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমার নাম আরমান। আমি মূলত আমার আইটি কোম্পানি আছে। সো আমাদের খুব এক্সটেন্সিভলি সৌদি স্টক এক্সচেঞ্জের সাথে কাজ করা হয়, হ্যাঁ, অন দ্য টেকনোলজি উইং সাইড। সো যখন এই অগাস্টে ঘটনাগুলো হলো, আমি জাস্ট পার্সোনাল এক্সপিরিয়েন্স শেয়ার করছি, বিকজ এটা একটা ইম্প্যাক্ট হয়েছে। যে তখন তারা মনে করেছে যে বাংলাদেশ মার্কেটটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইজ গোয়িং বিহাইন্ড, অ্যান্ড এখানে আসলে সামনের দিকে কাজ করা যাবে না। দে অপারেট ইন 18 কান্ট্রিজ। বাংলাদেশ থেকে হঠাৎ তাদের ফোকাসটা সরে গেল। I actually flew down right after a couple of months to meet the CEO. বলার জন্য যে না, there are no problem বাংলাদেশে। সো এটা একটা ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালিস্টিক অ্যাপ্রোচ। সো আমরা মানে শুধু এনামি না, আমাদের নিজেদের প্রত্যেকের থেকেও অ্যাকচুয়ালি যাদের যাদের ওয়েবের সাথে কাজ করি, বাইরে ডেটের সাথে কাজ করি, we have a responsibility as well to go and tell them nothing is wrong, সবই ঠিক আছে। সেকেন্ড একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স হচ্ছে যে আমরা দেখেছি যে জাস্ট এই অগাস্ট ইনসিডেন্টের পরেই we were supposed to have an investor from Sri Lanka after হঠাৎ করে তারা বললো they will not come to Bangladesh because they got some information from their Sri Lankan bank in Bangladesh যে এখানে আসলে এখন ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ক্লাইমেটটা নাই। So I think I would request Bangladesh Bank Forum to have a round table with all the foreign BFSI যারা আছে, the multinational banks and other financial institutions, to make them understand যে not to create an unnecessary nuisance. Let's create a more comfortable investment climate that we can actually get right kind of approach from the investors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at the back, can you please get the mic at the back?
Yeah, hi. So a lot of your discussion has been about like the narrative that you want to push for the future, but what you commented about, like in every single sector, is the pre-existing narrative that exists that negatively impacts how not only like the industries that you all function in, but the individual experiences of how NRBs view Bangladesh and how external people who don't really have a national connection to Bangladesh view it on like a private level, and how that negatively impacts their willingness to go into business despite there being physical or factual proof that this is a good market to invest in and this is a good area of to explore in. So my question would be, on what platform or what facets would you want to change things of like change people's perceptions on? Because it's a heavy demand to do it on like an individual level. And as you were mentioning, a lot of the marketing or a lot of the branding that happens through the government is through like a very patriotic lens. So how do we move from this patriotic lens towards a lens that is more catered around factual evidence, that is more catered around recognizing the unique dispositions that Bangladesh have and our human capita in specific has in order to market ourselves to the global economy?
Absolutely, totally agree. I think that has to be the approach. Anyone else? Any other?
আমার নাম খালেদ চৌধুরী, আমি ন্যাশনাল টাইমসে কাজ করি। আমি ওই ফারাদ দানোর স্যারের একটা কথার উপরে আমি যেটা বলতে চাচ্ছিলাম যে স্যার বললেন যে আমাদের সাংবাদিকরা নেগেটিভটা তুলে ধরে বেশি, পজিটিভ জিনিসগুলো আমাদের কম হয়। তো আমি যেটা বলবো যে আমাদের যারা ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালিস্ট আছে বা আমাদের যে বিজনেস সেগমেন্টগুলো আছে সেইখানে তারা কতটুক ইথিক্যালি ইনফরমেশন সর্ব করার ব্যাপারে তাদের প্রিপারেশন কতটুকু। কারণ আমরা যখন কাজ করতে যাই অনেক কোম্পানি তাদের সম্বন্ধে পর্যাপ্ত তথ্য থাকে না, ওয়েবসাইটেও থাকে না, কোম্পানি ফেস করে না, মিডিয়া ফেসটা কোম্পানি করতে চায় না, যে কারণে প্রপার একটা যে প্রেজেন্টেশন তাদের উপরে তুলে ধরতে গেলে সেটা জানা যায় না। যদিও আমাদের ব্যবসায়িক বা ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালিস্ট ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের দেশ অনেকখানি এগিয়েছে। যেমন গ্রিন ফ্যাক্টরিতে আমরা রাকিব ভাইকে দেখি আর কয়েকজনকে দেখি। তো গ্রিন ফ্যাক্টরি মনে হয় 250-এর বেশি হবে। এনাদের মানে ইথিক্যালি যেই মার্কেটিং প্রমোশন যে প্র্যাকটিসটা বাংলাদেশের অনেক ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালিস্টের মিডিয়া ফেস করার ওই ইটা নেই। আমাদের কর্পোরেটরা কিছু করে কারণ তাদের একটা পিয়ার ব্র্যান্ড সেগমেন্ট থাকে, কিন্তু এর চেয়েও এই সমস্ত অনেক বড় বড় ফ্যাক্টরি আছে যারা নীরবে এক্সপোর্ট করতেছে, কিন্তু তাদের এই বিষয়টা যদি আমরা দেশের বাইরে জানাইতে পারি বা দেশে জানাইতে পারি তাহলে কিন্তু আমাদের যেই ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল যে স্ট্রেংথটা আমরা কিন্তু প্রকাশ করতে পারি। আমরা জানি অনেক বড় বড় ফ্যাক্টরি আছে, তাদের এমডি বা তাদের চেয়ারম্যান বা কারোর সাথে আমরা কথা বলতে চাইলে, দুইটা একটা কমেন্টস নিতে চাইলে আমরা জানি না। এবং এটাও জানি যে অনেক বড় বড় কোম্পানি ব্যাংক থেকে 2-4 হাজার কোটি টাকা লোন নিছে, তারা নীরবে এই লোনগুলো তারা নীরবে নানা ধরনের অনিয়মে তারা ব্যবহার করছে, যেটা যাতে মিডিয়ার কাছে সামনে না আসে। আমরা এটাও বুঝি যে যাদের সৎ সাহস নাই, যারা ফেস করারই নাই, তার মানে কিছু ব্যবসায়ী এর মধ্যে ড্যামেজ ব্যবসায়ীও আছে। সো আমাদের আগে যদি আমাদের পটেনশিয়ালি গুলো দেশের বাইরে যদি আমাদের শো করতে চাই, আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালিস্টদেরও আমাদের আগে আসতে হবে। কারণ আমরা শুধু জানি যে হয়তো তার যদি বন্দরে কোনো সমস্যা হয়, না হলে যদি আগুন লেগে যায়, এই সমস্ত বিষয় আমরা জানি, কিন্তু সে তার যেই পজিটিভ প্রেজেন্টেশনটা সেটা আমাদের
জি, আমাদের পজিটিভ স্টোরিজ অনেক বলতে হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। একদম পিছনে বোধহয় আছে, ক্যান ইউ হ্যাভ দ্য মাইক্রোফোন দেয়ার?
Hi, it's Naima. One of the reality of Bangladesh is we're kind of squeezed in between the big powers, right? So no matter of major branding, we can't get away from this geopolitical truth. We have a lot of Bangladeshis working in sensitive areas around the world, but they cannot come and help us, but we do need them. So one of the key segments that this forum is missing is those with clearance, in AI, in areas that you cannot transfer. You need a way, maybe with the foreign, I don't know, MOFA, or you have to figure out a way to reach them because they're the actual assets and analysis that they have, what to actually do in emerging technologies. You're not going to be able to get from the white collar people with any analysis that you do here. This is a very important part of the talent segment. It's absolutely missing. And you cannot pay them enough to bring them to Bangladesh. The only way they will do it is because they love the country through some connection. So someone in all the branding conversation has to solve that problem. Anybody with clearance is not going to show up here because they lose access to everything. So have that in mind. And I don't know how it's going to happen. You know how Taiwan did it. Maybe that could be a process. You know how Singapore did it. You know how China did it. And that's why the Chinese are almost at, big problem with the US right now. So this is very important. Somebody has to solve this problem to bring the key assets to make the decision points visible, because those things not going to become visible until those people realize they have a love for this country, and only because of that they input their assets that they're holding back to the country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think thanks for all the comments. But once again, I thank all the panelists. We have a small token of appreciation. Can you just bring them over, please?
Throughout the day, we've tried to share the best of knowledge with all of you. And we believe whatever takeaway you got from this day, from these 4 panel discussions and 3 keynote speeches, and I'm sure a lot of bilateral discussions with your colleagues, with industry peers, I think that will help you to drive the agenda forward. And in the end, can we have a round of applause for you as well for staying throughout the day at the end of the year, when probably businesses are closing, are getting ready for Christmas and New Year's Eve. But then thank you for being with us throughout the day. Again, this is a continuous movement. Like I said in the morning, that this is not an event. It is a movement. It is a call to collectively work together so that we, along with our diaspora, can effectively contribute to nation building. The second NRB Conclave 2024 would not have been possible without quite a few support. And as you know, that before we conclude, I'd like to thank our partners. The second NRB Conclave 2024 is presented by Prime Bank PLC, powered by bKash Limited and Team Group. We've also had Marketing Society of Bangladesh as knowledge partner, Backpage PR as PR partner, BBF Academy as academic partner, and Bangladesh Innovation Conclave as innovation partner. This entire NRB Conclave 2024 is an initiative of Bangladesh Brand Forum. I'm Zunaid Rabbani, and I wish you a safe journey back home and Happy New Year in advance. Happy 2025. Thank you so much.